Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on into the stream here for the Dream League Season 27 closed qualifiers. I can't believe there's been 27 seasons of Dream League now. That is absolutely insane. But yeah, welcome on in, guys. Hopefully, you've all had a nice long sleep and are ready for some games. I'd like to thank all you people coming in from Europe to watch the stream this early on because, my lord, it is early. So you have to be real dedicated Dota 2 fans to come on in, and we do appreciate you for sure. And we're going to find out which teams can start off this closed qualifiers in the Chinese region strong and try and push themselves forwards, get an early lead here to try and make it through to the full tournament for Dream League Season 27, where they will be competing for $1 million prize pool. It's just mad. Like, every tournament now is at least $1 million prize pools. There's just so much money going around. It's crazy, and that is exactly what we all love to see. You know, bigger the money means teams are going to try extra hard to try and win it, and gives us more exciting games, and that is all we want as Dota 2 fans. I don't know if you guys done the research. It should really be a duo cast right now. We have two casters, Cryptic and Quintox. Unfortunately, it was a small little scheduling error, so I will only be covering this first game. Hopefully, for them, they will be back for the second one, and then they'll just take it on from there, guys, and then we can get all the streams running nice and smoothly. So that is what we're all looking to happen. Oh, just had to open that. But yeah, hopefully we do get some really good games coming on through. Obviously, the two teams starting this one off is going to be the Yakult brothers going up against Too Light. Obviously, coming out of that TI that we just had, guys, Yakult brothers were actually a stand-in team that came in to replace Gaming Gladiators, who had to step out or chose to step out kind of last minute. So they were a replacement team that came on through. Unfortunately for Yakult brothers, they weren't able to get too far to the stage or anything like that. But they did still have a good few series. They actually took a whole entire victory off of Enigma Galaxy, which is impressive on itself, and also taking games off of other teams. So it definitely feels like these guys can bring their A game and really give us a solid match here to start off the qualifiers. On the other side, Too Light, I don't really know much about them, in all honesty. Three of the players don't have a page, so I kind of feel like starting off on this first series, I'm going to be naturally favouring Yakult brothers here. But again, it is Dota 2. You never know what's going to happen. Every single game is different. All it could take really is like two amazing drafts from Too Light to be able to sneak the victory here and give themselves a very, very solid start. But we are going to find out as the game should be starting up soon. We're going to be able to jump into the draft and see how this one is going to go down. I mean, looking at like the previous stats from what Yakult brothers have been playing recently, they've been liking a lot of Storm Spirit. That seems to be their favourite mid for sure. Although it is, you know, their most popular one, definitely not their most successful. Only winning 5 out of 15 games. It's not a good win probability or a win percentage, I should say. But you know, if they just clearly feel it's their favourite, they might just decide to keep running it back. Either way, we'll have to see. And again, you know, some of these stats are going to be skewed because of that TI that we were just talking about. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that we've gone through another TI this year. And for me, every single time the TI's just ended, everything after that kind of signals a new fresh year, fresh season of Dota 2. You generally get a few shuffles, you get some new tournaments coming up, and obviously Dream League being a big one, I've been able to sneak in and kind of claim that first major tournament qualifier slot for 2025. So these guys are leading the charge as always. ESL absolutely everywhere, helping out all these other tournaments. So it is great to see. And I think there should be a start coming up momentarily. Everyone's saying go, but no one's going. Okay, there, it's moving now. Yeah, right, so we will be rolling on through in just a moment, guys. But yeah, hopefully everybody has had a nice long nap, is ready for some serious Dota, because it's going to be a long day indeed. You've got 3 series on this stream, 3 series on the other Chinese stream as well as all the other regions also coming on through. So it is really like 3 days, 4 days of just non-stop Dota 2 in all the different regions. So whatever kind of game you like, there's definitely one to watch. But the draft is now underway, guys. So let's jump on through and find out how this one is going to start, whether if we might see any, more unique bans or unique picks, or whether it's going to be kind of standard. Only time will tell. Queen of Pain from Jakob Brothers starting off. Beastmaster as well as the Marcy being removed there from Too Light. Obviously as well, I was saying how I'm naturally favouring Jakob Brothers because they have, the history. They've just come out of TI, sure they're doing great, but at least they have that, experience and momentum pushing forwards where Too Light don't really have that. But on the flip side of that, guys, is that as these are obviously two Chinese teams, they've most likely scrimmed against each other in the past. They've played games against each other in the past. They probably do actually have some inside information on how to draft around each other and how, potentially weaknesses in their opponents which they could try and exploit, which obviously I am not privy to. As a complete outsider, I'm coming through trying to cast the game. These guys could be doing something entirely, and I won't have a clue. But it's a process, it's a journey, and we're all in it together, and we're just going to hope for the best that this is going to be a super, super fun game. Also, every time I read Jakob Brothers, I just keep thinking of the little yogurt. It's a good source of calcium, to be fair. Maybe they're healthy. So Nature's Prophet being obviously, a classic hero to take out. Mars as well. Lots of focus towards the offlane position here from Too Light. Really trying to whittle what Jakob Brothers can do in that role. Meanwhile, they themselves clearly just seem to be interested in taking away the mid lane heroes, trying to limit what they can actually play in that role. Seems to be like the sort of pinnacle position for the side of Too Light. So Jakob Brothers' plan is just to shut that down as fast as possible and hopefully make the game pretty easy for themselves. Earthshaker gone, immediately picked up by the Naga Siren following that. Makes sense to kind of secure against the Echo Slam, all those illusions, which just cause so much pain for you and your team. The Too Light do respond with the Pugnut. Very classic support, you can't really go wrong. It's not bad in a laning phase, can harass quite well. You've got good save mechanics with the Qualifiers as well as the life drain. Just being able to heal people up easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's a very solid, stable start to this draft thus far. How will the bans proceed though? Let's find out. See, I'm not entirely sure what to be expecting from Too Light. Like I was saying, minimal amount of information for me to work off of. So all I can really do is try and predict what Jakob Brothers are going to be able to bring out. Or at least what Too Light themselves are actually just going to ban from Jakob Brothers. Dark's it. So now finally paying a little bit of attention to the off-lane role right now here. We'll see if they're just going to double that down. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Still leaving some time. I mean, Jakob Brothers are the only ones really using reserve time at this point. Already down to 1:08. Meanwhile, Too Light have just been kind of speedrunning their game. Still every single second available. And Ursa was actually the ban of choice there, coming out from Jakob Brothers. So really are hitting a lot of different roles and positions at this point. And then a Sved also gets taken out. So okay, so Too Light kind of copying what Jakob Brothers, taking away some carries as the second pick phase now does begin. And Too Light, what is their choice going to be? What do they want? Still a lot of pretty choice heroes in the pool. And Doom is going to be that. It feels like no matter how they patch this guy, how they change him, Doom is always going to be a relevant hero in every single damn meta. Seen this guy play as carry, you can play him as offlane, you can play him as a support. I feel like probably the rarest role to see him in is actually going to be mid. And even then, it does happen every now and then. It's just a bit rare. But already, it feels like an offlane Doom at this point. But obviously, early days, it can definitely be shifted around. Meanwhile, Jakob Brothers, Shadow Fiend being their choice. Now, that is a hero with quite a lot less flexibility, I'm not going to lie. It's pretty much guaranteed to be either the carry or the mid, and it definitely feels like people preferring to play as the carry nowadays. And to be fair, if it is going to be like a Naga Siren Pos 5, it's a pretty stable lane. The ensnares are just frustrating to deal with, holds you in place. Meanwhile, the SF can just basically get himself in position to guarantee land 3 razors and deal a ton of damage to whoever gets caught. It's quite frustrating. Hoodwink also picked, so that will most likely be the Pos 4 here for Yakult Brothers. And Too Light do decide to go for the Oracle. You know, normally if you've got a support Pugner and a support Oracle, they tend to both be like a position 5 as standard. So we'll see if they decide to move this around at all. Could very well be Pos 4 Pugner with Doom off lane, and then you got an Oracle Gyrocopter in the safe from Too Light. That combo kind of makes the most sense. It does look like Too Light have left their final pick to be their mid lane hero. And again, still not even touching their reserve time. They've got so much to work with. Yakult Brothers though got most likely their carry to support, so looking for an offlaner themselves. Maybe they want someone who can bring a bit of crowd control to combo up with this Song of the Siren, but that is not going to be the case. They go for a Medusa instead. So potentially, you know, carry Medusa mid Shadow Fiend, potentially carry Shadow Fiend mid Medusa, new mid lane hero entirely. I'm not sure where it's going to end up. And the Medusa, in all of 3-9, they have played her 5 times, and they have won 2 of those games. I mean, the win rate on a lot of their heroes isn't too amazing, to be honest with you, but you know, still 2 out of 5 wins. It's not the scariest. Where's their Shadow Fiend stats? Oh, well, actually, a thing to note on their Shadow Fiend for Yakult Brothers: 4 games played, not a single win. And I don't have to tell you guys, that is reassuring if you are a Yakult Brothers fan, to be honest. But again, TI could very well have skewed through these results, because it is a much, much harder tournament in general. Especially when you're comparing it to a closed qualifiers. The next set of bans coming through. Too Light do take away both the Centaur as well as the Primal Beast. Purely thinking that it is a offlaner to come out here from Yakult Brothers, which would make sense, you know, if you're going to put the SF mid and Medusa carry. Yakult Brothers, though, do take away the AM. It's essential to do so if you have a Medusa in your team. Even though it does look like it's a mid lane hero to come out from Too Light, you could see them do a switcheroo, put Doom mid, and then anti-mage carry, or something like that. I mean, I've even seen people play AM mid lane a lot of times, and to be fair, it does work. Magnus, though, is going to be the hero of choice here from Yakult Brothers to round up the draft. So it will be him in the off lane, SF mid, Medusa carry. Now, Too Light, what do they want to pick up to play against this SF in the mid lane? To be fair, I mean, I was kind of thinking something like a sniper would be really good in the laning phase. You just have to be careful later on against, like, you know, a Naga setup into an RP, something like that. But there is going to be a Razor, which Too Light decide to go for instead. So Fly on the Medusa, Emo on the SF, Zeal running through on the Mag. And they kind of ended up in the position that we were expecting. Not sure who I'm going to be predicting here going forwards in this game number 1. Feels kind of hard, to be honest with you. I mean, like I say, before the series began, I was favouring Yakult Brothers. Although the stats I don't like too much, not going to lie. The draft does seem scary, though. It is a draft where if you combo it perfectly, you know, you really get that chain lockdown down, it's going to be scary. You know, Song of the Siren Sleep into RP, skew it back into the Requiem. It's a disgusting amount of damage. Pretty much everyone on Too Light will be dying in that. if it does come off. But when you do have so many ultimates that are trying to intermingle and chain together, it takes a lot of coordination, and it is a lot harder to do than you would think. Meanwhile, on the side of Two Light's draft, it feels just quite a lot easier to execute, in my opinion. The lanes all make sense. They're just going to play their own game. As long as if the lanes go right, I feel like they're going to be able to fight into this quite well. I don't know. I'm actually favouring Two Light so far to start off this game number one. Although Cast the Curse is real, guys, and I am more often than not incorrect about these things, and I just cause people to lose. I don't know. It's a talent of mine. I honestly have no idea how it happened, but someone said it at one point, and now it's that forever. But even still, game number one is now underway. Let's just see everybody roll on through. Both teams starting off with a smoke, trying to get their observer walls down as fast as possible. Lots of sticks and branches. Always a classic start. Looks like Two Light already got their observer wall down. Meanwhile, Yakult Brothers considering going for a wraparound, perhaps. Maybe they want to invade the Radiant Triangle area and go for a kill there. Maybe they're just going to hold this high ground, see if any unwitting prey walk into their midst. Ends up giving away first blood. It doesn't look like Two Light are going to be able to just give this one up for nothing. Nemo. I think he was faking a ward placement there up on the hill. He kind of walked up to it with an empty inventory slot, hoping that if anyone Two Light saw him at the last second, they would think he placed the ward. But to be honest, he was under the observer ward for much longer than that, so they must know that Emo did not place a ward there. And whilst that was going on, Zeal with the smoke actually went and placed a ward slightly further to the right. But to be honest, depends where you place the sentry, it'll find that observer ward anyway, so it's kind of risky. Meanwhile up top, Gyro in danger. He's just committing his life here to try and grab the bounty, which he will be able to secure. Gets 3 bounties there for the side of Two Light, but it costs him his life in response. First blood going over towards the mid lane SF. Ooh, it doesn't feel like that extra bounty rune is worth it. Sometimes that extra bit of gold is a big help, because if you think about it, it's 200 gold for your entire team, and it's 200 less for the enemy team. So really it equates to a 400 gold swing. But when you end up giving away basically 500 gold, and a majority of that goes to the enemy mid laner, it immediately makes it a unfavourable trade for sure. And now Ethereal on this mid lane Pugnet, maybe in a sore spot. And yeah, obviously I didn't actually touch on that, but a lot of the positions have shifted around. As we do see a carrier get sniped up top there. But yeah, mid lane Pugner coming on out from Two Light. They got the carry Razor paired up with the Oracle. So that can be a pretty deadly combination itself. Then up top, you've got the position 3 Doom with the Pos 4 Gyrocopter. Just trying to make space and harass them out to give Candy Moon as much working room as possible. It feels like this Medusa and Nagasaran can't really do too much to touch this Gyrocopter at this stage. He's able to just constantly poke and prod from behind. Oh, meanwhile he gets another courier kill. And that is also 2 courier kills which obviously lost their lives before the items got delivered, which makes this lane even harder here for Yakult Brothers. Meanwhile, going to make another move. Paulson in danger, but it will be the Gyrocopter who dies first. But to be honest, that's a slightly better situation there for Two Light, as it didn't give solo experience away towards Fly, but even still, it is the Medusa getting a kill. At the same time, your Doom also does. I don't know. Doesn't feel like either team really won that exchange. It was very, very even. At least the Medusa does get a free courier there, pretty much. Gets a load of items delivered from Paulson. I'm doing a quick CS check, mid lane. 11-2 against 10-1. These guys, Ethereal and Emo, very, very even so far in this game. Both on the level 3 mark now. Oh my god, more harassment up top. Getting poked and prodded. Actually going to dive underneath the tower for this one. The barrage not really going to land much on towards the heroes, but it doesn't matter. The Gyrocopter's going to carry on to dive. The Doom actually now getting hit from the tower. And Candy Lou, will he go down? He will! Polarson gets the grab The gyrocopter walks into tower range, gets hit down, taking so much damage. Can he actually get a kill before he loses his life? He won't. It's 2 deaths for 2 Light. An extremely greedy and ambitious dive there into the tower just 3 minutes in. Honestly, that was just pure insanity. I have no idea why they would attempt that. I guess they just got debated hard by the low HP there from the 2 members of this safe lane, but that is just not worth it at all. Oh, I think there is a couple of minor issues with the camera, guys, so we'll jump on back to me just for now. And I'm going to have to give you some radio Dota 2, which I'm sure you guys will all appreciate. It'll only be a small break, hopefully, and then we'll get the cameras back and fixed, guys, so we can get onto the game. But yeah, so far, Zeal at the bot lane on his Magnus. Oh, there you go. I think we're fixed. We're back in. Beautiful. Alright, okay, we're sorted. There's a minor problem. Over and done. But yeah, at the bot lane, Zeal... Oh, okay. More action going on top. Doom dragged back into tower, but unfortunately, Fly was not quite expecting that amount of damage, and he actually just gets blapped in the face there from Candy Loon. That was a little bit of a mistake standing so close to the Doom. And... Oh, I don't know if the camera's gone again. Minor issues, guys. Minor issues. Okay. Back to me. Alright, okay. All these issues will be sorted out, guys. It's always day one that it happens, so don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. But back to Radio Dota. And yeah, as I was saying again, Zeal on this Magnus actually doing really, really well at the bot lane. 28 and 5 on his CS against the Razors 18 and 2. So like very close to, you know, extra 10 last hits on top of that. Equates to a lot of money. He's not really being harassed whatsoever. He's full HP, full mana the entire time. And you know, it could very well be a factor this guy is a Grandmaster tier Magnus. It's something that you really cannot over-exaggerate. Like, that requires a lot of games on one hero. You've really got to spam the hell out of it. Meanwhile, up top, Candy Loon almost loses his life. Gyrocopter looks like he's going to be able to get out there himself. Very close to dying, though. This top lane, man, it's just non-stop action. People fighting left and right. He's like kind of running all the way back to base. Oh, sees a courier. Does he get baited? Polison trying to get in range for a net. Net lands with the help of some creeps. Okay, Polison actually does get a solo kill on towards the gyro there, which is nice for a little +5 Naga Siren. They'll take it any day of the week. But, you know, one thing that all this fighting at top lane does mean is that the CS is not going to be too great, and as a result, both the Medusa and the Doom are still actually bottom in terms of CS. 21 and 7 for the Medusa, 19 and 5 for the Doom. So it really does harm their overall net worth. I mean, Fly is still 3rd position in terms of gold. Candy Loon just behind her by like 50 gold on their in the 5th position. So it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's still very early days, and obviously the benefit of being a Doom is that you're going to have the Devour just to constantly get your money topped up. You don't care. You don't care. You can take your time. I mean, same thing with a Medusa, right? So eventually, when you hit like level 5, level 7, that kind of mark, you don't even care going jungle. You'll do it. But yeah, nothing really been going on in this mid lane. It seems like both Ethereal and Emo are just happy to play creep hitting simulator. That's all they're interested right now. Not focusing at all on going into the side lanes, looking for some ganks. Actually, I say that, and Emo teleports up towards the top lane and secures a kill on towards Candy Loon there. Fly actually getting the credit for it. But there you go, you know, I say it and it just happens the other way around. Someone as well saying game sounds are muted. Hopefully that is an issue that will also be resolved for you, Hostly Marvelous. It's all minor details. But yeah, still only a less than 1k gold advantage at this point for Yakult Brothers, even though the score is 6 for 2. And I think we have camera again, guys. Let's jump on in. I Fingers crossed. Hey, look at that. You guys can actually see what's happening. This is what we wanted. Meanwhile, Zeal's getting run out immediately. And immediately the screen does start to bug out again. It's an absolute curse, and Zeal will get ran down underneath the tower. Boka's going to lose his life as well. And the Razor just able to escape from the tower hits. And he will live with 30 HP, super close. So he gets 2 kills underneath the tower there. Very solid move coming out from 2Light. But in response, that did mean that Ethereal was left alone in the mid lane. Not Triple H, sorry. Poloson made a rotation to the mid and got Emo a kill on towards the puckler. And then, speaking of Emo, he's immediately TP'd up towards the top lane. They've got another grab here on towards Candy Loon, and the Doom is dead again. Man, Emo is really starting to get aggressive now in this game. 2-0-2 at 8 minutes in. He's top of net worth. A full 1100 gold ahead of his counterpart mid laner. So he is having an absolutely great time right now. No cares in the world. And finally, we do actually see a solid 1k gold lead at this point for Yakult Brothers. It looks like this mid-tier 1 tower on the Yakult side is getting very low. Just the constant Nether Blast spams. One more will get it. And there you go. Mid-tier 1 tower is down. Let's try again, guys. Let's try. Camera. Alright. It's working. It's working. We'll see how long it holds on, guys. But okay, we are now back in. And yeah, 4 for 8 on the score. Only the mid-tier 1 tower gone down now. It definitely feels like, in terms of momentum and how these lanes have gone, it feels like Yakult Brothers are just pulling slightly ahead. But not by much, to be honest with you. Like, it does still feel like a very close game. Obviously, it does feel that the later this game goes, the more it is going to be favouring Yakult Brothers. Ooh. Sorry, that was me typing in chat. Yeah, so the longer this game goes on, the more it's going to be favouring Yakult Brothers. That is going to be something I have to be careful of. Meanwhile, in the mid, Ethereal will go down again. Second death online here for the Puckner. So sure, he's able to secure the tower kill relatively early on, but it does mean he's a very squishy hero. He loses his life quite a lot. And with this catapult here, Yakult Brothers either going to do a significant amount of damage to this tower or at least bring it down. We'll see if 2Light are actually going to bring any reinforcements here to try and protect it. So far, nobody's really leaving the side lanes, and doesn't look like Yakult Brothers are interested in trying to force it down either. They'll just poke and prod, back away. They don't actually care about finishing off just yet. But here is Ethereal making his own rotations now. Not to actually find any kills, but he's ganking towers. This is the idea if you're picking up a Pugner as your core mid lane. Level 4 Nether Blast online. He's just going to constantly spam this at the buildings and try and whittle down the amount of space that the Medusa, the SF, and the Magnus actually have to try and farm up. Actually using the Glyph just to try and avoid some of this damage here, but obviously it doesn't really do much. Delays it by only a few seconds, really. And at this stage in the game, there is just literally nothing Yakult Brothers can do to stop it. Like I was saying, their lineup will excel in the late game, but in the early game, 2Light are definitely going to have the advantage here. Emo's just going to try and avoid the fights now that he can. Wants to try and get his items on Lime. Meanwhile, they finally do claim a tower of their own here, Yakult Brothers. Bottom tier 1 gone. And Zeal actually went for first item Helm of the Dominator right now, so he has the Alpha Wolf in tow. Obviously, the extra damage output is going to be fantastic for really everyone. SF, Medusa, even the Magnus really will benefit quite a lot from this pickup here. Meanwhile, gank inside the jungle. Poloson will go 10. He's actually a 3 kill streak, which goes the way of Candelian, so it's actually a good amount of money just for a position 5 there. So they'll take it. To be honest, 2Light will take whatever they can get. Still 3k gold behind, 12.5 minutes in. thing is, I'm sure Ethereal would like absolutely love to be able to go down to the bottom lane and try and take down that final tier 1 tower, but because Seal has just pushed out the lane so much, he's just not going to have an opportunity to actually be able to do any kind of damage to the tier 1 tower unless they bring heroes en masse to try and shut him down. But that requires a lot of resources, and then it just gives more space for the SF and the Medusa, so it's not really something they want to do. But we do have a 2-man smoke here. Emo and Polison coming around the back. They will see the Razor. Song of the Siren. He's not fast enough though, Polison! He's way too slow. The Razor saw him coming from a mile away and just walks away casually. And that's got to feel real damn rough. Hey, Baboka has also got a helmet of the Dom layer, by the way. Is this some new meta that I'm completely forgetting about? It probably is. Either that or it's just some new or it's just a strategy that Yaka brothers like to roll. But yeah, 2 helmet of the Dominators, 1 on your pos 5, 1 on your 4, 1 on your 3. Mass creeps. Get those auras going. Yasha Kaya though online here for Emo. Damage output just got a significant upgrade. Oh, meanwhile, Doom was actually used at the top lane on towards Fly, but it's a Medusa. Honestly, she is one of the worst targets to hit with Doom. She doesn't really care. And they didn't even have any lockdowns, so I don't know. A little bit of a wasted skill by the looks there from Too Light. Mistakes were made. Oh well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's still main, just the POS 1 and 2 on the side of Yaka Brothers that are really doing well in terms of farm. And the Medusa's 1,000 gold ahead of the Razor. And the SF is close to 3,000 gold ahead of the Pugner at this point. And this is kind of where the cracks for a mid lane Pugner start to show. Like, the hero relies on pushing, on constant pressure onto the enemy side of the map, but it just doesn't seem like they really get an opportunity to do so. Everything's always pushed towards their face, and they can't just get out and get free hits on towards those tier 2s. Maybe just doing a soft push here on towards this tier 1 at the top. Polison scan out with the illusions. Candelian trying to drag some aggression away. TP coming in from the Razor as well. And there's no Song of the Siren here from Polison. And a BKB here from the Razor. Trying to get out. TP. There's no cancel. He literally just TPs in front of their face. Triple H's Fortune's End somehow did not hit. I don't know who he targeted with it, whether it was going towards the Doom or the Razor, but neither of them actually stood close enough to the Medusa to cancel the TP. And he just runs away. That's rough. That's really rough. That's a 4-hero rotation. That's your 9-second BKB. It's only 1 ultimate used for it, but you do all that just for 2 heroes. You don't kill either one of them. They just run away. Meanwhile, the rest of the enemy team is farming up the map, pushing your bottom tier 2 tower. It's definitely not like out of the realms of winning here for Too Light, but it's looking a little bit dicey, I'm not going to lie. There's quite a few things going awry right now, and 6,000 gold behind. It's not an easy position to be in. Skewer back on towards the gyro. And she just drops the cooldown. So we have to disengage. Polison's going to turn around here with the Song of the Siren. RP's ready. Requiem is ready. They're going to time it just with the SFO. RP not even needed. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And that's good communication there coming out from Yakult Brothers. And this is kind of what I was saying. They have the wombo combos. They can chain their ultimates perfectly to do some serious work and damage. It just requires good communication. And that seems to be what they have already. 8k gold lead right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
9,000 gold lead. Everybody just leading the way, all three cores at the top here. And then the two supports as well, beating their own counterparts. I'm still interested about this Helm of the Dominate here from Baboka, but I mean, hey, it seems to be working so far. Got in for the Ag Shard as well immediately afterwards to get the old boomerang going. Which again is just more combos, to be honest, coming on out. You chuck that on top of everyone that gets hit from an RP, all of a sudden everybody's taking an extra 25% spell damage, which if you chuck that on top of the Requiem, that's all of a sudden doing like what, an extra like 30 damage per soul, and you're chucking out like 10. It's pretty crazy. Damage really does add up. And I'm wondering if this window for 2 Light to actually try and gain any kind of momentum and lead has maybe not already closed, but it is getting close. Like I was saying earlier, the draft only gets better with time here on the side of Jakob Brothers, and being 10k gold ahead at just 19 minutes in, it doesn't really look like there's going to be much time for 2 Light to recover here and actually start making plays of their own. Like it's a draft that relied on early momentum and trying to make some plays with that, but unfortunately they just haven't been able to. Emo going for next item, Aghanim Scepter as well. He's going to have that online in 1300 gold on top of Blink Yashikaya, which is going to be menacing. But okay, we do have a play here from 2 Light doing a 3-man smoke move. And it looks like they're heading down to the bottom part of the map where, to be honest, it's only Baboka right now. I mean, I guess when you're this stage of the game, you'll take any damn kill you can get, but committing all this time in heroes just to kill a pos for Hoodwink, just, you know, kind of soft push in the bottom lane, doesn't seem too worth it. But obviously we do have a pause as Emo has disconnected here. Hopefully it's just a short one. Take this opportunity to drink my coffee. Like I was saying, it's very early for me, so I assume it is probably early for a lot of other people in the chat as well. So, I'd like to just thank you guys again for taking time to come and join us here. There have been a few minor little issues here and there, but like I was saying, it is first day of the qualifiers. These things are always going to happen, so we do appreciate you guys sticking around. And also the fact that it was supposed to be Cryptic and Quintalot covering this first game of the day. But obviously there was like a minor scheduling thing with another bit of work they were doing, and it did mean they had to miss it. But they will be in for game number 2, guys. And then I will be jumping back over to the other Chinese stream to join Otomo. And then we'll actually be where we're meant to be. There's semi-long pause right now here. Feels rough. But yeah, I mean, the thing that's looking like this double Helm of the Dominator play, like, even though Zeal has gone up towards the top part of the map to join the rest of the team, he has kind of left it at this bot lane with Babokas. So I guess, you know, using 2 of these creeps with the Hoodwink behind, it's actually enough just to constantly keep the lanes pushed out. And then, yeah, just soft applies pressure, forces the enemy team to come down and actually deal with you. Which I guess is kind of smart. It does buy space and time for the rest of you. Or for the rest of the team. And it does look like, as soon as Emo is back, Jakob Brothers are going to be going for the Tormentor, which is going to be spawning in just 25 seconds. And if 2 Light are going to double down on this smoke play heading down to the south side of the map, they're not going to be able to get there in time to try and contest it. So I guess they're like, yeah, we know we're not going to be able to get the Tormentor. We know we can't contest it. Let's at least try and get a kill whilst all that is going on to make it not feel as bad. It is kind of like a rock and a hard place situation. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It looks like they are just taking the option to at least try and get a kill. But to be honest, it's not like it's even guaranteed, to be honest. Like Baboka can just use Scurry, run through the trees, and you're going to be alright, because where's really their lockdown? Razor doesn't have any, Doom doesn't have any, the Pugner doesn't have any. All you've got are the two supports where you've got Homing Missile, but obviously that takes a long time to get there. The Hoodwink can quite easily run away from that. And then you've got Fortune's End as well, which is slightly faster, but even still, it's not the most guaranteed lockdown in the world. So to be honest, I could quite easily see Baboka just being able to run away from this one and not go down at all. I believe Baboka Emo is going to be back soon. It wasn't a pause then disconnect, it was a disconnect. And then, like, you know, the immediate pause afterwards. So that does make it feel a little bit more worrying that he's having some severe internet issues here. Okay. He's back. And they say go. Alright. And game back on. So let's see if Two Light are going to go for this move down to the south side. It doesn't look like they really know what they're doing. Okay, they're going to start heading up towards the north side, so I guess they do want to try and contest the Tormentor then. This is not going to be easy. You're playing up against a lot of AoE control spells coming out from Jakob Brothers, so this is going to be a big gamble. But if they can come out ahead here, it's going to help out massively. Ethereal shows himself. But I mean, the Tormentor's already dead. Candaloon jumps forward. He gets the Doom on towards Medusa, but the Song of the Siren is there from Poloson. It just stops everything. They all just TP away. So they get no Tormentor. It still goes into the hands of Zeal. They use the Doom as well. And everyone just TPs away. Ah, that's rough. I think you probably would have been better just to go for the kill on towards the Hoodwink, to be honest with you. I mean, the tier 2 is also taking a lot of damage at the bot lane. Baboka's just taking it down with the Wind Ripper. Does eventually drop. Look at this, Medusa. Medusa, sorry. Roshan actually is going to be the next target here. Not a single bit of vision in the area here from Two Light. They have no idea this is going on. Even if they did, I doubt they'd be able to stop it. There was also an amplified damage in the hands of Emo. And now, Aegis in the hands of Fly. So this Medusa, which was already extremely hard to kill, doomed her twice, she just walks away. Now has 2 lives. Okay, solo RP on towards Ethereal, dies insanely quick. Requiem not even required to be used. I'll take it. Free kill's a free kill. Immediately though, Emo does go back to farm. He's like, guys, I'm so close to my Ags, just let me get it. Never mind, he has the Ags. But he still wants to farm. Okay. You greedy, greedy man. Greedy man. Maybe he just wants to stack. Desperate for the money. Oh, there is the Wisdom Shrine as well, of course.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A 16k advantage at just 22 minutes in. Mjolnir as well now in the hands of Fly plus his Manta with the Aegis. Very, very scary himself. Zeal on this mag. He's got Blink, he's got 4 staff. He has Lotus Orb completed and 100 gold as well on top of all of that. Oh. Skewer attempt on towards Ken. Not gonna land though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It feels like now, Jakob Brothers, they're in the position when they can just start bullying down these buildings. Tier 2 bottom and middle have now been dealt with. Fly making the beeline to go for the top one, take away that final exterior tower, and then all of a sudden every high ground is ready to be sieged on the Radiant side of the map. Which is never a fun position to be in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
And obviously with this Aegis still for another 2 minutes 50, there's no way the Yaka brothers are going to decide to just go back and farm for this Aegis. They're going to be looking to push, they're going to be looking to try and take some buildings,
Radiant's top tower.
further the lead in this game number 1. Maybe they might be waiting for night time, just so they can try and get a grab easier. I don't know. Emo's still farming. What's he got queued? He's going for a Cypher Vice, but he is still several thousand gold away, so it's not like I think they're going to get that in time. Like, the Aegis will be gone by the time that actually comes up. I guess they are just going to use this as a safe Aegis, you know? They just want to carry on farming up. Zeal going for an Axe of his own. 1200 gold, and that will be ready. Now, what items has 2 Light got coming out soon? The Raze obviously has his BKB, still on 8 seconds, with a Maelstrom. Not really much, to be honest with you. Ethereal really only has Aether Lens Kaya. And the Doom has Blink Drums, obviously with the Hand of Midas, which doesn't bring too much to the table in those teamfight situations. So to be honest, they're lacking quite a lot in terms of items as well. And now we have a smoke play here. Up towards the high ground, Fly goes. Nighttime in 9 seconds as well. So they're going to try and use that to their advantage. Okay, cooldown. Thrown out just to kill the creeps. Fly not that interested. Nether Ward trying to be drained here from afar, but to be honest, Fly just pops his Manta, disjoints the target, and it does absolutely nothing. And the tower's still just taking damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not much mana left here for Fly, but
Fortified.
I guess he doesn't really care. Still has the Aegis, of course. Now has his Axe completed coming out on the courier, but at the same time, Crimson Guard completed for Candyloon. That is going to be a big help, as there is a fair amount of physical damage coming out from both the SF as well as the Medusa. But to be honest, the real scary part is the magic damage from that RP Requiem. That's just going to tear him a new one. Oh, Candyloon. Okay. He actually blinks in to kill the creeps. And then just gets hit from solo RP. He's dead for 40 seconds, no buyback. This bottom tier 3 tower is going to go down. The top one's already dropped. Okay, they actually do manage to keep the tower alive for a little bit longer, but I mean, no Doom for 30 seconds. Massive disadvantage. And yeah, Fly's just taking down the buildings right now. Skewer back from Zeal. Ethereal dies easy peasy. Oh my god, man. The AoE damage is insane.
Radiant's top barracks.
Zeal actually ends up getting the double there.
Radiant's top barracks.
This game it just looks over already. 2 Light, I don't see any way they can come back into this. They're just so far behind. 27,000 gold, 26 minutes in. Another skewer back there from Zeal. Secures a free kill on towards the Razor. And I was favouring, you know, Yaka Brothers going into this series, and I don't know, the draft did feel harder to execute, but they executed it to perfection. There's just nothing that 2 Light's been able to do in this game number 1. This is going to be mega creeps, sub 30 minutes into the game. Zeal with another skewer back, this time on towards the gyro. One more tally. Mega creeps online. And this has been one of those beatdown and a half. So, quite a demoralising game, to be honest with you, there from 2 Light. It didn't feel like the lanes went all too badly, to be honest. Like Ethereal in the mid, he was on par with the SF, so that was fine. Top lane, they were trading a lot with the Medusa, so, you know, Candyloon as well as Medusa were kind of in a similar spot. The only one lane that was really a win was the bot lane, as Zeal was actually able to get a decent amount of farm over the top of the Razor. But that was it. Well, Razor pops the BKB, steps forward, trying to buy time. Jump forward here from Polo Sun. Is there any RP? There is, jumps on in, pulls them all back with the Requiem damage coming on through, and they all die in a matter of seconds. Absolutely disgusting. Buyback here, but they finally do call GG on the side of Too Light. And yeah, an absolutely insane game number one coming on out there from Yakult Brothers. Definitely showcasing why these guys were the invited team to replace Game of Gladiators for TI. They definitely have what it takes to be able to be real contenders, and my lord, they just made that game look so easy. And to be honest, I just got to wonder what changes Too Light are going to be able to make going into their game number two. I mean, the draft didn't feel too bad, in all honesty. It felt like it definitely could have worked, but I guess just, I don't know. They just weren't really on the same page, or they weren't able to really just adjust to what Yakult's game plan was, and that really did cause them to suffer in the end. And yeah, just an absolute beatdown of a game. 5-23 was the scoreline. I think what was the net worth advantage at the end? 37,000 gold for a 28-minute game is pretty nuts. I mean, most teams would have GG'd out before then, but Yakult Brothers literally killed the entire base, like both side lanes, all the small buildings, the tier 4s as well. So they got the absolute maximum they could. But yeah, even still, a very stellar performance coming out from those guys in game number one. And looking forward to see what these guys can do in the future. And to be honest, just from that game number one, I'm kind of expecting to see these guys at the very least in like the upper bracket finals, maybe even the grand finals, quite likely to even just qualify going through to the main tournament themselves. And that is not going to be an easy one to try and push off the pedestal there for the rest of this region in the qualifiers here for DreamLeague Season 27. But that, guys, is just game number one. Game number two will be coming up after a short break. Obviously, that will be me done for this stream. I'm going to be jumping back over to the other stream for the Chinese region to cover it with Otomo, as Cryptic and Quintox are going to be coming back on through to cover game number two for this series. So thank you guys for watching. Like I was saying earlier on, thanks for getting up nice and early. If you're all from Europe, to come and watch this game, we do appreciate it. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that one and you come back in just a bit for game number two. See you guys later.
I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew up on him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to blow the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them home to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Salts and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them home to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from...
Woo. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 27. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We are back, baby! A whole nother season ready to go. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. We rushed in here. Shout out to Blue Scale and Atomo for covering for us. There's so much going on in the brand new season.
Yeah.
But I like being here. This is a good one.
Yeah, I agree, man. This is it feels right, you know, just being back on the Dream League. We've got some great games coming up right now. Your Colt Brothers versus Too Light. Now, game one for them looked very good for your Colt Brothers, honestly. This is a team that just came off of kind of happenstance making it to TI. You know, it wasn't entirely, that they got there, but they made it. They made it. You know, at the end of the day, they were there. Didn't have the best, performance, but I think overall got some good experience, and they're going to bring it into Dream League. So that's what we're seeing here.
They mamboed their heart out, and I think they won a lot of fans, honestly. I feel. Like you said, yeah, maybe they didn't make it as far as you'd like, but for a team that last second went, they actually had a pretty good showing, I would say.
Absolutely.
And looks like they are looking to repeat what they have learned from that TI from game one. They're going to grab the Naga Siren once again.
Hero is way too good. I think Naga Siren is just too clutch of a hero. It offers so much in every stage of the game, and there's really nothing else like it, I'll be honest. So we'll see what they can do to try and shut this one down this time around. But for the Shadow Fiend, very flexible, very strong. Not a hero that plays from behind, but We'll see if they can, what their lane is going to look like with this one.
5 seconds remaining.
I do think there's a couple heroes that are just... They separate the pub teams from the pro teams. And I feel like you see it a lot in qualifiers, where if you are in like a casual team that just came together, you're not quite ready to run Naga Siren, and you're not quite ready to run like Chen 5 sometimes. Whereas the teams that have been playing together a bit more have access to those powerful strategies, and it can sometimes just make the difference where you're required to ban Naga, or you don't ban it, you're like, you know, like, let's just hope they don't play it. But then they get this super powerful support.
All right, I like this one. This is going to be interesting, you know, in terms of the Oracle, whether or not this is going to be the safe lane Shadow Fiend. You know, so far we don't quite know, but it does block something like the Darks here, which we don't really see all that often. But in terms of safe lane counters to the, or in terms of counters to safe lane Shadow Fiend, Darks here actually destroys this hero. So Oracle, maybe a little bit of a preemptive ban there to you know, to kind of protect the Shadow Fiend slightly.
It also sort of works versus the Naga song.
Yeah.
You can channel it on Blink Initiator, and they blink in. Even if they don't have BKB, they might get, you know, slept, but then you can still hit someone trying to teleport out. So it is something they've got going for them. I think it may also be comfort. They picked it in the last game as well, especially for a team that comes through open qualifier. Sometimes you prioritize straightforward drafts, comfort picks. Oracle can be a comfort hero that you also then, you know, play straightforward. Here's our carry, you know, 4 protect 1 type draft. It didn't quite pan out in game 1, but, you know, I do think when you're playing a team that is pretty seasoned like Yakult Brothers, you do need to go with something like that.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
All right, Monkey King is kind of sick, honestly. I like this a lot. Wow, quick drafting all of a sudden.
We zoom in.
I like
Right, so
the demon theme on the side of no to light. I think this really is going to pay off.
Let's hope so for their sake.
10 seconds.
Because they're already down 1 game. They won't be disqualified quite yet, of course, but are knocked out. I shouldn't say disqualified. That sounds so harsh. They aren't knocked out yet since this is the upper bracket, but I'd like to get a win in. I like that Monkey King pick after the puck, since it's, you could flex the Shadow Fiend to safe lane and then pick the Monkey King versus the puck, so you kind of protect it in that sense. Potentially threatening to carry Monkey King, but you got Baboka on your team. This is a 4 Monkey King with the return of the Medusa carry. I feel like Yakult Brothers watched the TI Grand Finals and they're like, yeah, that's a good strat. That Naga plus Medusa is good.
It is, man. Once you have the Aghanim Shard, I think this is something that a lot of people overlooked because the Aghanim Shard changed quite a bit on the Naga Siren. But the fact that it also applies a mana restoration to the Song of the Siren is such an insane combo for the Medusa, and makes her just more viable in a, you know, this type of draft.
Yeah, now things will be tricky because Medusa doesn't care about Doom. She's set up to be really successful here. There's like Lion mana drain, but that's, you know, that's not that. You kind of kill Lion while he's trying to mana drain you, so you don't care that much. Of course, you ban out the anti-mage. I'm trying to think out like what other carry can build Diffusal is nice, or do you just have raw physical damage? Someone like Sven maybe could be okay.
Sven's not bad. I was going to say the Ursa, but he got banned earlier, and he's one of the better heroes at dealing with Medusa. Anti-Mage ban is very good. Phantom Assassin is one of them, but, like, boy, does no one really like playing that hero besides maybe K1 right now. They go for the Enigma pick. This is a super strong pick for them. And I think with this Medusa, you're kind of rolling right now. You've got pretty much both core picks are terrible against your hero. And the remaining pick is the carry that now has to play into Enigma. And somehow deal with Medusa.
Carry and then you get like Pango mid with the defeat.
I mean, Shadow Fiend carries. It might. Maybe.
not
You
great
might. You
either,
might be
yeah.
able to do that. Bristle.
You may now select your
So
Kinda
Bristle's
works.
pretty good into the Enigma. It's one of the few heroes from the carry lane that does well, but it is more minus armor that Medusa doesn't care about. And I think Monkey King doesn't really mind the Bristleback either.
Yeah, I think I'm also worried about that. But even if you get the theoretical right pick versus Medusa, but you get shut down by Enigma, which actually, we are swapping things around. This is the Baboka Enigma and the off-lane Monkey King. So
Ooh.
that is actually so
That's
dirty.
sick.
You
That's
know, you
so
think you're
sick.
playing against Enigma, you pick someone who can deal with it, and now you're dealing with the melee counter of the Monkey King. That's gross. How could they do this?
Yeah, this is pretty brutal, honestly.
I love it.
I don't know how to salvage this because you. Wow.
I mean, it's pretty all in, right? Like, if you're running Monkey King off lane, you have to punish them. And you become able to be left alone, so then Enigma can start jungling with the Eidolons, and then that's the ideal strat. And you only do this when you see that the picks are favorable to you. If you slip up, though, now you have an off-lane Monkey King and a support Enigma. You know, it's really not that great. So maybe I feel like you have to sneak your way up there, see if you can do like a tri-lane to get a first blood, or some other kind of like sneaky laning tricks, something. You can't just let this lane go its course.
Wow, this is. Oh man, I don't want to say like you're so out draft. Like it's. Sometimes you look at a draft and you're like, wow, they got owned in this draft. They got schooled in this draft, and I don't think you can win any of your 3 lanes. Is the main issue. Like mid will draw. I take it back. Mid will draw. Shadow Fiend's gonna farm fine against the puck. That's not a big deal. The safe lane of Bristleback is gonna get absolutely obliterated by this Monkey King. It shouldn't even be close.
Actually, I will say, if they can do some kind of antics to get a quick lead in the bottom lane, Oracle
Yes.
can dispel off the Jingu stacks, which actually
Yes.
can... What a good spray in the mid lane. That could be something they try to play towards. And then, like, once Bristleback, you know, maybe you get a kill or two, suddenly you can farm Eidolons, and you just build up Goose stacks on Monkey King. He can't get away. Like, I can see it working, but it has to be very pub-esque, where it's like, oops, we messed up, and then we, like, snowballed and fed, you know? And it just gets out of hand.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I like one of the points I was gonna make as well is like the first couple levels, like Bristleback is actually just really weak. So you kind of need to get to this level 2, level 3 on the Bristle to probably start being able to fight into Zeal on this Monkey King. Like you said, with the help of the Oracle, I think that's way more doable. I'm just mostly curious how Bobica is going to be able to contribute on this Enigma, because I think this is the most interesting part of the lane that I haven't really even talked about. But I think overall, should be really fun. Top lane for this Medusa should be relatively free. You've got Nagasiren, one of the best, strongest supports in the game. You have constant harassment coming out from those Mystic Snakes. I think it should be pretty okay.
I will say, I looked down on Enigma support for a bit. It got changed around. I was like, I just don't believe in it. But I've seen it do work. The Eidolons are actually really difficult to trade into for any support that doesn't have AoE, which Oracle doesn't have enough. Bristleback might be able to make the difference there. But essentially, like, you see where Enigma is? Oracle just cannot go there. There is no playing that area. You will lose the trade every single time to Eidolons like this. And you're just like, okay, I'll turn around. Sorry, my mistake. I should not have thought to walk in this part of the jungle. That was rude of
Apologies,
me.
sir.
It was foolish of me. And so you're really limited to playing the lane, which is then where you have the Monkey King into the Bristle.
Yeah,
And then when the
I like
Eidolons are about to die, then you send them in for a little bit of harass.
Yeah, exactly. I like the fact that he's going to harass with them there, but also sets up the pole here because he's able to zone them out. And with this, he's got a pretty huge wave coming to his tower, so Zeal's going to get some nice experience. Bobica's not going to soak any of that. I think overall, Doom should do like relatively okay up here. I don't think he's going to like massively struggle, but you are not going to slow down Fly on this Medusa at all. Unless, unless he gets the mana burn.
Yeah, that's the other thing we didn't even really talk about. I don't think Bristleback is a guaranteed counter to Medusa. It really depends on who's doing better. So we'll have to see how that goes. For now, the Bristle is actually farming pretty decently, and so is the Medusa. But it's early.
Dude, Coulson's just 2v1ing these guys.
That's the power of Naga Siren.
Yeah. I mean, Bristleback, this game, like, I don't think really solves the Medusa problem at all. He does a lot of physical damage, but most of his physical damage is a result of the minus armor, right? Which he doesn't really get affected by, and that's just going to be an easy first blood here in the top lane, all set up here from Poloson. And of course, Fly on the Medusa. Going to be very happy to have that.
Oh, look at Poloson's micro. He's going to stack with one illusion, harass with the others while securing the Lotus. That is some
Naga
support gameplay right there.
It's disgusting. I hate it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
God, I'm so glad Mana Drain does not just one-shot illusions anymore. As for these other lanes, like mid lane, again, Shadow Fiend versus Puck, kind of just a draw. They're both going to farm. Shadow Fiend doesn't really have kill threat on a Puck.
Yeah, this is where things are tricky. I didn't expect him to get a kill in the laning stage. I expect this to be a pretty slow laning stage.
Oh, nice use of Puckish there.
It's on too light to change the pace, right? But as I may watch Medusa get another kill here, okay, maybe he's fast enough. It's on them to change the pace of the game and not just let Medusa farm. But how? You know, it's Lion needing to get to a Blink Dagger, and that is going to be quite slow.
Ooh, that was close from Emo, but did manage to get the Water Rune there, so able to reset. He's TPing back to his tower to secure the bottom Water Rune, and Ethereal is going to be very upset about this because he does not have the regen, and now Puck can very much bully him out with this. All right, so far all the lanes looking pretty good for the side of Cold Brothers.
I am kind of curious how well Yakult Brothers wants this bottom lane to go. I would say it's working.
Yeah.
Yes, Bristleback is technically near the top, but when you combine the Enigma and the Monkey King, they're getting more out of this lane.
Dude, he has 16 last hits on Enigma. That is insane. He's just
it's a
jungling. He's just taking the jungle right next to the lane.
Yeah, but I wonder if
Instant
it's
Dispel
like
on
they
Jingu.
expected more, or if this is good enough. Because it's not every day we see an offlane Monkey King with a position for Enigma. And it's also not every day we see a Medusa, Naga, just zoning Doom and Lion.
Yeah, honestly, that Lion's dead. I mean, he's doing a decent job at trying to keep the Medusa's mana down, right? Which is that's his job. But you are playing into a Naga Siren who is much stronger than you, and they'll use the reel in. Doesn't have the mana for Deluge right now, so should be okay. Nice rotation in from the Oracle to secure this, and actually might get a counter kill as this Medusa ticking down. One more auto attack does it. Nicely done. That's a huge punish. Mid lane though.
Good up there.
Bobica has his eyes on the prize. Coil's going to come out. Raze is doing a lot of work, but 6 Eidolons make more than enough damage to find that kill.
The old Eidolon wrap around at 6 minutes. Nobody sees it coming. And I like where Bavoke is moving too. After, if Shadow Fiend's having a rough time, there's 2 places he's going to want to farm. Either the triangle or this area right here. So Enigma just farming in here while another kill happens top. Oh no, this Medusa is going to be out of control.
The thing is, like, you had to bring Oracle top to salvage that and keep your Doom alive, which means you're leaving Bristleback 1v1 into the Monkey King, who's now just free farming. And Oracle will eventually make his way back bottom, but he's about to walk into this Enigma, who can just prevent him from walking to the lane now.
They're just bullying Doom under his own tower.
Yeah. They're really smart stuff in all three of these lanes right now. And again, it's like this net worth 2K, it looks pretty strong right now. And when you look at last hits, it's not like one hero's towering over the rest, but it is, again, that Enigma who is going to potentially catch like a mid lane hero here at some point.
He just bullied the Oracle out of here. The
Yeah.
thing is, you don't need a 2K lead for the draft you have on your Cult Brothers, right? Like, as long as you make it to the late game, your draft is good. So the fact that you're in the lead already is why
Does he get that D-ward?
this is so good for them.
Oh, nice hex out from Lion. Respawns the Eidolons. Oh, he's got a Ripper's Lash though. Yeah, that hurts a lot. That's gonna be double kill now for the Enigma. Coil connects onto Ethereal. Zeal's gonna try and come through. Does manage to dodge a little bit of the damage. Does he have the finish? He is gonna survive. Oh no. Zeal, I mean, the fact that he dodges just any damage at all there makes such a difference.
I love watching Baboka play. Not just him, but his team.
Yeah.
You need...
Radiant's middle
It
tower
requires the team to allow these kind of creative drafts where you think it's going to be the Monkey King support that no one plays, and then it's actually the Enigma 4 that no one plays, with your offlane to be like, yeah, I'll play Monkey King, let's do it. But you need the creative players from all sides, and Baboka, he's always an instigator for this. He always wants to like bring something new.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They are trying so desperately to get to the puck here. The third raise, it would have connected if not for the deluge there of the Nagas Iron. That might have been enough to just keep Puck alive, and he's out.
Okay, Doom did manage to finally get mana burn, so that does a
Yep.
little bit of a check on Medusa, but here is the Puck to punish you for thinking you could do that.
Coil up now, thanks to that Arcane Rune. Has so much mana and spells left in the tank. Emo is owning. Dude, don't tell me he has Helm of the Dominator already on Baboka. Does he actually?
I won't tell you he has it yet because it's on the way, but
My God,
he's about to have it.
Dude, that's toxic. 9-minute Helm Dom on the position for support. They're going to find the Lion here on the bottom lane. This will be one more auto attack to give it up as they now chase for the Oracle. Baboka has Black Hole as well. Doesn't really need it. Just going to
do it as
body
a
block
power
up
statement.
here.
Do it, do it.
The fact that he steals the kill. No way, man. Come on. And they get the D ward. All right, they're in their brain. They're in their head. They know exactly what's going on.
He's so rich.
Puck's Coil about to be back up thanks to the
under attack.
usage of it previously under the Arcane Rune.
Radiant's bottom
Oh man, they're just gonna walk mid and Black Hole this guy, aren't they?
Okay, that's what I want to say, but how many times do you think he actually black holes? And how often does he just walk up and then they leave? I bet
Yeah,
he won't
true.
black hole more than twice this game.
Hey, he's got Helm of the Dominator. He wants to farm, dude.
I'm actually not even sure if it'll pass one. I feel like it'll just be the threat of the black hole this whole game.
tower is under
Our observers correctly pointing out something I said earlier, which is he's coming after the mid laner in net worth, and he has officially passed the Shadow Fiend. Oh, I think Puck DC'd. Yep, okay. I was like, he is standing still, taking a creep wave next to a Shadow Fiend. Okay, yeah, Emo DC'd there. Unlucky.
Ethereal debating. He's like, is this some next level play? Am I supposed to just kill him here? What's the right thing to do here?
If this was Deadlock, I'm definitely killing that guy. No mercy.
No
I have absolutely none. I take what I can get.
It's the way of the game. How does Gabe's servers want you to do?
It's a good
Forced
point.
50,
I don't
as
know.
they say.
Yeah, they call those the state-mandated losses. Yep. Sometimes they just come in. They're like, "Yep, sorry, buddy. This one's on us." Now, seriously though, 6,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. how much worse could this honestly get, right? Like,
It'd be like
They are-
8,000.
I mean, could it? Is that even possible? Can you build an 8,000 lead in 10 minutes?
If you got a couple more kills, yeah. Maybe if you found a stack they made, and while they were stacking, you black holed them and killed them and stole their stack.
Okay, okay. I'm with you. I'm
That
with
could have
you.
probably gotten you 1,000.
That'd be hype.
And then if you took another tower already, that could be another 1,000. I think they're going to take this mid tower pretty soon here. The supports are quite underleveled for the side of 2 light. You got the Lion at 4 and Oracle at 5.5.
I mean, with this
Run from
Enigma,
Eidolons.
yeah, I was like, with the Enigma and the Helm Dom, like, he can pretty much threaten anywhere he wants. They're going to come bottom with this Invis rune. Maybe look for a Requiem play onto Zeal. This would be a nice kill if he can finish the job. Ooh. Does he actually know?
He
No.
knew.
Where's the sentry? Oh, there's one farther down in the lane. Oh my goodness. He just guessed and was like, he's probably over here somewhere trying to make this
Still
play.
going.
Now, Ethereal.
Gauntlets deny?
Dude,
They're
he's stuck.
trapping him.
He's stuck?
He's taunting him. Oh my goodness. Oh, he lost vision.
Yeah, he did lose vision. Yeah, he did lose vision. I think he was hoping the Invis rune would run out, but oh my goodness. That is brutal.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Alpha Wolf. That's a good aura to have right now. That'll do work to this game.
Okay, if you think about it, because Lion is still level 4, the Eidolons are higher level. Or
Top
at least
lane,
at the same
Doom.
level.
It's not going to be enough to kill this Monkey King, and you need to get this Doom out of here. You're not quite level 6 yet on the Oracle. Now, he is burning down Polos and Bobica coming through now here on this Enigma, trying to just find the kill here with the help of his summons. And with the Puck to finish the job, it should be enough. 2 more heroes dead. 8,000 gold piled up here at 12 minutes.
Now, that's a lot of gold. There are games I don't even finish with 8,000 gold. I think that might actually be the case for some of the heroes on 2 light this game as well.
Some or all? Because at this rate, it might be all.
I think at least 1 or 2 of the cores will hit 8k.
All right, Manta now done on the Medusa. That farm speed's about to go real fast.
Yeah, she'll
Dude,
probably
this
finish up a butterfly, and then they'll just sit behind her and let her finish the game.
I actually don't know how you handle the map state right now because of Bobica. The fact that he just has this Eidolon army and an Alpha Wolf and the Ripper's Lash, like, anyone who comes near them is just probably dead. Okay, he got rid of the
They
Alpha
are
Wolf.
dead. Yeah. If you had taken some tier 1s before the laning stage broken down, you could do a little bit more creep cutting, but the fact that they're all up makes it really difficult.
Well, the Lion, I think, is trying to lane cut up there. No, he's TPing out. All right, never mind. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. This will be picked up by the Monkey King, who is level 11 already. That is terrifying. The fact that he was able to just sit bottom for so long against that Bristleback and get so much solo XP, he's having a great time.
They're scamming.
Smoked up. Yeah. Who do they find is the question. Oracle, bound the strike on the mark. They should be able to find this. Does manage to get the dispel for the moment, but the chase continues. Zeal does go right onto the Shadow Fiend. Needs to be a little bit afraid, but maybe with the help of the Puck, they'll drop the Wukong's command and they'll just settle for the 1 kill.
and then straight back to farming. They are not in a rush. They realize how strong they are. They're not pushing it too hard. There's actually a mistake a lot of, you'll see a lot in pubs. You won't really see it here, as Yakult is not making this mistake, but just because you can destroy the enemies no matter where they are, for example, you have a 12 lead at 15 minutes, your Medusa's actually only got 8,000 gold. So if you actually try to go high ground, the tower is still really strong compared to you. So this is why there tends to be a little bit of a slowdown period, even if you are crushing them, like in this game, because you can't actually, you're not more farmed than the static power of the base. And that's the mistake that happens in a lot of pub games. You just feel like so powerful, you rush buildings, and then the buildings still chunk you down.
You know what? We need to be more like that lesser MOBA game where you can just buildings don't do anything. You know, maybe is that the way we fix this? 15-minute games that are like 1 to 5.
Middle tower is under
I think we need more Helm of the Dominators.
Okay, that would be
more Mambo.
Bottom lane, Lion getting chased down here, drops that finger, does not have the damage as they'll go ahead and pull in the bristle back. He has a BKB, they will force it here most likely. Yeah, that's all they're aiming for. Bobica, solo kill top lane. I don't think he even blackholed. Yeah, he didn't.
No,
he just
didn't.
has drums. That's a
Correct me
lot
if
of
I'm wrong.
damage.
He hasn't blackholed still, right?
Yeah, he has not. He just has drums. And Ripper's Lash. And he's now past everybody on the other team in net worth. Top 4 spots now belong to the side of Yakult Brothers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
First item BKB on Bristle's pretty rough. And you feel you gotta go BKB right away. And they have Black Hole
I think...
and Stone Gaze.
Oh, God. That's an amplified damage puck. That is a lot. I think typically when you're playing Bristle, if you have to go a defensive item first, it's Lotus Orb. But yeah, BKB is a whole nother level of pain.
Whole nother level of, I'm not having a good time. Guys, there's an Enigma 4 in my jungle.
Level 12,
And he's
mind
gonna
you.
solo kill my Oracle.
No, he got the Dispel. He's okay. He's okay.
I lost
If you
half his
don't
health.
dispel the Malefice, you die for sure. He has the Aghanim Shard as well, which I didn't even realize, but he already has the Aghanim Shard.
He might kill Bristleback instead. Black Hole him.
Ripper's Lash? Dude, he's gonna do it. He's actually gonna do it. I think he gets out with a BKB. It's gonna be close. All right, he does escape this.
You could keep sending him to Hadouken. No, okay.
Shadow Fiend was trying to cut the wave and died, it looks like. That's unfortunate.
I mean, we had to keep our eyes on the true carry Enigma. 6-0 and
We
3.
saw the black hole. We needed that. Zeal will find the bristle. Gets his Jingu. He does not mind.
I'm just saying, the Enigma did more damage than Zeal did.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
is under
definitely.
Who's the real carry here?
Dude, Ripper's Lash on Enigma is disgusting.
If he found it, oh, he found it. He got the Dark Troll Summoner.
Did he
He's cooking.
actually? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he's cooking here.
All right, your towers are gone soon. Bottom lane solo kill from Puck does take out the Lion. I mean, the supports in this game are just food for Emo whenever he wants. If he finds them, he's got more than enough damage. Maybe more than just the supports are food for the Puck. They will get bailed out here thanks to the Oracle, but Doom with a turnaround. BKB out for the Monkey King. They're hoping they have the damage there to find the kill. He will survive, but Emo says not for long.
Radiant's top
He is going to chase. He is looking for the kill.
Ooh.
Does not find a good TP out there. But Bobica did take your top tier 2 tower by himself. He's second on net worth. What is happening?
Did you know there's a Medusa in this game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is illegal. I'm gonna
Radiant's bottom tower
go do this in my pubs. I'm just gonna
It's
do
not-
what
I'm gonna
Bobica did
give
here.
you a secret right now. It's not going to work nearly as well.
No, it won't. I know.
No, this is really for the people who are thinking about doing this your pubs because like, oh, this is awesome. this is really enabled by the captain's mode draft, right? That they pick the Monkey King early. You think it's the Monkey King support. They pick the Enigma. So you pick this melee hero. If it had been a different hero than Bristleback, you just run Enigma offlane and Monkey King 4. It's only
100%.
when they see, like, this is it, you know, that we run this.
Guys, takes me back to my roots. I used to play Enigma jungle all the time. Felt
I thought
so
you meant
good.
Sitting in your base because it's like 20k against you.
Oh my god. That's also a class. That's a Dota pastime for sure. Something everyone can relate to.
If you don't experience this several times, like, you're not even playing Dota. It happens. It's unfortunate. You know, it's real rough to play, but sometimes the draft and the play goes that way, right? Like, Yakult is a really good team. And they,
A lot of
they got
experience
a very
on these guys,
favorable
yeah.
draft. Yeah, so it's really rough. But for anyone trying to improve, you actually need these types of experiences. Like, hold that thought. Trying to close out the game here.
All right. Immediate dispel to bail out Ethereal. Do not want to lose the Shadow Fiend on his own high ground. BKB done on the Monkey King. That's kind of nice. Where are we on Medusa? 'Cause she's just casually farming, having a good time. Yeah, who? She's going to go the Ags build. Okay. I was wondering what the decisions would be. Did go the Mjolnir into Ags. So farming for very much to be that in late game insurance policy, if they even need it. TP out. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close. They do. Zeal takes down the Doom one more time.
As things settle down, I think I got time to finish what I was saying earlier. You actually need to go through these experiences where you get smashed. It's actually the greatest point of growth for anyone who does anything competitive, Dota or anything else out there. It's only once you think you're good and then you go put yourself out there and you get absolutely destroyed, that's when you actually start improving. So that's why the qualifier, sometimes you get stuff like this where it's kind of rough, but it's actually really good for the teams that, as long as you can keep the mental fortitude to learn from it, it's actually a good learning experience. I bet Enigma is doing the most damage here. I wish we could see how much damage.
1,000% he's doing the most damage. The second those trolls made it into the Roche pit, that health bar just plummeted. All right, here comes the smoke. The BKBs come out right away. They're looking for an opening, but Zeal able to keep himself alive. The Doom's going to come out for now. He took out the Oracle, Song of the Siren. Uh-oh.
The second black hole!
Uh-oh. Oh my god, bro. That's not okay. That's not okay.
That's why the combo's so good.
Oh, no. Mentally broken after that one. 4-hero black hole into this brand new Medusa like Mjolnir Ags. That's pain. Well done, you Cole brothers.
At the last second.
Medusa has contributed finally, right?
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh my god. Yeah, that is brutal. That is very, very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say than that was a really clever draft from Yakult Brothers.
Yeah.
And it was already slighted in their favor, right? They're the more experienced team. It's nothing against Light. That's just, how Dota goes. When you have a lot of experience, it's hard to beat you. But it is a good experience for them, and they are not out yet. They're down to the lower bracket. So hopefully they can apply what they learn, maybe add some creativity to their own drafts as well. It's something you do need versus Yakult Brothers, because they will clearly pull out some wacky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that I think a lot of people would expect to go the furthest in these like qualifiers. I think a lot of people you just recognize a lot of the names. Now, there are some teams here that are pretty strong that I am very excited to see how they do, like Roar Gaming, which is actually on the other channel right now. They actually dropped in game 1 to like one of the other really good open qualifier stacks. So I think there is some potential on a lot of these teams, even though like some of them are brand new, just kind of thrown together for the quals. But Yakult Brothers, I think a lot of people expecting to see make a pretty deep run, if not the favorites. So no surprise they get themselves a 2-0 here pretty quickly. For now, though, we will be going to quite a bit of a break because since this was such a fast series, our next game starts in about 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, Zach, any idea what you're going to do during your break?
I'm going to take a nap.
Take a little nappy nap? All right, might not be a bad idea. All right. Well, we'll be back, everyone, in quite a bit with more action here on the Dream League Season 27 Chinese Qualifiers. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the barn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and love nae other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me.
Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, 5 seconds numbering. Tick tock, and stop. Short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped. Short, never to go again when the old man died. As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Eyes that buy that builds the boat, and eyes that buy that sails her, eyes that buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella bella sole tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella bella sole tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. August for Marish and Krushki in the Spirk Shelon.
Insieme
Tune his heart to mine. but now I see those graves that fall my heart to fear and graze my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-trunk tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Eyes that buy that builds a boat, and eyes that buy that sails her, eyes that buy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the boy that builds a boat, and eyes the boy that sails her, eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. low. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non so che tiene buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non so che tiene buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia va di te un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those in Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushkin it's bich shelan.
Streets with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Till
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Pouring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle light me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 27. We had a little bit of a break here, but we are back with our second game in these Chinese qualifiers. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotic. Zach, hope you're feeling good, man. We, we had, what, 2.5 hours before, between our last series, so how you doing, man?
I'm feeling something. I'm
Yeah.
ready. I'm getting. I know for the region, totally normal time. For us, it's pretty late, so I'm getting those late night Dota vibes. You know, where things are wacky and crazy, and you don't know what's going on. That's not really the case because these guys are playing at a perfectly reasonable time. But that's the feel I've got, which is pretty nostalgic. It's a classic Dota experience. One more game before bed. We need just one win, guys.
You're like playing and you're like, is that a Venomancer or a Viper? Because I can't quite tell. And then it's neither. And you die to a Night Stalker or
Pudge,
something.
you know it's Pudge.
Yeah. You're like,
Pudge
wait a
Techies
minute.
combo, late night Dota classic.
My favorite. Yeah, this should be a good series. There's some pretty well-known people on one of these teams. The other one, kind of a stack of players that kind of just came together for the qualifiers, manages to make it through in the second open qualifiers, whereas this other team, one of the first teams to make it through in the first open qualifiers. So Hongxi is stacked with Lo, Han, Beyond, TK, and Undyne. So for those of you who have been following kind of the Chinese region at all over the last couple of years, a lot of those names are going to come ring a bell. So I am a little bit curious to see how they do here today.
Yeah, maybe like Han and TK are a little less known, but I think they did play in some of like the DPC teams. They've got their experience. Yeah. You definitely recognize like Lo, Beyond. He was actually on Yakult Brothers. That was just a switch up recently. Undyne. Yeah, they got some powerhouses there. So that'll definitely be the challenge for the. Like you said, stacks usually come together for these qualifiers. It's fun. You also want to test yourself. Like maybe we can do it. And at some point you can, but it is a journey to get there versus these players who have the even international experience, right? It's a huge buff to a team when you get that experience. So it's a very tough battle. Let's see what Thriving can do, because sometimes we do see these upsets.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
In terms of the bans that we're going to see, nothing too surprising yet. It is, to me, I think the biggest thing for me is whether or not, like, Thriving is going to have, like, the kind of like the similar ideas as to what's been powerful this patch. Like, the last series we saw, like, a Naga Siren slip through, which is just not something that teams are really willing to let in, but they were like, okay, well, we'll give it to you, Cold Brothers, to see how we do. Didn't really work out super well, but some of the open qualifier teams, like if you come from playing pubs, like heroes that aren't like super good in pubs, can sometimes be super dominant in captain's mode. I think you were talking a little bit about that.
Yeah, you get the benefit of being an experienced team who has played more of those drafts, and it's worth practicing those coordinated drafts because you're a professional team. Whereas as you're making your way up those pub stacks, do you really need to learn how to coordinate, a Chen lineup with people you may not play with in the future, the Naga? So sometimes we don't see those picks for the open qualifier stacks. But actually, I'll say the pro side of that is that the pros, there's a lot of information out there from their historic gameplay. For open qualifier stacks, you don't know if some guy is like a broodmother spammer if he's been hiding stats, especially now with the API change. So maybe we'll get some, crazy counter pick. For now, we get the Queen of Pain, which is pretty normal, but the Invoker response is not something we see a ton. It really depends on if a team likes Invoker or not, like how much they prioritize it. So I won't say it's unheard of, but I do think you need to build a draft around it. You need to set him up for easy sunstrikes around the map to get him going, since the early game is the slow part.
I do agree. I will say there has been some talk about an Invoker that doesn't go Exort. I personally think that the Quaswex Invoker is kind of like severely underexplored in the pro scene. I think everyone is so used to running Exort Invoker that it's like it's good, but the problem that I think prevents these other Invoker specs from getting kind of like top tier is the fact that like the Agnum's upgrade on like the Wex one is unbelievably terrible. And the Agnum's upgrade on like the Scholar of Corex is like kind of mediocre. So it just feels like kind of an odd situation to be in where like a core item that you'd love to build on this hero just is bad. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
In theory, I think the Ice Flow is kind of cool, but it's got a strange nerf to it, which is when you cast Ice Wall, it casts the entire thing instantly. When you cast Ice Flow with the Aghanims, it's upgraded, but it only does a tiny chunk, and then it expands. So it's actually much harder to land unless they're directly in front of you. I feel like if they change that, it would become a lot better. It may still need some other buffs, but I don't understand why that interaction is there.
That's a good point. I also don't know either. Like maybe it would be too good.
Maybe it's because they wanted it to like Ice Flow. It's got to like move, but maybe it should just do the original size and then expand even more. I feel like you could use that.
That's true. That'd be kind of cool. The Mines of Toranaris, the Aghanim Scepter upgrade for this one, I think everyone kind of agrees is one of the most underwhelming ones out there, where it creates these like tiny little twisters. It can do some damage for sure in teamfight if you have multiple ways of locking heroes down inside of it, but it's a little underwhelming.
Two crazy buff ideas for that one. Okay, late night Dota, throw out the wacky stuff. Either A, it does like very similar stuff, but when people are lifted by tornado, your team can target them. So it becomes actual crowd control versus just lifting people up, but they're also invulnerable. I think
like
it becomes
toss
way
then.
more powerful at that point. Or
they'd be like instances of tiny toss.
Yeah. Or the more people you pick up, they hit each other in the tornado, and there's like exponential damage.
I think maybe the fix would be to just make it so that the twister damage is added for the duration of tornado. Does that make sense?
Boring.
So it's like if you're lifted in tornado for, I don't know, 4 seconds, like you should take 4 seconds of twister damage. Maybe that's too much. That's like 400 damage actually. Maybe that's too good. So I don't know.
That's fine. It's an Aghanims.
Yeah, it is.
Exort Cataclysm is like 1,000+ pure damage.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like there's got to be something there. I love Invoker. Everyone loves Invoker. This is like the staple hero of Dota. This dude's awesome. I'd love to see some cool gameplay with him. Meanwhile, while we've been talking about Invoker the whole time, we've had 6 other heroes get picked. Undying, Disruptor, Beastmaster, Snapfire, and then Batrider Abaddon.
in terms of those Exort setups, it won't be easy in the laning stage to do, but later on you got some easy we ult you Cataclysm setups.
Yeah.
But this Abaddon pick is actually really sick. Very good versus Batrider, good versus the Beastmaster Roar. Can't easily be killed by Cataclysm. You have to be at like, I think there's a window if you're at the perfect threshold to be killed by it, like just one Sunstrike, but that's super hard. And then it's not, usually you want to like blink Static Storm, kill someone, but for Abaddon, it's not so easy. So I really like that pick. I assume it's core, and you could actually run it with Undying, but you could also still do like offlane Undying and pick a new 5/4 if they want. But the shield is actually so good, maybe you do just run support Abaddon.
I think you can, honestly, but it's probably better at this point just to run it as the carry, just because it's going to be a lot more reliable. And even if you do get lassoed and you have your ult, or you get like roared and you have your ult, like it at least allows you to blink to safety as well once you have blink dagger. So I think it just gives you your carry a lot more like guaranteed survivability without having to like rely on the Abaddon having like a blink dagger to save you or something, you know. I'm trying to think like what you pick like as your last pick here, because to me this seems like off lane Undying with a Snapfire, but maybe you are just gonna run Undying Abaddon safe lane. Doesn't scream like an
well
amazing.
Versus the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
Batrider's
you're right.
awkward because he can stack easily, but he wants it for himself, not for the Beastmaster. So actually, if you do punish the Beastmaster pretty hard, it could pay off. I think no matter what hero they pick, they should lean into the tempo. Abaddon carry. The scaling is kind of there, but I think you really want to have a good start in the lane and then play fast. Same with, Undying wants to do that. Queen of Pain wants to do that.
It's a good Lycan game.
Role they go for, I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, just like run down the Disruptor, the supports.
Yeah, it's like just Disruptor can't really do much to a Lycan in terms of pack leader. You just run the summons at him. But we've seen before where, Lycans don't typically build a BKB very early, and if the Disruptor finds you first, he just puts you in a cage and you're just stuck in the cage. So they're going to ban out the Templar
You could use
Assassin.
a little more initiation. You've got Cookie. That's
True.
it. No. Lean into just running at them. Straight run at them. I don't mind the cons. Oh my goodness.
Dang. I was just going to say, I was like, they don't have to think about this too hard. I was like, you just pick a direct lane counter to this Bristleback, and I think you're chilling. And
oh, they're chilling.
Yeah, it is a pretty good anti-mage game.
Good news. Your one stun can't be reflected with the mirror. So you got that going for you. That's about
Yeah, Bristleback's going to get absolutely cooked in this lane. The thing is like he can play around the Bristleback passive and try and get quills out that way, but it's not reliable, and you are playing this into like one of the few supports heroes that can actually like punish Bristleback like easily.
Yeah, maybe well, Undying is usually a lane bully, but at the same time, you can commit on Undying just to burn his mana, and they can never really kill you because there's no stuns. So at some point, you just blink away. I think you buy some early regen on the anti-mage, focus on burning mana to start, and then your lane is just smooth sailing from there. Maybe you get the Helm of the Dominator build, but
yeah. I was gonna say what that is Helm of the Dominator. You build Helm of the Dominator in losing lanes though. Because this is like a winning lane, or realistically should be a winning lane, I'm pretty sure you just like don't commit to it right away. And if you're having a great time, you just go and buy your Cornucopia. right? Like if you're having a really good game and you have like treads, wand, and whatnot, and you're free farming your lane, like screw the Helm of the Dominator, go get your Cornucopia and just start farming with that. But if your lane is like kind of a wash and not going super great, you definitely can just go into Helm of the Dominator, and then you have the ability to protect your tower with the Helm Dom creep, and you have farm speed and like HP regen and armor to play around. So it's one of something I mentioned in our last series or earlier today was that like certain heroes became viable in the meta because of the Helm of the Dominator like getting figured out, and Anti-Mage was one of those heroes. The other one's like Faceless Void, but we see that one even less.
They go for an aggressive smoke, realizing how bad this matchup is, so maybe trying to come down here and see what damage they can do to make it easier. But yeah, Anti-Mage just doesn't level a skill point, stands aggressively, and knows, you know, as long as I blink out, I'm okay. What are they going to do?
And they even get the D-Ward in mid. So you're not going to have to, like, commit too much resources in this bottom lane. Like, Snapfire Bristleback can be a lot of physical damage with the, like, little Shredder and the Nasal Goo, but you're not going to get those level 1, typically, so those are going to be, like, your level, like, 2 pickups, potentially. And then killing Anti-Mage with that is very unlikely. So this is something, like, they'll have to, like, catch Disruptor, like, out of position or something. Wait, dude! He went to the Carlock! Okay. No Exord Invoker. So this is going to be Quas Wex Invoker. I think you start level 1 Exord and then you go into Quas Wex, but we'll see. Maybe he still goes Quas Exort or something, but...
Speaking of wacky late night Dota, you know, it'd be really funny.
What?
I already think they'll struggle to deal with Anti-Mage cutting creep waves. If on this Invoker you build the Aghanim Shard and just like, invis cut creep waves, I don't know how you deal with 2 of these. You just don't have the jump.
Dude, maybe that's actually why he went this, is just so that late game he has that Aghanim Shard. And it's not even something that like he has to build for his team. Like just on his own, it's pretty good. Bottom lane, that is potentially First Blood. Sunstrike. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, that is gonna help the Invoker out quite a bit. Well played there from the Disruptor.
I wonder if any level of it is also that it justifies more points in Quas, which deals with the harass from the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, there's been some kind of corny builds with the Quas, the Carlock, you know, facet, where people go like Radiance and Spirit Vessel and stuff, and they just run around Invis with Radiance and Vessel and Cold Snap you, and you just die. Which I think is hilarious.
I don't think you got to go that far, but it would be funny.
Yeah, I've seen it. You just go like the old, like I think there is still a build where you can go like Orchid and stuff, but we'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, he is getting bullied though. This early lane for Invoker is not easy. First Queen of Pain. So as much as we're hyping wacky builds, he is struggling a little bit. That's why that Sunstrike kill is so important.
He's doing well though. Like he's just like he is struggling health wise, but he is doing a pretty good job and actually just gets a massive amount of damage out of there with that Cold Snap.
Baiting with the 7 wand charges. If Queen of Pain does dive in. Taking a quick look at the other lanes, the Abaddon is doing well. Like we figured part of the reason why they're picking it here. Should have a good game overall, but the lane is also pretty good with the Undying against the Beastmaster. You just gotta be careful not getting flame braked out. Ooh, Snapfire killed in the bottom.
It's a lot of Quill stacks. Does have 14 wand charges though. So Anti-Mage is gonna be just fine. With this, they could put, if the Quill stacks fall off, they could look to go aggressive on the Bristleback here.
There's enough mana for Sunstrike if he uses the wand, if they want to do that.
Top lane. Tombstone gets finished off, and they will get the kill onto the Batrider. Beastmaster. Woo. Woo. Almost dies to that decay, but will survive. Oh, bottom lane, here we are. The Mana Thirst. Slowing him down so heavily, and now Simon, it's like if he gets out of mana, this might be another kill, but nah, we'll just back away, burn off any hopes of him being able to fight in this lane.
Yeah, he's got his Helmet of the Iron Will now on the Anti-Mage, so, I mean, he's just good to go.
Yeah, he's committing for it.
I will say Bristleback did better in terms of last hits than I thought he would. But I think you do have to be careful until you get this Helm of the Iron Will. Sticking around too long in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a nice jump there from the Queen of Pain. And top lane.
Over the place.
Speaking of sticking around a little bit too long. This top lane, they're very low on HP. I mean, that's a super sick kill.
I think they saw the Undying too. They're looking around. The Hawk? Ooh, it wanted him.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They should have Sunstrike.
Oh, they got him. Very good stuff. I mean, these kills, they matter for the Invoker. I mean, he's struggling a lot now in the mid lane in terms of the XP and gold, just so many denies. I guess not really in gold, just in XP. He's actually dead even here with this Queen of Pain, which, ooh, off the mark there with the Flame Break, but out of mana. They don't happen to have detection, I think. Oh, he does. Sentry comes down. Gonna try and finish the kill here. Sunstrike not gonna connect as he turns it around and gets burned down. A glimpse will send this Bristleback all the way back to base, which hurts immensely. He didn't glimpse him to the bottom lane, he glimpsed him to the fountain.
I mean, Anti-Mage has so much free space. Has his Helm of the Dominator too now, so you're just gonna shove out the lane and go jungle. His farming speed is going to just ramp up here. And I'm not sure you're going to catch him. This is the thing with Abaddon. You need to win your lane and get to a fast Radiance timing. And if you can't do that, you're very sad.
Oh, no. He takes your Wisdom Shrine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean,
they can't do anything about this.
He's so free to do this. Even if he doesn't get it, like, he can take this risk.
No, there's absolutely no way that they can prevent him from doing this. So they're going to double Wisdom Shrine here. I mean, the thing is one of the supports doesn't get the XP here, but they are doing so well in the lanes, I don't think they're too worried. And Bristleback, ooh, actually off the mark there with that kinetic field, but it shouldn't matter. Anti-Mage can very easily run him down, get the kill at the Mana Void, and Han gets a Sunstrike kill? Or is it just a regular kill mid lane? And, well, they're now going to look for the Queen of Pain. Dude, she has Blink in 2 seconds. Is she going to actually make it? Mini stun. Won't be enough. Undying actually came back to the mid lane as he respawned and, well, dies again. And Abaddon solo dies top. Doesn't have level 6, dies to the Roar instead. Oh, no.
You thought things were hard. I mean, Helm of the Dominator is finished top now. And so is the Invokers. So you're about to face a lot more creep pressure. And you don't really have the best heroes at dealing with it. I think we're going to see things really ramp up here. It's already a 3k lead for the Radiant. Maybe Abaddon should go Helm of the Dominator.
I feel like if you go Helm of the Dominator,
make sense as much. But
yeah,
it's so sad to see so many Abaddons have a rough time and then have to make your way to the Radiant. I wonder if there's a different build you can do, like middle ground. The thing is, Radiance isn't even that great versus Anti-Mage because you have Counterspell, so you're already resistant to a lot of the Radiance burn. Alright, Invoker, do it for us. Queue up this shard. Get a Radiance yourself.
Well, top lane, Centaur Stomp forces out the ult, and with this, no more borrowed time.
Yeah, they still have
He's
Roar
got,
available too.
Yeah, I was like, he
Face,
just
you're
got
dead.
Roar back up. He's coming for you.
I think they want to farm this Tombstone.
That was a
Not
hard
overcommitting,
commitment.
though.
Disruptor's ult is up as well. Oh, awkward.
Dire's bottom
They know Queen of Pain's missing, so they are playing it safe. I think that's a good call. Queen of Pain is the one that was doing the best, though with all the recent fights that have happened, now even her net worth isn't that great.
Yeah, I mean, Anti-Mage just solo took bottom tower, and Invoker has almost taken mid tower thanks to just the Eidolon spam and his Helm of the Dominator. So they are doing a really good job at pressuring here.
Come on, Han, do it for us. Get the shot.
I wonder if he's also going to go the drums now that he has Helm of the Dominator. It's like Helm of the Dominator, drums, and then, you know, what do you build after that? Top lane, Beyond does manage to get that kill with the Roar. Tries to TP out under 2 and does. No way to stop him. Queen of Pain does find
Disruptor.
a return, but you're going to lose your mid tower now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're just getting dragged all over the map, dude.
Yeah, I mean, what do you... they're literally under your tower and you can't stop them because you get that one cookie. So that was kind of the worry as we got towards the end of the draft to not pick another initiator. The Bristleback works if you're winning and you just can run at them, which I got sidetracked, so I forgot to say it. I do think that's not a bad idea for these open qualifier type teams because the more experience a team has, it usually benefits them the longer the game goes because they're going to make the right calls in difficult situations that you're just, you know, you haven't had as much experience in. So if you play for like win lanes, win game, I think that's not a bad plan as the underdog team. But it does lead to situations like this where you didn't win lane and now you got no further plan.
Dang, that is brutal. What a rotation there. Great smoke into the mid lane to find the Queen of Pain. Just after stealing a triple stacked Ancient. They're going to go for the Anti-Mage here. He blink dodges the one stun that they have, and we'll see if they can miraculously find this kill. But no, it's a 3-hero rotation just to stop the Anti-Mage from farming the deepest corners of your own map.
Yeah, maybe if Low accidentally unbound Blink while farming.
Just double, like, or if he's like, I don't know. I was like, maybe if you double tapped Blink, but if you double tap Blink, you blink towards your fountain still. So I don't know.
It's true. All right, Invoker
Mini-map
didn't
click,
want to.
dude.
He didn't want to meme, so he got drums, like he called out. It is really good with the Forge Spirits and your extra creep. And after stealing the enemy ancient stacks, he's farming his own teams. This is not something you usually see, like Invoker taking the triangle stacks.
All right, Blink, or not Blink Lasso, just the Lasso. Wait, does he have Blink? Hold up. Does the Baron have Blink?
Yeah, he's got Blink.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good.
He rich.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I think at this rate, Anti-Mage is going to chip tier 3s before 20 minutes. It might even be before 15 minutes. Like, this is actually really good aggressive play from the Anti-Mage, and why many pub Anti-Mages don't tend to work out. It's because whenever you're given space, you need to push it as hard as you can. And in a game where they have no stuns, you should be constantly on their half of the map. And you only leave when they bring, like we saw, it was like 3+ heroes. And then you're like, okay, I guess I'll go farm camps in front of my tower. But the moment you leave, I'm going to immediately go straight back to your half of the map. So the tier 2 is down to half health at 13.5 minutes. They're set up to steal a second Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant are scanning.
It's an 8k gold lead. Where's that Radiance timing? It's at 2,700 gold towards it.
I mean, your anti-mage is about to have a 14-minute Battle Fury, and he went Treads Helm of the Dominator first. Like, that's really not ideal. Now, they could go for a lasso play here to trap someone up onto the high ground. Kind of surprised they didn't just do that, but they get the Wisdom Shrine and they will just back away.
Is there really no room for Helm of the Dominator on Abaddon? I know Helm of the Iron Will is not really the type of stat you want on this hero, but with Curse of Avernus, wouldn't your creep kind of slap?
Yeah, maybe.
And it would really solve his early farming issues. I mean, we see heroes like Anti-Mage get Helm of the Dominator, and then he's still going back for the Battle Fury. So it's like you could do the same thing on Abaddon. I don't know. It's just, we see these carry Abaddons come out a lot, and this is a very common issue where you fall behind and then you just don't have a game plan for, I want to say 15 minutes besides AFK farm.
Uh-oh. Roshan getting ganked.
Steal it, Rosh,
totally who they were trying to gank
I'm
there.
getting out of here. It's crazy.
Anti-Mage gets himself a solo kill onto the side as they run down one more. It's going to be 4 for 0. They GG out, yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. Seeing how farmed Anti-Mage is there. When you look at that Anti-Mage and this guy, you're like, oh, it's 15 minutes. This guy has Treads, Helm of the Dominator, Battle Fury, and is 3 levels higher than everybody else.
I don't even blame them.
Pretty rough.
I really think you got. This is one of the things going from like a pub stack to captain's mode type qualifiers is that drafting is not something you really practice casually, you know, unless you have a high interest in it, which there are some people. But a lot of pub players just like playing pubs. So it is the game before the game. And you get situations like this where we both see that anti-mage pick and we're like, oh, damn, you know? Like, I think with that anti-mage pick, it was already, like, even teams, like, ignoring the fact that one team is a lot more experienced than the others, like, that is such a good pick. It was really skewed against them. So you give it your best bet, and then, you know, like, this is not changing. I don't think it's that bad to GG out that early and go into the next one. It's just like, let's just get a better draft, guys. Like, that last one, draft. No sweat. Don't worry, guys.
I'm like so bummed because I really wanted to see this Invoker like do something with the Scholar of Korax as the facet. Like I wanted to see the Aghanim Shard like you were mentioning, or the maybe the Ag Scepter, and unfortunately they won too fast for us to really see it get used. But yeah, they're very convincing game number 1. Not surprised, based on the draft and just based on the caliber of the players on this team. So we'll see if this is like kind of a fluke in terms of game 2, whether or not like this was, just such an out draft that they just walk away with a free win, or if Thriving can pull it back. So for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 here in Dream League Season 27, the Chinese qualifiers. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Dream League Season 27. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. We just came off of a really fast game number 1 between Thriving and Hongxi, and, well, the veteran players walk away with the win. I mean, maybe ran away with the win? Sprinted away with the win? I'm not sure, dude. These guys just got absolutely steamrolled in game 1.
I think it was like a casual walk to wherever they needed to go to win. There's just no way to stop them. You got no stuns. I again kind of understand like drafting to like try to win your lanes, but the other approach as an underdog team is that stuns are good, and I kind of wouldn't be surprised if going into game number 2 we see a lot more stuns from every single pick.
Radiant team back.
Would not shock me, but this is going to be a hard team to outdraft, I'll be honest. So we'll see what they come up with. Because 15 minutes and 30 seconds, it was 15 minutes and like 26 seconds, I think. Yeah, 15 minutes, 26 seconds. Probably one of the fastest games we're going to see in the qualifiers in all of the regions, outside of like a forfeit, you know, but
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Maybe try to push it faster. Enchantress Chen would be one of the ways to do that.
Oh my god.
And could be one of the ways you lose, right? Because it's actually Hongxi that's banning the Enchantress, which is a very powerful 5. There's not a lot of easy ways to deal with it, and it could be one of the ways Thriving gets themselves out of the laning stage.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the mid went well, right? Like the Queen of Pain was originally doing quite well versus the Invoker. If one of your side lanes had a better time, then you kind of have a game. But both side lanes struggled, which meant the Invoker could land Sunstrikes to then save his own game. So I don't know. I think you're looking to the side lanes, I guess is what I'm saying. Like the mid lane seemed okay. Granted, they had like a solid matchup there, so I mean, you still got to be careful of that. Not to, you know, focus too much on the side lanes and then get crushed in the mid.
okay, Beastmaster does end up getting banned, so no Beastmaster this game. Naga Siren makes it through. Oh boy. That is not looking good for your side lanes that you were just mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, Naga, as much as we talk about the song being the key point of Naga, which is true, her actual laning is also quite strong. So it's going to be tough. Pugna's not bad at dealing with it if you do run 4 Pugna. You got long range, so you can just poke at the Naga Siren, keep blasting away, which is good versus the illusions as well. No stuns, but it is a much earlier tempo hero that is pretty self-sufficient. Like, you really don't need a lot going your way for Pugna to feel impactful. You go to a tower, you put down the Nether Ward, and then you press Nether Blast. And whether you're winning or losing, that forces responses. So I do like the idea.
Radiant team back.
Get rid of the axe and the bristleback here.
Radiant team pick.
I feel like Song is kind of good versus Axe.
Yeah, it's not bad, right? Not like great in lane is the issue.
That's true. I also wonder if there's like a targeted ban in there. You know, just like, hey, that's his comfort hero. Don't let him have it.
10 seconds remaining.
Because I think they banned it last game as well.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Okay.
All right, already way more stuns. Good team fight. Love it.
Yeah, you have a role to deal with people trying to Song and teleport out. Feeling better about this one for them. They also get last pick this time too, so you can't get like ultra cheesed.
I wonder if they would go for a hero like Bane.
On Hongshu.
Yeah. It's like you don't have to run it as a 5, right? You can run it as a 4, but then you would have Bane to play into the Pango. We'll go for the Centaur first. Okay.
If this game does go late, which game 1 doesn't really suggest it would, but if it does, you're going to have a bunch of saves here. Like, you've got Naga already. We've seen the cart be very impactful on the Centaur. Now you're even going to have the Snapfire Ag. You're just going to gobble people up.
Yeah, I was going to me, this seemed like a super obvious Snapfire pick. It's incredibly strong in lane with a Centaur, and especially against a hero like Pugna, who's kind of annoying to close the gap on and get the stuns. So Cookie into a follow-up Centaur Stomp, tons of magic damage to try and secure the kill if he goes for like decreps as well. So you don't get a lot of value out of the Pugna in the lane.
Monkey King is actually still in the pool. I feel like that's something that Dire can potentially look to grab. It's flexible between mid and carry.
Yeah.
Kind of keep your options open.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, steal away the Invoker. This is another way to deal with Naga Siren's Song, but also, if they're trying to stampede away, or maybe Snapfire ult from far away, their Tornado can do a lot of work here to kind of waste their ultimates.
5 seconds remaining.
I really wonder what they're going to pick for the mid lane now that you see the Invoker, because yeah, Monkey King's actually not that bad. If you go for an early like Orb of Frost or like just an early Boots pickup, you can a lot of times just run at this hero and apply pressure, but Jingu always gets dispelled with Tornado, so it's kind of just like this weird back and forth. In terms of like reliable mid matchups, you could do something like a Dragon Knight.
I feel like that's pretty sturdy. I wouldn't mind if they did that. You can also flex that between carry and mid if you want to pick it up here at 18. I feel like you just need a stun support on your pick here.
They wouldn't tinker them, would they?
That'd be pretty dirty.
You can go for like some slightly less conventional picks in the mid lane. We don't see them super often, but things like Leshrac and Death Prophet.
Dire team pick.
Disruptor.
Okay, good against the Centaur.
I think you want a more mobile initiator now. You got to go find this Pugna and this Disruptor in the back. You can't let them just do their thing. If it was just Pugna, you could kind of depend on, you know, like Centaur, but now there's multiple heroes. You got to go find them.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like the Dragon Knight.
Dire team back.
Oh, they do go the Lush. Okay. I'm fine with this one too. Natural Blink builder, very difficult to deal with, and does not really care about Pugna at all. Another one of those heroes that can kind of just go right through this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Assuming Nether Ward isn't down. Otherwise, that's quite a lot of healing going away. Especially with we see a lot of like Blink Kaya builds on Leshrac, so you're actually quite squishy. So you do have to be careful of that. But typically the idea if you're going to blink in is that you know you're surprising them, so you pop your Diabolic Edict first, jump in, and so by the time he Nether Wards, he's only reflecting like maybe your lightning, and then that's not that bad.
The Faceless Void ban is really interesting.
Yeah, Yeah, we're looking at carries this time for both teams going at the final.
They need to ban. I mean, a lot of times I would say you'd be worried of Troll Warlord when you have a Pango off lane. But Pugna is such an annoying hero that I wonder if they're not worried about picking Troll into that. Once the thing is, like, Troll can just build Aghanim Scepter like third item, and then your game is over.
5 seconds.
I wouldn't mind a Troll ban. I think you have to be very careful of like the really strong laners, right? I mean, we clearly saw them.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go. We clearly saw how well they played, and it was like a 15-minute game. So to have a shot, you need to be playing against better matchups. You can't give them the like lane dominators, especially with they've already got Naga Siren, right? So like give them a strong carry on top of that, and Pango can be a little hit or miss in the off lane. So if you get punished too hard by something like that, I think we'd see a similar 15-minute type game. I think it's a safe ban.
Dude, I really want to see Kez in the game. Like, this
it's
hero
gonna be
has
so
been out
cool.
for so long. Like, how have we not seen Kez yet?
It's so hard to balance him, man. I think that's the problem. I am very excited for him to get added in, though. I think it'll be tons of fun to watch him.
Yeah, I just want to see a pro player like mess around on it. Okay. TA, they ban out the Medusa. Makes sense. Really rough matchup for Templar Assassin. I think Leshrek is actually pretty good against Medusa, but you do not want to have that bad of a carry matchup. In terms of what's left, you're going into the Centaur lane, into TA. You could consider an Ursa. Is it not banned?
It's
Yeah,
not.
Ursa's not banned. They're out of time. Oh, there's the Dragonite.
You get the Dragonite.
It's actually a pretty good Dragonite game.
Hero. Yeah, it's not too bad. I do worry about these transform type heroes though, where you pop it, you're ready to go, and then Naga Siren's like, well, we could not, and then they leave. You also have Stampede. That is a little bit of my worry for thriving.
In terms of draft, though, I would say this is like night and day compared to game one. Like, game one's draft was so cooked that there was pretty much no room for error, and they just lost in 15 minutes. I think this game is a lot better in terms of the draft. I think the Dragon Knight should be okay in lane. I think the matchups in a TA are always good as the Dragon Knight. So if you can hold out on the lanes, like if you actually go even in your lanes and you manage to like keep farming and keep tempo, I think thriving. I like their potential with the Dragon Knight, but I am worried that this Leshrac is going to get out of control.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Leshrac is where this could change a lot. You get the counter pick versus the Invoker. We saw last game how Invoker's early lane is not that great, and so Leshrac can get off to a really good start, and then he's a fast hero who can make his way to the side lanes very easily and just start getting things out of control. Like TA is a fast farmer. Once you maybe make a rotation there, you just leave her to farm, and you just start playing on mid and the enemy safe lane. And I guess you'll have Pugna, who's kind of good in these early fights, but the other heroes do need some items.
That was kind of strange. Invoker used the master tier voice line, but he's only got the like bronze border or the bronze tier. I wonder if he like canceled his Dota plus, and then like it lowers the rank or something. Yeah, instead
Cancel
of
your Dota
like
plus, and they just reset you.
Well, they just like you can't have like anything over bronze, but like he still had it. He still unlocked it previously, so maybe that's what's going on there. I don't know.
Oh, is that how that works? I have no idea.
I don't know, right? That's why I'm confused. I'm like, why? How is he just using the master tier voice line?
There's some early Naga value already. Scouting with the illusions.
The battle begins.
I like that
that
he
is
sniped the bounty
looking.
rune.
Yeah, he not the best start for the Dire on that one, I'll be honest, but TA going down, first blood, pretty massive there for the Radiant. That is about as good as you could ask. Much better start than last game already.
It really is. It does go to the Disruptor, and he had to take Glimpse level 1, so it'll be a little awkward. Dragon Knight is a pretty sturdy hero, but actually, yeah, there's some solid damage coming out at the start here from the Snapfire and the Centaur.
Yeah, this is a bully of a lane, for sure. The only way you like die in this is if you like overcommit without being able to like secure the kill, and then you just are getting glimpsed, right? But oh my goodness, Snapfire is cooking Disruptor there too.
Ooh, nice deny. Despite being killed, TA is still a very strong laner. And the hero's top did not get the first blood, so it actually doesn't affect the top lane that much. It's sort of like team morale, maybe. It's nice to have that boost after a rough game 1. That wasn't even level 2 on the Snapfire. I just got too close on the Disruptor.
I think the first blood definitely helped out in these lanes, but like you said, having to go glimpse level 1 kind of made trading or playing into the Snapfire a little bit difficult, and we're kind of seeing that happen.
I suddenly had flashbacks. I heard the Dragon's Breath twice, and I suddenly have flashbacks to like Aghanim's Labyrinth or like any of those game modes with all the traps that use the Dragon's Breath.
Oh my gosh. Love that. Great time. Bottom lane, another kill onto the Disruptor as they made a play for the Wisdom Shrine. And top lane, TA getting a little bit of revenge here, taking down the Pugna.
We're seeing some of the just straight up outlaning happening despite that first blood. Since unfortunately Disruptor really can't make great use of a first blood because he's not that strong of a laner. There's not really an item that suddenly makes you even more powerful. It's a little unfortunate he got it. A lot of damage in the Dragon Knight. I think he's okay, but you pick a Dragon Knight to be very stable, sturdy laner, and like we see the damage coming out here.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Centaur, Snapfire, incredibly strong lane. One of the strongest lanes that kind of came out in TI. We kept seeing this duo very often. Guess we haven't really talked too much about the mid lane matchup. It seems to be going fairly even, though. Leshrac with a slight advantage, but not much.
We also didn't talk. Invoker went Mind of Pronaris this time, so for all we were talking about the too many exhorts, neither of the players wanted to do it this game. Maybe game 3, if they get there, we'll get a we'll get all the facets.
Well, we're going to see them try to make a play here onto Han. And with the rotation of the Snapfire, that will push them back. We'll be able to bottle up here now. Three points Edict is... That's kill threat for pretty much any hero if he manages to get them isolated. So you do need to be careful on the Invoker to not get caught out like this.
Yeah. You do have the Tornado to make space, though. You can just throw it at the Leshrac and run away.
Templar Assassin level 5. Pretty solid start here in this top lane. A lot of this is just Naga Siren. You can't really push this hero away, and she's going to always be able to apply pressure to this Pugna and make space in the lane. Really nice pull there on the hard camp, though.
Doesn't mean Naga has had the space to do some double stacking with the illusions, so there's quite a lot of stacks already prepared for the TA.
Ooh, level 6 out of the mid lane, and with the Disruptor coming in, they can play around the Glimpse. They will do exactly that, but in comes the Snapfire. Han had plenty of charges available as well to play around. They get the kill. They're going to get the Power Rune bottom. It's just an Invis. Not the best, but maybe you hit a stun or something out of sight. No, Tornado.
Tornado reset. I gotta say, Little Shredder's hitting harder than I remember. She is bopping people with this.
Does she have multiple points? Yeah, 2 points.
She's got 2, yeah. Well, looks like they're actually giving the stacks to Leshrac. That's fair to give him an even stronger start.
My gosh, there's way more stacks over here than I thought there was.
Naga Micro. Wow, they got a stack in the middle of this too. That's crazy. I'm sure completely intentional.
Oh, yeah. Well, out of mana now after doing this, but huge win there for the Lesh. It's a lot of XP and a lot of gold. Snapfire is able to have been soaking mid during this process, so get her closer to her level 6. Meanwhile, there is a smoke bottom, so they are going to try and look for the Centaur here. Or not a smoke, but a rotation. Dragon Tail should be enough to set this up. Well, Tornado. Into the EMP. No way to get the Stampede off now for the Centaur. Beyond will get glimpsed right back in. Goes for the stomp, but more than enough damage. Good rotation in from the Invoker for this one.
Fortunately, he did buy his Helm of the Dominator recipe right before they got him, so doesn't actually lose too much gold. And maybe they surprise you. You know, he comes back with a creep you're not ready for. See if they can get anything in return, especially if you bring the Leshrac.
Does get the cookie away here at least.
Which I'm kind of amazed. Invoker's got very similar net worth to the Leshrac, despite all those stacks that got farmed. Okay, I take it back as he's now getting a double kill on supports.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's one way to get a revenge in the mid lane. Yeah, that double kill doing some work. Now up 500 gold.
It was quite close, right up to that point. Which is
But let's talk
usually
about
a pretty big win for a slow farmer like Invoker.
Yeah. Let's talk about the fact that this game compared to last game, totally different. It's night and day. Like, they're actually sustaining fairly well in all 3 of their lanes. Like, yes, they have a gold advantage for the Dire, but it's not too bad. It's manageable. They're looking for Beyond here once again. Glimpse will pull him back. They do have the cookie out into the Stomp Beyond. Looks like he's going to actually survive this.
Sunstrike missing because of the cookie. I think it's actually a pretty low level Sunstrike anyways, so maybe it doesn't even matter.
Are scanning.
Feels bad to commit that much and then not get a kill. It should open up at least the tier 1 tower, though. Maybe get the Snapfire.
Are they gonna get it? Yeah, okay. I was like, do they get it? But yes, they do. And the tower. Good rotations. These are big. Getting active with the Quaswex Invoker. I love to see it.
Yeah, you kind of have to play this way if you're going Quaswex. It does mean this TA is free farming top, so despite that first death, she's quite farmed.
Oh boy. That is a dead Leshrac.
Alright, this is such a better game for Thriving. It's actually even. These rotations working out very much in their favor. I will say, though, I am still worried about the mid to late game. I still think this Naga Siren is a crazy hero. And it really helps coordinated teams. Like, when you have the experience and you know how to play around the illusions, play around the song, it is very difficult to handle.
They're going to come bottom with the Invoker. Once again, this time he does have the Spirit Vessel completed, so even more damage that he can deal out on over to the Centaur. He does have a Troll Summoner. He's been kind of shoving the wave here with the Catapult.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Should have a pretty good idea of where he is, but because of this rotation bottom, Jay just takes the top tower for free.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I feel like at least one of these rotations should have gone top. I know that's easier said than done, but I mean, this TA is 6,000 net worth. And there's only so much that Centaur needs to be useful, right? In the early game, as long as he has Stampede, that's pretty helpful. And then we'll see what he saves his money for, because he does have about 1,400 saved up. Might be deciding to go for a Blink.
Ooh. Tries to dodge the EMP there, doesn't quite work, so out of mana on the Naga Siren now. I honestly thought she was just gonna song. Well, Shield Rune picked up there for TA, very happy about that one.
Yeah, you might be able to commit harder if Disruptor had level 6, but still a little bit short. They need to give him some XP somewhere.
They are smoked, and they fortify this. They are trying to wrap around to the enemy high ground here. Blink reveal out from the Lesh, just goes right into the middle of 3. They do get the glimpse, but in comes the chase for more. The Stampede doing so much work. They just get right on top of this Pugna. Now, Life Train buying a lot of time and actually just killing this Templar Assassin. They're forced to pop the song.
In the end, it is still a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and Centaur was not there.
Yeah, if you don't have the right heroes to deal with the Pugna, like that's what's gonna happen. He's just gonna drain in front of you, and you can't actually kill him off. So a little bit of target prioritization there. Maybe they could have gotten a little bit more for that play. But they'll still be pretty happy. They're now building up a lead, despite what was a very close game. It's now 2-3K bouncing between them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they will still manage to get the mid-tier 1 tower, thanks to the Pugna.
Dire's middle tower
Good old Pugna. Desolator finished up for TA, gonna be delivered soon. Should open up a lot of the different objectives, clear them out with ease.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, looking for the top tier 1 tower as well. Dragon Knight has his dragon form. Pugna makes the rotation. They've even got the Invoker coming to the Twin Gate. Now, Centaur does TP in for this. And he has no mana now. He's in a lot of trouble. He needs to Stampede here. He gets it off at the last second, but he's already dead. But the question is, can you get away from this Leshrac? Gets popped so low, the Vessel doing so much work. Templar Assassin trying to find kill after kill, and these Deso charges are going to start adding up. Tornado does come through from the Invoker, finding a lot of damage there, but will be forced away from another EMP. Oh, full bore from downtown. Do you continue chasing is the question. Can you continue chasing? Sentry comes out, get on tops of the Invoker, and they absolutely have the damage to find the kill there now. Question is, can you get out? You've extended pretty far. You do not want to go down on this Templar Assassin. Refraction is up now. They do manage to get a kill onto the Naga Siren, but that's a buyback out of the Disruptor, and you still get the Invoker.
Yeah, that actually worked out in the end, but I do think that was a little bit of a mistake from the Dire, where Centaur tanked everything, but the rest of the team was not close enough to act on it. So it really kind of was a 4v5, but they still landed some good spells thanks to the sacrifice of the Centaur. So it ends up, you know, pretty decent, especially with that buyback only getting a support.
He did get Stampede off.
Dire's top tower.
You know, that was pretty helpful in the start of that fight, and then in terms of them getting to the right targets.
And because TA got some kills and didn't die, I mean, she is almost at her blink, so that won't be an issue next time, where Centaur is the target and she can't get into the fight. Like, that's what Stampede was for, was to get her into the fight. So now you have the blink. It'll be a different story.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wow, throw everything on this guy.
That is so sad.
Dire
Just couldn't move. Another great gank, though, coming out from the Radiant. We'll see if they can survive on the Disruptor here. Happens to walk right into the Leshrac. Does get the glimpse, but my god, the damage is so fast.
Killed before glimpse can activate. That feels bad.
Regeneration. Radiant's middle tower.
I was gonna wonder if he was gonna push that, since Pango actually used both mobility spells there. But messing up the Meld Strike, he'll just back off. I like the shard purchase for TA, or she doesn't have it yet, but she's got it queued up. I do think the silence is very helpful versus Pugna in particular, so you can actually stop him from draining you, and you can actually kill him.
That shard has so many, like, fixes so many matchup problems for this hero. It's actually kind of nuts.
I mean, it's because there's some heroes that are just straight up like, I'm a damage dealer, I don't have crowd control, I don't have mobility. And then when the shards and facets came in, and if any of them gave that, then yeah, it's like you said, it just fixes the issues. Where you should have the silence, like at least some crowd control. Is that Shrek?
Oh boy. That is going to be a really nice block off there. They do manage to just drop a defensive static storm, but Simon on the run. They're going to continue the chase. Big damage from the Meld Strike, and of course the trap there if they even needed it to silence. But top side, Han will find the Pangolier and will make quick work of this guy.
He's only got 12 Deso charges. It was a slower start for sure, but yes, this does not look good for Thriving, as it has started to explode towards Hansha. They're going to move towards the Roche now. You got the Deso, so it should be pretty easy before Thriving can respawn and get up here.
Oh, the Skeleton Boys are here. I mean, getting this into a 20-minute Tormentor would be enormous. And Leshrac is healing up in the base right now, so I think it's definitely in the cards for them if they want to do that. Radiant Scan does come out, but a little bit too late. They do manage to get the the Roshan. I mean, you only really need TA.
Grab that Tormentor as soon as it spawns.
Yeah, it's like you really only need TA and like little Shredder and you can kill it.
The Naga Shard, if she gets it, will actually be really good too. Because if you get EMP'd and then you saw it later, like you actually give enough mana back to your team to actually do something. Oh, they actually bought double mech. Rare mistake.
Sunstrike? Oh, it was so close. He almost stole it.
Okay, double mech is one thing. If they both build Greaves, I'm gonna lose it. It's Naga Siren and Snapfire. They both have it queued up.
You know what? They just want 2 sets of Greaves.
That invalidates half of your net worth lead.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what you could have in return, like maybe like halfway to a pipe or something.
Crest. Just Solar Crest the TA a bunch.
Yeah. Cookie in. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. The Pugna trying his best to survive, but doesn't have the HP for that. Now they do manage to get this Rolling Thunder connection. They're doing a lot of work here to try and bring down the TA, and they've done it, but they have now found your Invoker. Will get netted up, and it's only a matter of time. Just a few auto attacks. Han will be the one credited to kill. 5 heroes behind the enemy tier 2 as they actually just jump right up onto the high ground. TA will claim another.
Radiant's top tower
Did lose the
is
creep
under
wave,
attack.
so if they don't finish the tower here, they're gonna have to wait a little bit. But another great fight for them. I guess you lost the Aegis, so it was a pretty short-lived Aegis. But you continue to grow your gold lead. It's now 12k at 21 minutes. 22, I suppose. Big step up from game number 1, but still not a great spot to be in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If you make it to Disruptor Ags, maybe that's something.
Well, that's a nice kill.
A tithe to the impurities.
I mean, if this Dragon Knight can get to like BKB Manta and stuff, like maybe that'll be enough to actually give them time. They just finished double Guardian Greaves at the exact same time.
Maybe it was a race. It's like whoever finished it first, the other's got to sell theirs. They're both desperately clicking it, farming everything you can. Guys, Valve added the team item section on the shop to help mitigate this.
I'm sorry, the what?
Did you say team?
There's a team item section?
I thought you were joking around, but now are you serious?
Hey, I don't know what team items is. What is that?
Really? Dude,
yeah. When
did
they add
you
this?
Just click the shop. Click the shop and you see it on the right side. It was relatively
whoa!
recent.
I've literally never seen that.
Don't worry, neither has Hongsha, so you too can be a pro player.
I've literally never seen that. That's pretty epic. Well, they have found the one kill that matters, which is that Dragon Knight, the guy having the best game so far for his team. That hurts a lot. Ooh, they managed to capture the Invoker as well. BKB out from the Templar Assassin. She's just diving the base. Gonna go for the silence to finish the job. Gets the kill. Sunstrike does connect, but there's the Stampede as they dive even further into the base. The roll-up protects the Pango, but not long enough as Han just assassinating the Disruptor outside his fountain.
He he's having a rough time. He kind of knows he needs the Aghanims to have a shot, but that means you have no defensive items whatsoever. As soon as you found, you're dead.
Top tower is under attack.
This should be them breaking high ground. Oh, they do have a fortify, actually.
You have 2 Guardian Greaves for this, though.
Do you think that's the moment where they go, oh.
Wait a minute.
Q1 up, Centaur. Get a third. Why not? Leshrac has found the Invoker bottom. Should be a pretty quick kill here.
Yeah, Lesh with this much farm, like, presses Edict, blinks on top of you, and you die. Like, that is the rule. You're looking for the Dragon Knight in the mid lane. Cookie off the mark. They do manage to get the follow-up stun, though, from the Centaur, and the rest of the heroes here looks like they will probably just struggle to bring him down. Centaur gets quite low, but here comes Han. Jumps in aggressively. Manta to dodge the stun. Song of the Siren, though, will isolate the Pangolier. Nice static storm. Traps in 2. Can the TA do all of the damage, though? It's going to be close. The heals come through. It's not enough as Han once again blinks up past his team and will help rip through 3. Gets a triple kill, and they will buy back now on this Pug.
Get him, Disruptor.
He tried. Damn. He went for him.
I mean, it's like a 60% improvement to last game. They made it to 26 minutes.
I'd say more than 60.
Yeah, I can't math the dude. I don't know. Late night Dota. There's no math at this hour. TA's got her nullifier now, so these supports are definitely just insta-killed as soon as she finds them. Just smoke up. I mean, Tia has no BKB. If you do find her, you actually could kill her. She's one of those heroes that mostly builds damage items, so even though she's super farmed, she's actually still very killable.
It's so hard to find her, though. Yeah, you have Naga Siren plus the traps providing vision all the time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, someone's got to buy a gem.
And nothing hurts the soul more when you're like this far behind and you're a support like struggling to not get one shot, and like a core on your team's like, hey, you need to buy us a gem.
And then they lose the gem.
Yeah, right?
That's where the soul leaves the body.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, TA's in front of you. Get her. Get her.
Oh, they see everything. They see everything. She gets the blink up aggressively, just quickly takes down the Disruptor as the Naga Siren, she dies for this, but the cost pretty heavy here as Han with this Edict will continue to run down, finish off the Pangolier. Both supports are dead. It is now Invoker versus 4. And I think there it is. The GG comes out, a dying breath of his as very convincing 2-0.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Yeah, I think game 1, the contrast between game 1 and game 2 shows how important the draft is, where it's not like the skill level changed from game 1 to game 2, but when you just have such a rough draft, you really don't get to play the game, and it gets out of control so quickly. I think that's something a lot of people underappreciate when they watch games. They're like, oh, these guys get stomped. It's like, yeah, true, but it's partly due to the draft. And with a better draft, you have a much better showing, even though you ultimately still lose. You know, it was fairly even for the first 15 minutes. They made some good plays, but I think some of those plays were misdirected. Got to head over to the TA. She was kind of free farming as they found successful kills, but it's like on supports, on Centaur, right? They don't care as much.
Yeah, this is very impressive performance coming up from Hongsha, and I think kind of what we expected, right? A team of veterans. These guys have a lot more experience than some of these other open qualifier teams that they're going to be going up against. This does mean that they will move on in the upper bracket to play the winner of Cloud Rising and Surge. Yeah, overall, impressive series. It's not that uncommon for the first round in in closed qualifiers to be kind of stomps, because you're going to be seeing like your number 1 seeds versus your number 8 seeds, and it just happens. It gets a lot closer immediately in the second set of series, right? So we're gonna have round 2 of the upper bracket coming up next, which I think you and I are actually really excited for this last series. And anyone who's a fan of the Chinese region probably should be as well. It's going to be Occult Brothers taking on Tearlaments. This is a pretty stacked lineup, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. We got to see Occult Brothers earlier. They looked really good. Also, some pretty fast games there. I think Tearlaments should be a fun one. It should be closer, though I still favor Occult Brothers. They have a more recent international experience, even as they just changed up the roster a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree. So we have, again, another pretty long break as a result of a quick 2-0. So make sure, if you guys want to keep watching some Dota, there are plenty of other streams going on right now. We have the second stream for China happening, as well as I believe SEA happening on one of the other ESL channels. So go check those out. And then we'll be back in about, again, 2.5 hours for our final series of today. So we'll see you all then.
Stephen's lips with a gentle kiss, and when his tender hands round thee fold in a soft embrace, I listen and approve these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid her old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk a joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, 5 seconds numbering. Tick tock, and stop. Short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped. Short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Eyes that buy the builds of Oaken, eyes that buy the sails there, eyes that buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella bella non tiene buon mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella bella non tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia la ride un gatto bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in this big shelan.
Insieme
alive with passions from his breath and flow. Healed your music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with songs and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel. Repeat my love at each melting touch. Since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart. Tune his heart to mine. was blind, but now I see those grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a penny weight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to blow the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them on to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, the covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them on to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For when the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from his yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so tiene buon monterà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza con donna mia la ride con verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushkin is birch shelan.
Inze alive with passions from his breath that flow. Healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 27. We are going into our third and final series of the evening here in these Chinese closed qualifiers. And it is your Colt Brothers taking on the side of Tierlemans. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. We've had a lot of breaks today, buddy. But we got our final series. It should be a fun one, though.
Yeah, this should be a pretty close one. You and I got to cast the Cult Brothers earlier, where they had a really sick Enigma last pick. We thought it was like, oh, they got him with the Enigma. Turns out it's Enigma support with the Monkey King offlane. That also got them anyways. So I always love seeing these guys draft because they got such creative stuff. Looking forward to that versus Tierlemans, which they've got some players who have some experience, but it is a roster that kind of came together for this qualifier stack. So I don't know if they've got as many clever drafts, but I'm ready to see what they do have.
Yeah, I think that's something to definitely compare between a lot of teams, right? When you have a team that has the history that your Colt Brother does, even though obviously there was some shuffles, but I think they have a lot more competitive history just as a roster. Whereas Tierlemans, you know, this team kind of put together last minute with some kind of former Team Zero players, and then I'm trying to remember if 7E was from Team Zero as well. I think he was. Yeah, he was. So it's like, it's not like these players haven't played together. It's just they haven't played together on a global stage, like against like some top tier teams in quite a while. And I think that does definitely, you know, that's something that you have to have to stay, you know, at the top.
Yeah, I could definitely see this being closer than our other series, which is maybe not much of a statement if you caught the earlier series. But I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes to Game 3, or if Yakult Brothers wins maybe some harder fought 2-0s, but eventually their experience, you know, carries them through.
Yeah, I'm with you. I could see this kind of either way. I agree. In terms of like picks, bans, stuff like that, a lot of times it's going to end up being pretty similar. Early Mars ban is actually a little bit interesting. But earlier today, Yakult Brothers did get 2 games of Naga Siren Medusa, which I do not think we will be seeing that come through, as Naga Siren is already banned. So already going to be seeing something new out from this team.
I think you have to ban Monkey King versus them as well, since originally I was going to say they're clearly willing to flex it between carry mid and then Baboko, which is, you know, not a lot of teams are willing to do position for Monkey King. But then we saw them do offlane Monkey King, so that's another role you have to be worried about this hero going, which is just, you know, it's just a lot to keep track of. So I think you ban it out, deal with some other stuff. Makes a lot of sense to me. The Enchantress is a little surprising, though I will say that's actually another hero that Baboka is willing to play, so it is something you can pick pretty early on Yakult Brothers, have a strong start wherever you put it, and you know, we're kind of pitching this story that Yakult Brothers is more experienced. I don't know how Tierlemans feels about it, but if they do think they're the underdog, I think it is a good idea to take out those really strong supports.
Yakuto Brothers turn to bat.
We're going to see the first pick of the Nature's Prophet following the Earthshaker ban, and the response will be the Sand King. I thought with the Shaker ban we might be seeing like a Queen of Pain pick, but looks like they opt for the Nature's Prophet.
5 seconds remaining.
I do like the Sand King though. There's a pretty dominant lane hero. Doesn't really struggle in a lot of matchups. You could still ban the Queen of Pain if you want. The Puck is still in here as well.
Brothers turn to ban.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much Puck as I thought we would.
Yeah.
I guess it has been banned out, to be fair, and did get picked once, but I just think that hero is in such a good spot. Very safe to pick early.
Radiant team ban.
Ooh, the Grimstroke ban.
I mean, Grimstroke Sand King is kind of a sick duo.
That's true.
It's just not something we see very often.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Yakuto brothers turn to pick.
Okay,
All right.
Snapfire. Some flexibility between their first 2 picks, but no matter where they go, there's some good synergy where Burrow Strike plus Mortimer's Kisses is just easy
10
kills.
seconds remaining.
And then having the cookie is nice just to have another answer to Sprout
seconds
in case you don't have someone who wants to build Force Staff or Battle Fury, things like that. So you just don't get stuck in there.
Yakuto brothers turn to pick.
Okay, yep, there's the Quap. This one kind of makes was what I kind of expected. I think it's just proven to be a stronger lane hero than the Puck, even though Puck has done quite well. It's just a lot of people seem to be leaning towards Queen of Pain for like kind of the mid game and late game power.
5 seconds remaining.
I think you pick a support here. Natures can still move around, so you're not revealing too much.
Yeah.
You got to reveal something here.
No
And
Enchantress,
some-
no Hoodwink.
Yeah, some initiation would be good, or like just any kind of crowd control, even if they're not directly the initiator. Queen of Pain, you know, not gonna do it. Nature's wants easy setup so that he can teleport in and help out. That's not quite what I was thinking, but I do think he's a good hero. Provides a lot of healing. Nether Ward's amazing. Nether Blast is awesome. So I do think that is a strong support. But I guess this could be carry nature, so you could still pick up like a stunning support plus offlaner, and I'd be okay with that. But if this is nature support, that means you're picking a different carry. There's only so many carries with stuns, so then your offlaner really needs to have some form of initiation.
There's still a decent pool of offlaners left.
Radiant
Like the Centaur is still in. Elder Titan. Hold on, there was a pretty sick Elder Titan combo that started popping up in the TI. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was, I'm pretty sure, Tidebound that was playing it, as well as Extreme. But I just can't remember what the combo was. And there's a lot of good Elder Titan combos, but there was one specifically that looked really good. But they will take the Centaur. Yeah. That's what I thought your Cult Brothers would go for, so it's actually a pretty nice steal.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think of who's even left. I know I said I want to see initiation, but like who fits the bill? Oh, you know, Dawnbreaker's actually still in the pool, but she's not like a classic initiator. But if you do run, the Nature's Carry, which currently still looks okay.
Yakuto Brothers turn
I think you could do it. Okay, never mind. Lifestealer looks better.
That's a way better pick than the Nature's Prophet. See, now with this, you probably could run something like a Dawnbreaker.
The issue with that, though, is no one's going to start anything, because Dawnbreaker does not initiate. She wants to follow up with her own ultimate while split pushing. So, I feel you.
It's just Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer just walks at them. Right?
Guess so. I don't love that, though. They're just going to stampede away from you every time.
Yeah.
I really want some kind of just straight up stun for this last. I assume offlane pick, unless they're doing something fun with like a Nature's offlane.
You could Primal. That was the combo. It was Elder Titan Primal Beast.
I think I'm up for that. There's some stuff that makes his life a little bit annoying in this game.
Like the Elder Titan.
Yeah, and the cookie, just like you're trying to smash someone and they just get like jumped up and down, they stun you, stampede away while you're trying to trample them. So there's some annoying things, but I would be open to it.
I was about to say Pango is another option, but they just banned it. Something we don't see all that often, but is a definite potential pick because of the lifestealer here, is the Tidehunter. And they don't have great ways of killing Tidehunter right now once he buys things like a pipe.
Zeal plays a mean Magnus.
Yakuto brothers.
Oh, and it's gone.
Okay. All right, dig a little deeper in the offlane pools. What do we got here?
I don't know why I didn't even consider the Magnus, but you're right, that's good. Zeal is like he was known as like a big Pango specialist for a long time, so it actually does make a lot of sense they go for the Pango ban. But yeah, his Magnus was also really well done.
5 seconds remaining.
It's got to be a pretty safe offlaner too, because they do have the counter last pick.
You think they ban something like a TB? I think get rid of a Baden. Okay, that's good actually. I like that ban a lot.
Ten seconds remaining.
I guess
Radiant
Kunkka's
team
the other one. Okay, Batrider. It flashed in my mind when I saw the Abaddon ban, because you often ban that when you want Batrider, but we don't see much offlane Batrider, so this is pretty cool. Response with the Weaver. That's not an easy hero to lasso nor kill when you have no crowd control. I like the
It is a
response.
pretty sick Weaver pick. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think this is a really smart one. Now, the problem is it does absolutely devour the rest of these heroes. Like, Elder Titan cannot really play around this, especially in the lane. Like, it doesn't matter, like, how good you are at Elder Titan. Like, he just builds sticky napalm and, like, plays outside of range from your stomps, and then will just knock you back at some point. So, I do think Zeal's going to have a pretty good game, but I also think Erica on this Weaver is pretty much untouchable.
I do feel like the draft is a little bit more straightforward for tier limits, right?
Yeah.
Like 4 heroes who are going to do stuff, easy setups between each other. You could stomp into Mortimer's Kisses. You could, I guess, 2 forms of stomp into Mortimer's Kisses, actually. You got the Burrow Strike. You know, Weaver set him up for a good time. Then you can just leave him alone to farm. He can split push aggressively because there's not really... Like, if Batrider's missing, you play carefully. If he's showing, then you're good to do whatever you want. I feel like it's easier to play, but you do have some good heroes here where, like, Queen of Pain can win the lane. Just, you know, by nature of having a really strong mechanics in the lane with a good hero for it. And then you can rotate around with the natures. If, you know, Lifestealer shouldn't really be pressured too much, which means Pugna could rotate over. You start blasting towers with Nether Blast. And did Zeal take... No, he did go Stoked. I was wondering if he was going to do Arsonist, in which case that could be some real fast tower pressure. But opts for Stoked. I'm excited to see how this offlane Batrider pays off.
.30 seconds to battle.
Double smoke, but they both just, you know, break each other's smokes and back off.
The battle begins.
Despite being invaded, I think this might still be a 3-for-1.
Yeah.
Well, Zeal doing some early body blocking. Doesn't want to play into the Weaver, which is very understandable. It's going to be quite annoying. So they do some body blocks. That should get the lane push out pretty quickly. Spirit Vessel is pretty common for Nature's Prophet, but the nice thing about Nature's Prophet is that you have a pretty flexible item build. I wonder if you go like Atos or Orchid, Early Ag, something like that, to bring a little bit more crowd control for your team. Otherwise, it really is just lasso.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. We actually saw the Sand King versus Queen of Pain earlier, I believe. And there we go. Okay, we're back. Nice. We had to do a little bit of a change there, but we're good to go now. I think with the Sand King versus Queen of Pain, like, oh, well, if you miss daggers, it's really nice for the Sand King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, he's actually so far ahead in CS. Full HP and mana, he's chilling.
Yeah, I feel like Queen of Pain is supposed to bully him a little bit more, but sometimes he misclick, so it could still balance out. Otherwise, Sand King should just shove the lane versus Queen of Pain, since you don't really want to just trade too much.
Oh god, she missed another dagger.
What is happening?
Wait, did she? Maybe not. Okay, that one might have connected. He's been dodging him with the invis, like on the projectile, and she just doesn't have a sentry in the lane to catch him. So, as expected, Weaver having a pretty good time bottom. He's not really under threat at all. That being said, the Bat Rider is also having a great time. He's basically free CSing at his tower right now. And I am curious to see how well this is going to go for... Oh, steals the troll. That's nice for Bobica there. I was gonna say, I'm really curious to see how this is going to go for in the long run. Like, how strong this Bat Rider is going to be as this lane continues.
Helm of the Dominator Bat Rider, by the way.
Is it actually? Dude, there's no way.
Ooh, nice. Oh, I thought that might block him, actually. Yeah, he's going Helm of the Dominator. The Helm of the Iron Will is actually really useful in this lane. Armor versus the physical damage of Weaver, and also helps protect you versus the aura of Elder Titan. So I see some value there on that. And, you know, I was saying maybe if you went Arsonist, you'd get more tower pressure, but I guess if you have a Helm of the Dominator, that'll also help cover your tower pressure needs.
Wow, we actually got that one Centaur out to grab that pole. Really nicely done. Top side, they're going to dive behind the tower with the TP in from Bobica. Polosin will grab the first blood for his Pugna.
Pugna's a good hero to get early gold on, even if he's a support. As soon as you have Arcane Boots, you're pretty self-sufficient and can stay pretty permanently on the map.
Good old life drain.
Good old life drain.
I'm kind of surprised Lifestealer is struggling as much as he is top. Like he's still CSing well, but he just doesn't have as much CS as I thought he would. That being said, he is into a Centaur who has like 20 more damage than him, maybe 30 in the early levels, so it's not too surprising.
I think they've also been splitting up the lane as well, so he's not directly fighting. For last hits, it's like we're laning here, you're laning there. And in those cases, you can't really build a big
Nice
lead.
rage. Now, still needs to be very careful. Cookie on forward. They do manage to get the kill, but here comes the Queen of Pain. Jumps in with Emo. And then Polosin, actually the one credited another kill.
Getting rich. They did, I guess, stuck around a little too long on the Lifestealer. Maybe they thought the rotation was going to come a little bit sooner.
Speaking of sticking around too long, 7E scouted from the ward, trying to make this play for the Watcher, or not for the Watcher, I'm sorry, for the Lotus Pool, and a nice TP in there from Bobica, as well as Emo turning back around to help secure this.
You know, I kind of like that idea. I think the middle of the Lotus Pool should be a Watcher, actually. I'd be up for that.
That'd be kind of hype.
Wisdom Shrine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You might need a little bit more help here. It's 3 versus 2 in this top Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that Fly came all the way down here for this, but I guess maybe it was worth it. In comes the epicenter. They do manage to get the first kill, and Fly will be the second as Weaver made his way top. So a full 5-hero rotation to protect their Wisdom Shrine and get themselves 2 kills. Definitely worth it.
Funny enough, I feel like it's a little less worth it that Weaver also came. I thought with 4 heroes, that's pretty worth it to get the double kill, but Weaver teleporting and having to run over, take some damage on the way too. Oh my goodness, Bat Rider was so close to level 6. If he had that, I think you just lasso the Weaver as he comes through and you kill him. They might still be looking for that. Surprise him with the level 6 here. Good heads up play from Weaver backing up. Well, I say that.
I would say he needs to be careful of the Sprout, because it's one of those things that like Weaver really does not like playing into it. And now Zeal looking for the lasso, doesn't get it, but does force the time lapse.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And now he can't really come to this lane.
Actually, that's a little bit of a bait. He didn't even level lasso, actually. He went 2-1-3, I guess, for the farming speed.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually not that uncommon.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're going to see Echoes here clearing up the jungle stacks on the Sand King. Kind of a standard on this hero every single time. Once you have that level 4 Sandstorm, it's pretty much fair game. Pugna coming bottom with the Bobica to help work on this tier 1 tower. And, well, 2 of probably the fastest pushing supports in the game. Should be able to get this. And even the Helm Dom now being completed will secure it. It gets the deny! Oof.
Oh, he actually only has 1 point in Nether Blast. No wonder why that took a little longer than I thought. He went 2 points in the Nether Ward. Is that worth it this game?
Yeah, I'm trying to think why. Like, who specifically is your Nether Ward for?
I don't know. Usually the build is 4-1-1. Because Nether Ward is pretty good value with just a single point, and then you max it next. I mean, Center's got 1 spell in the lane. I don't know.
Maybe it was just a misclick. I have to imagine it is. I would be shocked if you go like 1-1-4 on this hero. It's not like you're against something like Storm Spirit or Tinker or Lesh, you know?
Yeah, I think if you had If you go 1-1-4, I think your team needs to like do all the tower damage, which I don't think they have that this time.
All right, looks like a little bit of a headset issue, but we are back. Now, I didn't even look, but please tell me Fly on this Lifestealer is not going Helm of the Dominator. Okay, yeah, we are going the Radiance. Whew.
It'd be fun. I like it. I like when there's so many.
Weaver might be dead. Ooh, okay, no, he's got 4 points. And that's Akuchi now. Never mind, I didn't realize he was level 7. Uh-oh. That's a little bit of a bait there. Queen of Pain does get the Sonic Wave off and the dagger at the last second, but the Stampede will get Echoes to safety. As the Weaver now will chase after Pulsing, gonna go for the E-Blade TP, but a cookie there to cut him off. Ooh, so close to the deny.
I feel like that was a really aggressive blink in.
Yeah, she was just blinking in to kill the Helm Dump creep. She did not see the Sand King there at all. Oof, doesn't get the 100 gold there. Zeal coming mid lane with his Croaker. Gonna start trying to put some pressure on this tower. Now you do have this blink on Sand King, no epicenter this time, but you still have a lot of damage that you can follow it up with. And there's the Air Splitter, blink away. They do get the Helm Dom as the Weaver actually TPs in for this. And Zeal with this Firefly, this boy is fast, looking for an opening. He can't quite connect on anything though. Meanwhile, Centaur took the top tower with his Helm of the Dominator.
Sure would help to have a stun if you want to force some of these plays. He's not even leveling Lasso. He's the only guy with a stun. He's like, I'm not going to take it, guys. You can't do this to me. You can't make me the one initiator. I'm going to make us all suffer. Well, like you said, it isn't that uncommon, but I feel like in a game where no one else has any crowd control, like, I don't know, maybe you should take it.
Yeah. It's whatever. Zeal's just playing for his own item timings right now. He's almost got his drums. Which, drums Batrider is actually not that uncommon because you can play for the Boots of Bearing eventually. And just with 4 points Firefly and drums, you're pretty much hasted during that second half of the Firefly duration.
I feel like we see drums more if you're going Arsonist, though, so it's kind of interesting that it's on Stoked.
Yeah.
Though, like you said, you are pretty much hasted, so that is kind of nifty. We're already seeing him zoom around, and he doesn't even have it yet, so
Who needs who needs Lasso when you can just be hasted on top of heroes?
You know, you're not wrong. Though he hasn't done it yet. He is 0-0-0.
Lifestealer's Courier. Oh, never mind. He's still got quite a bit of gold he needs to pick up. Oh, that's a big stack to steal. That hurts.
He's a little low. Maybe they could force this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Guess not. I thought with Batrider in the area, you might be able to like run in there, grab the Sand King, but maybe they didn't. I didn't check. Maybe they didn't have detection on them, so they didn't feel they could do it quite yet.
I feel like there's a little bit of an early rotation for the Wisdom Shrine, right? Like they were hoping to try and catch someone in the triangle. Oh, actually off the mark there with that Burrow Strike. Does get the huge Sonic Wave. Lasso is available. does end up committing it to secure the kill. But yeah, this Batrider just running them down. Emo in pursuit as well, and they should eventually finish the kill here onto the Snapfire. 6 stacks of sticky napalm, and yeah, they've got him. Huge win there, actually, from the Dire. They pretty much got everything they needed. They're gonna get their Wisdom Shrine, 3 kills and a tower.
You know, when you're right, you're right. Apparently, you just don't need stuns. Lasso is the shortest duration lasso ever as well. I think it was a Sand King or something that you finished a kill on.
Yeah.
And they just ran everyone else down, so maybe you don't need stuns when you all just run real fast.
I honestly didn't even see the lasso. The only reason I noticed it was because I heard it. You know, the sound design in the game, fantastic, but I couldn't even see the lasso go off. Like, that's, yeah. Unfortunate for the Batrider.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but Boga's trying to get an Orchid to help cover some of their crowd control issues. It's not a bad first item on Natures, but it does require you to farm quite a lot.
I definitely thought he'd go the Vessel build this game.
But have
like
you
the Vessel
that your
into
team needs crowd control?
Yeah. I mean, does Orchid bring it? I mean, I guess it's some form of crowd control.
Yeah, in particular, it helps with the Weaver. Before he gets some form of Dispel, you can maybe get some kills there. But you could also, for example, stop Snapfire ultimate, which you can't otherwise. Maybe even the Sand King if you see him before he starts channeling.
Ooh, Sonic Wave. Are they going to connect on it? They're really trying to, but the Stampede making some space. Goes back the other way. Sonic Wave does only connect onto the Elder Titan, and that's not going to be enough. And now you are in pretty deep. Trying to look for more here. Is this Weaver? But Lifestealer gets the rage off, running down the Centaur. Now a blink aggressively forward, as they will lose ZZQ as well.
Stuns are for suckers. Just run people down. That's what I'm learning. That's what I'm taking away from this game.
Yep.
It is kind of true to some degree, at least, where it's not like these are Pucks and Storm Spirits, right? These heroes do just run away. They kind of have some mobility, like you Cookie away, you Stampede, you Burrow Strike, but it's not the same level of mobility as those really elusive heroes. So it does kind of work when you're just really fast.
Bottom lane.
Oh,
Orchid reveal. They get their hands onto the Weaver, and he's so dead. He's going to lose his Courier as well. All right, now his game's going to become very difficult because at any point there's going to be a Nature's Prophet globally TPing into the trees and just Orchiding him. So that is going to make his life pretty difficult.
Yeah. He also went for, so he got Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, going for the Maelstrom now, which means if you finish this Maelstrom, now you need to farm up, let's say, a Manta or a BKB. So there's at least a 5 to 10-ish minute window here, depending how the game is going, before you can really deal with this Orchid.
He did rush Boots of Bearing, by the way, on the Batrider. So I think this is a really sick item. Like, not only does it help him out, but now helps his entire team out in kind of sticky situations. Are they? Okay, I was like, are they not going to get Bobica? But they actually commit the Mortimer Kisses to make sure he dies. Nicely done.
With the rarely taken Marsh Mage creep there to help out.
And it's gone.
No one wants the Marsh Mage.
How do you feel about the Lotus Orb on the Centaur, by the way?
I did see he finished that. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's good versus Lasso. You can remove some annoying spells as well. It doesn't scream like a we need Lotus game, so I am a little surprised by it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, Lifestealer is really starting to pull away now, and this is kind of where I get worried. It is a really good Lifestealer game, and I think for Fly, he's not really going to be in danger once he gets like this Sanj and Yasha completed. His Radiance, it's going to do a lot of burn damage in these fights. The Rage we've already seen have a lot of value. If he's probably not going to be the one killing the Weaver or really being able to stay on top of him, but the rest of these heroes are very, very, very susceptible to the Lifestealer. Smoke top. They should go for an
pick off before
infest or just a bait.
Tormentor. We've got our 1 stun lasso. No blink though, so they actually have to just run in to get it, which is a little tough into some of these heroes, especially the Sand King and the ET.
Or they come to you, right? You just bait your Lifestealer.
There you go. I mean, you know they
Here
want
they
to come
come.
up here for the Tormentor.
They're smoking in, looking for the Lifestealer, but
Dire are scanning.
who's going to start the Tormentor first? Oh, smoke gets popped. Fly goes in. Just we're going to start running at the Centaur, but we'll back away for now. Glimmer Cape to give him some cover. They do have the ward down already from the Pugna. As a blink, Epicenter, they managed to get the Bat Rider, an Infest to try and save him, but it's not all. Now you lose the Lifestealer as well. He just gets crushed. Then the Orchid will finish the job onto the Weaver, but you're dead on 4, and the only hero left is a Pugna who has no chance of surviving. What just happened?
Wow. That was actually such a disaster. The Lifestealer and the Bat Rider just took so much damage from the Epicenter because they're all in that tree line. And I don't know if you've heard me say this, but they don't have any way to stop it because they don't have any crowd control. So he just channels the Epi, joins the fight, and does an insane amount of damage. Everyone else is able to close it out. I mean, this ET Aura is doing the work for amplifying Sand King's damage. And then everyone else did stuff too, but like after that point, it was pretty set in stone. Easy fight. They didn't actually do the Tormentor though, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, they were low on some heroes. I didn't think they had the Swarm backup either, and you kind of need the Swarm for it.
That's fair. It looks like they might be coming back up here to finish the job now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I also think Afa did a great job in that fight. He just like ran in there.
Yeah.
I'm so
Tried to scout them out where they were on the high ground and stuff.
Yeah. Also faked out the Lifestealer Rage, right? Like used Hoof Stomp but canceled it to make him think he needed to rage, and that kind of put them on a back foot. And that's actually what eventually led to the Lifestealer dying as well, right? He had no rage to deal with Epicenter.
They do manage to get the Tormentor, and that shard will go to the Elder Titan. Amplify damage. They're going to go into Roche. I don't think you actually do this. I mean, Lifestealer is like one of the worst Roche heroes in all of Dota. But I guess with Pugna?
As long as the enemy doesn't come and stop you, you can do this. Which, because they were doing Tormentor, I don't think they're suspecting this. They're thinking the same thing as you. They're like, Lifestealer's terrible at this. Like, we don't really have to worry about it. But the amplified damage plus the Pugna healing is making this a slow but doable Roche.
All right. Aegis into the hands of the Queen of Pain, who desperately needs it, as she has really struggled in the last couple of fights. I mean, to be fair, the whole team struggled in the last fight, but we did not really see much come out of the Queen of Pain in that.
Do you still get Armlet at this point? Radiant, Sanj, and Yasha. Now into the Armlet.
I mean, it's a good item on the hero, but yeah.
Usually you get it
maybe
like,
just
right
wants
after...
it for the armor.
Maybe, yeah. Usually you get it right after Radiance if you're gonna do it. I don't think I've seen it after another item before.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, they have the blink on the Batrider. See if they can actually find something with this. It looks like both teams maybe giving up their tier 2 top side. They've already forced the fortification. And bottom lane with the Pugna, they should get this fairly easily.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
If
bottom
Yakuto's set up like this, it is hard to come fight them, even though there is a 4K lead. It did work in the top fight at Tormentor, but part of the issue was they set up so far back. I remember the Nether Ward was pretty deep, but then the fight broke out further out away from where they had set up, and that's part of why it didn't quite pan out.
Oh, we got a CC item. Basher online.
Will pay for crowd control. It is what you need to do. I guess that means he's not doing the armlet. Unless you get it now.
He's gonna go AC, it seems. Okay, I'm way more down for this item build. I agree. I think the armlet felt a little bit strange to go back for this late.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid tower fortification will take down the catapult, but again, you've got a Pugna here who's set up looking to try and kill this. Ooh, rage just in time. Nice force staff. Big epicenter comes through. They get the stun. Blade mail comes through. Emo just dies. Sacrifices the Aegis thanks to the BKB of Echoes, and he doesn't get an infest into anything. Lasso will go ahead and pull this Centaur in pretty deep. Sonic Wave will help finish the job. Does he live? He does. You are kidding me. And now with this Burrow Strike onto Zeal, but does get the blink out thanks to that Glimmer Cape.
Sand King is doing so much work in these fights. He's consistently the top damage. And then like just stunning target to target, and then being amplified by the ET cannot be underrated. Queen of Pain usually lives longer in these fights with the like blade mail and the bondage build and all that stuff, but really just getting burst down from the Sand King.
Ooh, Emo, you might be dead, buddy. You gotta be very careful. Jump in. Bobica does find the Weaver. Gets the Orchid. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close. The Sprout actually blocked off the Lifestealer. They got him. Just in time. Down to the low ground. Infest into the blink away. They need a bash here. They got it. Double kill for Fly. Very nice play from Bobica on this to find the Weaver.
Very back and forth. I feel like anytime the Radiant is all together, the fights have been going their way. I think the synergy between their heroes and the ease of execution we talked about earlier, where it's like, I go in and then you guys follow up. All of those fights have been good. But it seems like they stick around too long after winning those fights, push a little too far, and that's where Yakuto gets some return kills, keeping it a pretty even game.
Good attempt there from the Batrider to try and take the Wisdom Shrine, but doesn't quite happen. Bobica will get the other, and Bobica is starting to pull away in terms of net worth for the supports. Like, this is just kind of how Nature's Prophet works. Once we get into that mid game, this hero can really take advantage of the larger map.
Oh, I like this Ags pickup. Well, I mean, it doesn't have it yet, but Ags on Lifestealer means that if you do get jumped by Sand King, for example, you can just infest him if you need to dodge out some of the epicenter damage. It can also allow you to follow the Weaver while he's shakooching around, or Stampede is coming into play. So should allow them a little bit more utility to work with.
The cast range is also quite useful. Blink, stun, lasso, found the Snapfire, gonna pull her right into the hands of the Lifestealer, but the sleep into the Earth Splitter, the follow-up from Echoes is doing so much work, and now, with both supports dead, they're, or not even both supports, but the Bat Rider dead, they'll just back away.
It's the combo, you know? I mean, like, whoever gets jumped, you have either Hoof Stomp, Counter Initiate, you got Burrow Strike. Some nice body blocks. He does get away at the end there, though. Yeah, it's a little too deep. I don't think you can get that far. Oh, actually, they just sent
That is an insane call from 70. Fly just walks in and dies. He had Infest. Oh no,
he wrecked by AoE magic damage. I don't understand how, because it's a Lifestealer, but every fight that happens, they're just throwing in their spells and 100-0 killing everybody.
He was trying to get in range to infest the Queen of Pain, and she died before he could get the infest, and then he just didn't have rage and dies.
I feel like you need BKB on this Queen of Pain. She went Aghanims, but they're just getting destroyed by the ET Aura and then magic damage coming in.
I feel like this is what I see most.
The buildings fall.
Yeah, I feel like this is how I see most Queen of Pain games end up going recently. One more auto attack especially will do it, but the Glimmer Cape will get her to safety. Zeal. Oh my gosh, doesn't get the kill.
Oh, stuns. Alright, let me tell you, no matter how this game ends, whether they win or lose, Yakult Brothers is grabbing another stun in the next game. There's so many cases of heroes just leaving in front of them or not being able to start a fight cleanly. And because they're having to itemize to build some of the crowd control, they don't have as many auras to deal with ET. In fact, they don't really have any aura builder because they have an offlane Bat Rider. So their itemization is... Usually you see a lot of like Pipe, Vlad, mech type items to counter the ET aura, but no one has really done that because you have Orchid Hex on your Prophet. You have some glimmers, but that doesn't really help the team. That just helps the buyer.
Flyfly did finish his Aghanim Scepter, so maybe that'll start making a difference in some of these fights. But yeah, they like desperately need a pipe. There's a refresher done on Sand King now.
Even though I agree, I don't like who even builds it. It would be Nature's Prophet, but I don't disagree that they could also use a Hex. Tear the Mints doesn't want the second Roche stolen away, so they're positioned here nice and early. It's a pretty decently long Roche time though, so as they invade here, they're gonna win this fight and then still have to wait for Roche.
Well, they're gonna jump right in. Rage does come out, catches this. Emo comes in, nice dagger, but the Stampede at the ready, looking for that epicenter here onto Zeal. He's able to just kind of kite this out for now. A really good hold, honestly, for Yakult Brothers, as they have committed pretty heavily. They get the lasso. This one does connect, takes out the Elder Titan, and now Echoes with the refresher goes in. A nice infested dodge this one out. A lot of damage coming through, and Echoes, he's dead. You have Fly still plenty healthy and a buyback coming through from the Queen of Pain. Can they bring down this Weaver is the question. They need to get him finished off. Big stomp out from the Centaur, but it's not enough. The jump in from Zeo looking for more here. Nice Hurricane Pike. The Weaver's got lots to work with. Trying to finish the job. Ultra kill for him. Gets bashed. He's fallen low. The Infest is gonna do it. The buyback from Emo pays off. He ends up with a triple kill as they win the fight 4 for 5. And they steal a gem.
On Lifestealer save them, save Fly himself so much.
Yeah.
That game gets to avoid all of the epicenter damage. The second epicenter, because the first one was off the mark, and I think if the first one had connected a little better, that fight should be pretty straightforward for the Radiant. I thought they were actually trying to back off after the first one whiffed, but I guess they tried more because he had the refresher, and it did get them some kills, but that's where the Aghanims changed the game for Lifestealer. Otherwise, in the past, he would have also died in the second epicenter.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive win. And Roshan, unfortunately for them, is heading topside. Now, I think Tearlaments will be back in time to try and contest this. Like Batrider,
it's slowing him down. You want him to get to the pit faster.
Well, Fly's just going to run in and say, all right, I'm going to start the fight, guys. Let's see what we can get here. Hex out onto the Centaur. This will be a huge kill. Orchid up. There's going to be the epicenter onto the Queen of Pain. They need to be able to keep him alive. They can for now. The Infest once again dodging out quite a bit. But Fly is in super deep. No rage for 3 seconds. Needs a little bit of help. There's the Sonic Wave, but you've lost him. The Lifestealer goes down. And with this, that's Roshan for the hands of Tearlaments. Your Batrider just wasn't here for
good
this.
Off that first fight. That was a very aggressive move in. Again, when you don't have stuns. So even though that initial fight starts at the hard camp, it ends up being dragged all the way back to, you know, like that ward spot. And it just pulls in the rest of the team too far. They're not all together, whereas it's the Radiant's base, you know, they're easily organized together to quickly react. And another great epicenter comes out, kills 2 heroes. Lifestealer dodges the damage, but without the team, you can just focus him down afterwards.
I'll take your tribute.
I don't think we're going to see Sand King given away in game number 2.
Yeah, not with the rate this guy's going. They will grab themselves the second Tormentor. And the Lincolns now for the Weaver. So no more Infest or Lassos. At least easily into this hero.
Yeah, you'll need the natures to start it with, like, Orchid into Hex. And then the follow-up can happen. But it's committing a lot for one hero who now has the Aegis, so you're not really going to go for him until the very end. But his damage is quite a lot at this point. They might just try to force high ground at this point. Force the Occult Brothers back. Here we go.
Yeah, they have to. Lifestealer can clear up the banner pretty easily here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If he opts to, that is. Oh, they're gonna just jump in right with the epicenter. The chain stuns are there. He needs to get the rage. He gets the Infest at the very last second, stuck inside of Echoes. He's gonna get lassoed. Where did he go?
He he ran back. He's in his base again.
What moved him?
Wasn't he in the lifestealer who jumped back?
Yeah, but he got lassoed. He was like mid-lassoed and ended up getting out of the base.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that part I'm not so sure on.
I'm genuinely confused. I have no idea what just happened there. It's like lasso got canceled and Echoes just ended up teleporting.
I wonder if he like burrow striked as it happened.
That is a little bit of a greedy positioning there from Bobica. Down one lane of Rax, looking for the second one. Rage to dodge the cookie here means you cannot really afford to show in this wave for the little while.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Slow and safe siege. This is the way. I mean, as soon as they try to commit to your Weaver, that's where the epicenter
he's
comes
dead.
in, or you get the cookie.
He just walked right into that. They're just sitting there waiting for any stun to follow it up, and yep. Lifestealer, he does have buyback now, but that is going to be a second lane of Rax, and Echoes is going to just dive in for more. Finds the Queen of Pain, a stomp onto 3. They force the BKB out from the Queen of Pain. She has to run. They did go ahead and buy back on the Lifestealer as well as the Nature's Prophet. You got to get something surely, but they just can't. Oh, okay. First hit bash. That'll do it. On to Echoes. That'll finish the job. Nicely done.
Still, you end up with 1 kill after losing your barracks and having to buy back. That does not feel very good.
Yeah, not at all. Down
I guess
14,
you buy enough time, the
15,000.
Aegis will expire, so it's not like they're going to be pushing your top base at this point. But the Weaver's getting MKB. Yeah, just like 100 gold short at this point. So Radiance Evasion will no longer matter very much. I know they lost to Sand King there, but essentially every time he's had Epicenter, I feel that last fight was kind of forced. I think if they had just casually hit the building, it would have been a lot safer. I think with that being brought back to Earth again, you know, they'll play it safe again. And every time he's at Epicenter, it's just led to very straightforward fights. He has the refresher available again. 2.
I mean, you can
Maybe
just
a little
see
poking back.
the level 25 on the Weaver there just destroyed the Lifestealer. Took him down to half health after just a couple attacks.
Bugs are good. Actually, you usually go the extra Geminate attack, but I actually like that he went the Shikuchi cooldown this game because of their lack of control. He will just be zipping around these fights. I'm not sure. That's so funny. I was looking at tier limits in their jungle. I was like, what are they here for? If Roche isn't up yet. I was trying to piece it together. And then I just see them go like, oh yeah, they're pushing in top. We gotta go there. And they just all run this way. Yeah, I think this makes more sense. You have to deal with top. And it's the last lane really left. You could get that bottom barracks, but it's so low. I think like while you're pushing, Weaver could just run by. Or you send a Helm of the Dominator to go finish the job. So I think you really just need to camp top. And there's a small chance Roche spawns bottom, but it's most likely to be top.
That damage is insane.
they backed off real far after that. I guess recognizing they weren't near the Sand King.
Dire are scanning.
They are so afraid to show on waves right now. And I don't really blame them. What do you think your Colt brothers can do, actually, to get back into this game? There's a BKB on the Lifestealer, actually. That is one thing for sure.
You either need to take out the ET really quickly so his aura doesn't affect you as much, or you need to prevent the Sand King from this double epicenter. It's been destroying them the whole game. If you somehow manage to find him, that's good. But at this point, the Weaver is so strong that while you're focusing down Sand King, the Weaver will get at least 1 kill in return.
Level 25 Sand King, and he just popped an Amplify damage. If he gets Epicenter off, this fight's over. Well, they're going to jump in.
He finds them all.
This is the Stomp. The question is, who's he following up with? There's the Epi. Fly trying to find an option. He gets the Infest off inside of the Centaur, which, I mean, he doesn't really care all that much. Now has to pop the BKB and continue to run as the second Epicenter comes through, and Echoes just continues to chase 4 more. Zeal's just gonna die. They're trying their best to get out of here. Bobica does get the bash. Hold up! Oh my goodness. Lifestealer, a very lucky bash, gets the kill. And now looking to try and turn this one around, but the buyback into that time lapse secures this one as Lifestealer's dead for 120 seconds. Into Roshan they go.
Guys, I think you just go end the game, but this is the safe play, I suppose. Get Roshan, then go end the game. The BKB did do a lot of work there for the Lifestealer, but it can't be a one-man show as much damage as he did. They just call it.
GG, yeah.
Tier Limits isn't even pushing. They're like, yeah, okay, they're going to do it eventually, guys. Let's just GG now.
Yeah.
Epicenter is just too strong this game. It just wrecked him every single fight. And at this point, the Weaver is so powerful. They actually get a lucky bash to kill him. I really didn't think they had any chance at killing the Weaver. But the bash...
Especially since he was BKB'd.
Yeah, right? But the lucky bash did help get at least the first kill, but just instantly buys back knowing the game is at stake there. And if you win that fight, you clean up the rest.
Something that was really funny about that bash, I was going to mention it earlier. I was like, oh, Lifestealer went the magnifying monocle. I was like, I don't know how this is going to pay off in a fight, but we'll see. And he literally got the bash over the tree line of Sprout because of the magnifying monocle.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny. I was kind of shocked that the extra attack speed kind of came, or attack range came back after walking out of the fight for a moment there. But Tier Limits get the game 1 victory, and they look good, man. This is a really solid performance from them over Yakult. They pretty much held it the whole game. Like, there wasn't really any point where I think they were struggling.
Yeah, I think they picked a straightforward draft that Centaur, you go in, you find information for us, and then once we find something we like, or we just like throw out spells, right? Throw cookies, throw stomps. At some point, we feel ready to go in, we follow up, and that was just the game plan the whole time. And for Yakult Brothers, it's so much harder, because I know I said a lot. You don't have any stuns, so it's really hard to force any kind of fight you want. It's really hard to prevent the enemy from just, counter-initiating or stampeding or shikuchiing, all that stuff. All your plays are so much harder. So I really think going into the game number 2, we're going to see a very different draft from Yakult Brothers. Not that this one didn't have some merits, right? Like, we see some strengths to it, but I just think there were so many opportunities where it was really hard to stop Tier Limits from simply using their spells on you and killing you, because you have no way to deal with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Really good game number 1, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Tier Limits versus Yakult Brothers in the DreamLeague Season 27 closed qualifiers. We'll see you after the break.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without
Seconds remaining.
Seven here with Telements versus Occult Brothers about to begin game number 2. Sorry about that. I was really pushing the time limit there, but made it back in the last second. We're all right though. What's up, Zach?
No, I'm good. I'm ready to see if game 1 was more of a draft issue or if, I don't know, Tier Limit's maybe just here to play, even though we were saying Occult Brothers probably the favorite of this qualifier, has the most experience. But Tier Limits has some solid players and clearly some good ideas in that first draft.
Yeah, who needs experience when you just are better? That's what I'm learning. The Occult Brothers will grab the first pick of the Mars. No Nature's Prophet this time around.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of teams doing the Mars first pick.
It's good against Centaur, I guess.
Yeah, it does seem to be something Occult Brothers,
Yakuto brothers turn to
I guess maybe they like for Zeal.
Okay, we'll
I'll
go
tell
back
you
to the
what,
Snapfire.
it's
Yeah,
got a
not
stun.
surprising. True, infinitely more disable than last game.
Ah, pretty good, pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
Stealing away the Snapfire. That's a good combo with the Mars. We'll still be strong.
They also
in
just
its own
owned
right.
last game on this hero.
Very true. I'm interested to see if we'll see that ET come out again. I think that really opened up a lot of the combos. Though some of that was with having a Sand King, so maybe there's less value now that that's already banned out.
Yakuto brothers turn to ban.
Radiant team ban.
Beastmaster
All right, out of the
still in the pool.
Yeah, they got rid of the Lycan though, which I'm surprised. I feel like I would target the Beastmaster over the Lycan when I have a hero like Mars, but
Radiant team pick.
there's the Pugnaban.
Turn to pick.
Early Storm Spirit. Whoa.
Yeah, but I suppose some of the worst matchups, like Monkey King and Puck, are already taken out.
10 seconds remaining.
Yakuto brothers.
I do feel like you can just get
turn
like Ember or something in the mid lane versus it, and you're good to go.
Yeah, as I say,
it could've
Ember
made
or
worse.
Quap. Like the Quap typically dominates the Storm Spirit lane, but they get the Disruptor, which has some really good catch for this hero. So I like this option a lot as well.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a bold Storm pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it is a relatively safe pick in the fact that like the worst matchups were banned and you have the Electric Slide. You get out of Arena, so you got a lot going for you. Of course, you're going to be countered somewhat by the remaining picks, but it just means your emphasis is on other parts of your draft, right? Like your carry or your offlaner should get a much better matchup now because of this early Storm Spirit pick. We'll see if that pays off. I imagine it'll be the...
Radiant team pick.
Actually, I was going to say the carry pick, but you already know your offlane in the Mars. Maybe you could reveal the carry rather than save it for the very last pick.
They managed to get the Elder Titan Snapfire combo again, which absolutely owned last game. The Mortimer Kisses in some of these fights did so much work thanks to the aura from the ET Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, Lifestealer, actually kind of good.
Oh no.
If they want to do it.
Yakuto brothers turn to pick.
They go back for the Centaur. Even
back
into the
to
Mars,
last
but
draft.
yeah, pretty much just sub out the mid laner. I mean, to be fair, the Centaur more countered by the Mars, which is a big deal, but you do need to pick a hero here that can actually deal with this offlane of Centaur and Snapfire. And last game it was the Lifestealer that they went, and didn't end up working in the long run thanks to a last pick Weaver.
With that said, I think their draft is already a lot better to enable a Lifestealer pick because they have more low cooldown stuns. Like, the Infest ganks just never really happened. Because, like, you already know it's the Bat Rider. So it's very difficult to surprise them with that. It's hard to push an early tempo off your Radiance timing when you don't have Lasso and they're just walking away from you. So I think there's a lot better. I'm actually not sure on the Stampede value versus both Mars and the Disruptor. With that said, the way he played last game was that they just put him in the front and he got information for his team and everyone acted on that. And in that case, it is still fine into these heroes.
Good Medusa ban here. I imagine the other one is going to be like Terrorblade. Doesn't really struggle too much into the Mars lane, and it's a really rough matchup for TA.
Yakuto brothers turn to ban.
Bans of the Clockwork and the Hoodwink. Okay. A little bit of scouting, but a little bit of damage. A lot of damage, actually, from both those supports.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think Dark Willow could be okay. Or an Aura Buyer, because right now, Mars is not really someone who likes to build auras. And that was an issue they had, because they had to buy stuns last time, crowd control.
Yeah.
They had no resistances to the natural order. If you pick an initiator, maybe you can just squeeze in a pipe on Mars since you're kind of covered by your supports to initiate. Or you maybe run Disruptor 4 and pick up like a Chen, and Chen just builds every aura for you.
The Luna ban is interesting. That's definitely a respect ban because I did play this earlier.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Pick.
Man, okay, I thought about Bane earlier and I was like, it could be a Bane pick, but then I was like, man, I don't want to keep suggesting Bane and everyone think I'm like Bane crazy and then this hero never gets picked. And then now it gets
crowd
picked.
control every 3 minutes for the last hour, so I mean, I think it's okay. Repeat your calls.
Yeah, I mean, Bane does do a lot here. Does give you the ability to try and isolate this Centaur if he does try to go super aggressive in, right? Like he did last game. Your Bane just nightmares him, and then you have one less hero to worry about in these fights. And then you have your, of course, Fiend's Grip you can follow up with on anybody else. They do have good cancels for Fiend's Grip, though, so we'll have to see. But I think overall a really strong lane hero. And does kind of counter what the Centaur wants to do, I think. I think TB is the obvious pick. Oh, Faceless Void. Less obvious.
Kind of cool, though. Chronosphere is a classic setup for Snapfire ult and for Earth Splitter, both of which are very high damage abilities. So you'll have that going for you. Chronosphere is also a great way to control up the Queen of Pain, the TA. Make sure you actually kill them. Make your way through the refraction as all the big abilities land. I kind of like it in theory.
Yeah, I mean the build is Helm of the Dominator, right? So that is what has made Faceless Void viable again. I think level 2 Spear on Onward, you can't time walk the damage, or is it maybe it's level 3 Spear. Hold on, let me double check. It's one of those things. It's been a while since I've seen this exact matchup. Yeah, so it's basically level 3 Spear. You can't time walk the damage. So that's going to be a little frustrating in the lane. Like the first 2 levels of Mars, like with the like God's Rebuke Spear combos, like he can just basically unwind all of that.
I do think Storm Spirit will fill a similar role to Sand King, but the epicenter was taking out 2 to 3 heroes a fight, thanks to the natural order amplifying the damage, and that's not something Storm Spirit can do. So even though we've got a very similar draft, I do think even without being able to buy auras, you won't be punished as hard for not having an early pipe, for example.
Mambo, mambo. Mambo, mambo. Omachiri, mambo.
I think that Mambo line's the biggest win they got from TI. Didn't know they were going and suddenly gets to spam that line. Spam this spray.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm surprised they're not putting Bane a little further with the night vision. Like you put Bane on point to scout this stuff more than your TA.
The battle begins.
All right. 3 runes again for your Colt. We'll see what they can do with it.
Oops. Another body block attempt bottom, but one creep slipped by, so he just immediately gave up.
That hurts.
Okay, Disruptor came down.
Bobica potentially with the save, but
that wasn't
Faces
a lot.
Void's
So
got plenty of time now.
Yeah. Oops. He's gonna get away with being 2v1 because of that.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Sniped a courier on the ET as well.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh my god.
Courier's dying everywhere. And Snapfire gonna die too up here for that courier kill.
Okay, that's a really nice trade there. Polson just does not care. He's like, you get my courier, I get your life.
Whereas the Lifestealer couldn't really punish the Centaur, TA, a lot more physical damage plus negative armor, which is something Centaur is weak to. This lane going infinitely better than the last one, just off the start.
Yeah, this is night and day for sure.
Huffing and stomping is not gonna make these babies bake faster.
I am mostly curious to see how well this Faceless Void lane is going to go, because it is one of those heroes that, as the game goes on, it scales incredibly well. One of the best late game heroes in Dota, of course, but it has had a problem of never getting there. So I am, wondering how much this Helm of the Dominator build has changed it. I've seen it a couple times. It looked pretty decent, but does he get the glimpse? He does. Zeal's going to spear him right into the trees. I'm surprised he didn't just spear him into the tower, but they do have the damage to finish the job.
That might be why. Figured, like, I don't even need to reposition. I'll just get the kill, go right back to last hitting. I do think the Helm of the Dominator helps. One, speeds up the farm in the early game compared to the traditional builds. But two, we've seen many cases where you just start ratting with the Helm of the Dominator, which is a way to drag the game out to get towards that late game where Faceless Void is so strong. There will be a
lanes are
TA,
looking
though.
quite good, though.
Mambo, mambo, mambo.
What is this voice line? You're gonna have to fill me in. What is this from?
There's some anime horse derby game, I think. I think it's from that.
Oh my gosh, that's where that's from?
I think I read it. I haven't played it, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I assume someone on your cult. I assume it's Maboka. He uses the voice line the most.
That's a big rotation mid here to get both of the water runes for the Queen of Pain. Forces Echoes all the way back to the base. And honestly, Disruptor, if he just kind of hangs around, they might be able to get a glimpse play if he TP's back. He is coming back to the mid lane.
Radiant's middle
Dude, this would be devastating. It looks like he is playing it smart, and he's just gonna hide in the trees here.
dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, he'll be fine. But
He is
Disruptor
losing all
is
his
just gonna.
health, though.
Yeah, Disruptor's doing a lot of damage, and the Elder Titan TP got canceled. So he's just dead. Snapfire is gonna come mid. Okay, who needs to glimpse him back when you can kind of glimpse him back by killing him instead?
The original glimpse. Yeah, he did not think they'd be able to do that, but the extra level Queen of Pain got, one from just a couple extra denies in the lane, but forcing Storm back. She got an extra level in the Shadow Strike, and you don't have Zip, so you're just a very slow hero. He instantly realized he was dead and just like stood and traded as best he could, but that is really painful. So Snapfire now in the mid lane to absorb XP, and Storm gonna have to do some jungling to catch up now.
Polison using that bonus night vision here to try and chase around the Centaur in the lane. Make sure he has tabs on that hero at all times, but Templar Assassin's completely free farming 34 and 14 to just 12 and 0 on the Centaur. Like you said, a completely different lane dynamic, really, from last game. That's going to be a haste rune picked up for Emo. Immediate D-ward from Bobica. They got vision, I think, here from Polison.
Dire's middle tower is under
Looks like they... Well, it's like they can play for the glimpse, but they do just have the Nightmare. In comes the Queen of Pain. One more auto attack. Gets Sonic Wave now. Hold up. Haste rune is out. ZZQ with a nice spirit here and a lot of bonus damage, but Sonic Wave will secure the kill.
Radiant's middle tower.
That is 2 dead supports in the mid lane as Echo can't get to his tower.
Still not level 6. Just being zoned by them, standing in his way. This is a significant amount of tower damage too, because the creeps have been hitting it uncontested.
Is under attack.
Queen of Pain, lane dominator, but not usually the fastest tower taker. At this rate though, this will be a pretty quick mid tower.
They are bringing everyone here to try and contest this Wisdom Shrine, which they kind of need to, but Flyfly is strong on this level 6 Templar Assassin. He's got a trap here ready to go in case they decide to run. He will. Yeah, Meld Strike is out, gets the kill.
Get a triple.
Wisdom Shrine goes to Polison. Glimpse will just pull back the Centaur, and yeah, triple kill here as all 3 heroes die. They get the double Wisdom Shrine. This game is falling apart really fast.
I think they gained health in the 2 versus 3 to start that off. By the end, a triple kill, barely costing them anything, and you get the Wisdom Shrine. Alright, they were... After they lost game 1, they huddled together like, alright guys, we were goofing with no stuns. Pull it together. Pull it together. Show them how it's done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait, why don't I see the second Wisdom Shrine anywhere? Is it still up? It is still up. Hold up, they haven't even taken it.
Their own?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marsh just didn't make his way over quite yet.
Yeah, I assumed he might have, so Disruptors just making the little stroll on over.
It's a little risky to leave it, but I like the payoff for the supports, because this way the supports both get the Wisdom Shrine, and Static Storm
their level
and
6s are so good.
Yeah, they're really good. And you have like a 2-level disadvantage on the supports now. Well, maybe like 1.
I've been involved in so many kills. All right, mid lane. Arcane Rune on Emo. ZZQ hiding behind the tower here, just hoping to get some XP from the creeps dying, but that is just an uncontested mid tower.
I mean, we've seen what... Every time they've come to try to contest it, they lose heroes. I think that's the right call.
Yeah. Topside Snapfire gonna get glimpsed right back into the hands of Flyfly. A Stampede tried to buy him some space, but it's just not enough.
I'd be curious what the ratio of glimpse to kills is this game. I feel like every time he's used glimpse, they get
1
a
to
kill.
1. Yeah, it's literally 1 to 1.
There might be a couple in the laning stage, maybe, but even then they got some kills in the lane, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh, the Mars Helm of the Dominator, not one we see very often.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But it is good for taking towers, which that's one way to slow down the Faceless Void, prevent him from getting to that late game. Take all his buildings, restrict his space. Meteor Hammer used to do that. Everyone decided that was no fun. Now you get Helm of the Dominators. Pick your poison.
You are about to get Fiend's Grip on this Faceless Void. There it is. Sonic Wave is out. The Spear to secure the kill. They will grab the Helm of the Dominator as well. And with the Catapult, their own Helm Dom, that tower should just be free for the taking. They have now built themselves a 6,000 gold advantage here just before 11 minutes.
I just realized Polison is 4-0 and 4 on his Bane.
Yeah, he's been everywhere.
He's almost got more kills than last hits.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's hype, actually. I mean, if you factor in assists, he has more kills and assists than last hits and denies.
I also think some of what he has in the last hit department is de-warding, so it doesn't even count.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, I like the ward they placed back here. We see ET like near the cliff. This is where you would usually expect it, and they centered it. The observer they placed to look for storm scouting, us farming here, is actually closer to the base over here. Very unexpected. Ooh, is he trying to cliff him there?
I think he's just nightmaring him away from his sentry so he can't get the D ward. Stomp will be dodged out. Queen of Pain comes through. Polison gets himself another. Now up to 5-0 and 4.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, but imagine you don't kill him, but you just cliff him. Don't you think that's a... It's a little bit more of a power play, don't you think? Really put you in your place.
I'd be up for it.
They got Snapfire 6. It's been quite delayed.
Dire's top tower
One Vortex should be enough to kill, though.
Big play here with the Chronosphere. They do manage to get the ult out from this Disruptor, and the kinetic field static storm just kills the storm instead. Mars with 1,800 health is too tanky. Queen of Pain comes in now. They force the Stampede, and they are on the hunt. Oh boy, that...
I feel like
that is like a GG moment almost.
I feel like you're supposed to open with Vortex and then Chronosphere. You needed the Storm Spirit out of the Chrono to have enough damage to kill the Mars, who is such a tanky hero. He doesn't even have his neutral item. He's got so much health. Where is his neutral item? He has enough.
Yeah, Storm basically tanking a full duration static storm and then just gets Spirit Arena. It is not really how you want to take the fight, for sure.
Are we sure?
Is Mars bugged? Like, why doesn't he build a jungle item?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It says 5 out of 5, but I don't even see the option to look at it. He doesn't need it.
He's like, yeah, whatever. I don't need it.
I've got this Satyr Mind Stealer. I don't need a neutral item. This is my neutral item. It's called Helm of the Dominator. Oh, there we go. Chipped vest. Huh, I don't know. Look, we got the Roshan timer working.
Oh boy.
Busted now.
Oh boy. Another Fiend's Grip wraparound here onto the Faceless Void. Polosin's just everywhere.
Croaker almost helped him there. If the Croaker had canceled the Fiend's Grip, that would have been pretty pog, but yeah, he is now 5-0-5 on this Bane. I'm telling you, stuns are good. Write that down.
It's all right. Noted.
Pick stuns, win game, keep picking stuns, win Dream League 27, keep picking more stuns, ... win TI.
Dang, I didn't realize it was that easy, but that's pretty huge. Polosin finally gonna die here. Does he survive? Nightmare to dodge out the stomp, but they got him. Mortar Kisses, quite a bit of damage. Bobica in some trouble. Glimpse back, not gonna save him. So both supports finally go down. Those are, that means they're on the board, baby. 2 kills finally for the side of Tier Laments.
Bane's actually worth quite a lot because he had a 5-kill streak. So 800 gold for 800 gold for the Bane and 700 for the Disruptor is quite a lot. That is what happens when you're 10,000 behind at 16 minutes though. So like you said, at least you're on the board, but the situation is still very rough. And it was a pretty big commitment. You had to use the Mortimer's Kisses, which means you definitely don't have enough damage to kill any of these cores now. Also, there's a TA in the game. I feel like this happened in the earlier series too.
Yeah.
Where the other 4 members were just doing a bunch, and it's like, also Fly's here. He's farming. It's the late game insurance, but his team is in such a good spot without him. He's free to just do whatever.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pops the fortification here to try and keep this bottom tower alive, but with the good old Helm Dom, this tower is dead. Soon to be dead.
One more.
Surely the next attack.
Got it. Alright, Storm gave up on farming his own safe lane jungle. He's made his way to the enemies.
Another catch from Polosin here. Nightmare into the kinetic field.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Polosin didn't even try to kill steal that. What the heck?
Uh-oh, Centaur. Yules? They're trying to hold the arena. They will just Nightmare him up to the cliff? No, okay. They Nightmare him, sets up the spear. There's the arena to cancel the stampede. There you go. And Fly will clean up the kill, and with that, I believe his first set of Deso charges. On the other side of the map, Mortimer Kisses, find a kill. Emo vortexed up and dead as well. Alright, great setup from the Chronosphere.
I think if he had
Oh my god.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Temple decreed your death.
You just decapitated him, dude. That was evil.
I don't know if TA can decapitate. I mean, she throws out like, I guess they're blades. Don't they seem like they're more like they just pierce you type stuff?
I don't quite know what they are.
They're side blades. Tricky.
Maybe if she did some like wanted stuff where she like curves the side blade, she could decapitate you, you know?
Okay. Or maybe she launches 2, 1 from each hand in like an X motion.
Yeah, you're right.
That'd be pretty sick. Make that a level 25 talent. That would unironically be pretty good, like a double hit.
Oh yeah, that would be insane. She'd be way too strong. Can you imagine if your Meld Strike throws 2 instances of attacks?
I love not playing Dota. Just walking around, step on a trap, TA just blink double melts me. I'm gone.
Then it like side blades and then a giant cone behind the target because it, you know, there's 2 attacks coming through at different angles.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, 20 minutes Tormentor for the TA. Very nice. All right, nice. Goes to Boca.
I was gonna say onto the Bane might be a little better to help him get to the Aghanim sooner, but the ability to place the Thunderstrike on the ground is quite useful to scout out information, especially to find where this Faceless Void might be hiding in trees trying to chrono you, or to chase a Storm Spirit who is zipping around.
Oh, he's
Ooh,
dead.
Tumbler's Toy!
That is, yeah, that is rough for Echoes here. Nightmare.
Yeah, get it for yourself,
Polson's like,
get it for
this
yourself,
one's mine,
Poloson,
buddy.
do it!
Oh, come on.
It would have brought us closer to being on parity with the kills and assists again. But now it's getting further and further. 5-1-8. I don't know, Ricky. It's like he doesn't even care about his KDA.
Not a true Dota player.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, everyone TPing back, trying to find this Snap Fire.
Oh, she's been found.
Space Maid, I guess. 2 heroes go back. Give you a little bit of farming space, but
Well, you say that, but there is a smoked Bane in your triangle trying to find anybody. And boy, did he find a hero called the Storm Spirit. Instant Fiend's Grip from the Glimmer Cape into a quick kill for Fly.
Cult really stepped it up this game, I gotta say.
Yeah, completely different performance from them.
I'm a little surprised they're not trying to poke a little bit more together. I'm trying to see what they're waiting for. I guess it's Butterfly on Templar Assassin. She farms fast enough that I guess you'll have about a minute left on the Aegis when she finishes it. If you know, like set her up for some fast farm, aka the Creep Wave Queen of Pain just killed in front of her. So
yeah,
I mean
they'll get mid tower here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if you even need the Butterfly. The idea is that it'll help you versus the Chronosphere, but you have the Aegis for that. I feel like you can actually just stand behind TA and let her hit the tier 3.
Butterfly is a pretty insane high ground item, though. Like, it's really good for sieging high ground, because you can just sit there and tank the tower. Like, you already have Refraction, and then now you're going to have, like, misses as well. Faceless Void walks right into Zeal. Does have Chrono, but the Arena and the Spirit do come out. Disruptor not quite in range yet, even in the Stampede. Should be able to get to safety. No, he's been glimpsed. Well, just
nice.
sometimes you just,
Tower is under
yeah,
attack.
sometimes you just scan the right time and find the hero you want to kill.
I just realized Maboka got a Helm of the Dominator.
Wait, did he actually? Nice.
I mean, Disruptor actually has some of the best late game items in Dota, so actually picking up an early farming item, I'm kind of on board. Also, this game you can probably build whatever. I think
Yeah, I'd
you
say
got a
when you're
little bit
this
of
far
flexibility
ahead,
here.
Yeah.
Haste.
When you're this far ahead, like a Helm of the Dominator actually just feels really punishing because there's just all your lanes are going to be pushed in.
Storm Spirit scouted out by the Mars. Oh.
Oh my god, he went to like 4 different areas, gets glimpsed, still Fiend's gripped up. And a spear from downtown. Echoes will tick on down again.
Okay, boys, don't play with your food too much. I feel like they're not pushing. They're getting these kills. Let's go, gang. Let's go take some buildings.
Yeah, you have your butterfly. You've got to be going high ground. TA Trap will find the Snapfire. Spear will give them the vision that they need. There's your Chrono. Into Earth Splitter. Is this the moment they've been waiting for? TA gets solo, but a nightmare at the last second. The arena comes out. They're all trapped inside. Sonic Wave comes out. They do get the Templar Assassin. Poloson's going to die as well, but the Static Storm will finish the job onto this Faceless Void. And now it's all free game for Emo here. Looking for another follow-up kill, but doesn't look like he's going to pressure too much further as Echoes goes in for Bobica. He's out of mana for this. Trying desperately to finish the job. Doesn't have it. And now the Quap will get himself an ultra kill. Blink in from the Centaur to get the kill. And Emo does not have the damage here.
I was worried they weren't going to have the damage for that because I feel like they've been miscommunicating on this Chronosphere a couple times. But she cookies in as the Chronosphere comes out, so then she can't Mortimer's Kisses into the Chronosphere. Fortunately, still enough damage to kill a TA since her item of choice has been Blink, Deso, Butterfly, and the only items giving her any stats are the Hurricane Pike, so she is still pretty squishy once Refraction's down, which Mortimer's Kisses is great at taking down. I think they went a little over aggressive there. I do think they are strong enough to push even without the Aegis. I don't think you can go like blindly into the Chrono. With that said, Chrono is now down, so I mean you kind of can go blindly now, and I don't think they can kill you.
Yeah, I think you should just go to the high ground now. Like Roshan's not gonna. We'll see the respawn timer in just a moment, but.
They'll wait for it at this point. Well, maybe they'll push while Chrono's down, but then as it gets close, you'll wait for Roche, knowing that it should be up soon, and you'll have TA to check the exact time.
Radiant are scattered.
All right,
Medium
so
spawn.
yeah, 90 seconds till Roche. Bottom lane, Storm Spirit, Yule speared back, blinking from the Queen of Pain with a silence to follow it up. And that is another death for this Storm.
They're just gonna wait Roche. I thought it was Storm dead, you know, maybe go poke a little bit, but they're playing this one as safe and methodical as you can be.
I'm trying to wonder if you are creating an opportunity for Tearlaments to stabilize the game by not threatening the high ground, but if you keep getting kills, I'm sure it's okay. Like, Faceless Void cannot do it alone. At least not for a while.
Yeah, I think there is some danger when you don't push soon enough, but I think they recognize they have a pretty big lead. And I think it's okay to delay for this Roche right here, and then try to end the game with it.
Radiant are
Smoke's coming, but it's a little bit too late. Actually, the timing ended up closer than I thought.
All right, jumped in from the Storm, committed the BKB. They're going to go ahead and commit the BKB from the Faceless Void as well. 7E is dead on the Snapfire. As the chase going to continue, Elder Titan's going to pause. Oh, that's awkward.
Disconnected. I was wondering where he was in that fight. Because usually as you attempt the steals, you throw in the Spirit, drop the Earth Splitter. Unfortunate time if he had to disconnect there. I'll be real, I don't think it changes this game, even if he was. You are very, very far behind here. And the most recent kill they managed to find was really off of Yakult overextending. Let's see what they can do here. 4v5. I think you
they
would
got no
have to give up
BKBs.
one barracks, wait for Snapfire ult, and then you have to land the Dream, Chrono, Earth Splitter, Mortimer's Kiss. And then you GG after that because they respawn and they kill you. Because I don't know how you do this.
Yeah, you now have a fresh Aegis getting ready to go to the high ground. No BKBs on the Storm or this Faceless Void. Your Snapfire is dead for 20, so your Chronosphere damage is going to be lacking.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is the building damage that I was surprised they didn't just poke a little bit earlier. Even if they don't finish the whole thing, you know, like look how quickly Fly kills buildings. You could just chip it down bit by bit every time they got a kill. He's doing it now though. 5 seconds till the Centaur's up. One more fortify. Yeah, one more fight. One more Dream Chrono. Mortimer's in 25 seconds.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Yeah, they are just unable to do anything about this. They're going to start for the Templar Assassin, but again, she's got the Aegis. In comes the Kinetic Field. The Spear as well will pin him down. Storm Spirit does manage to find a good opening on the backside, but a Fiend's Grip just catches the Faceless Void in his BKB. He's so low, he dies. Oh boy, that's the GG for sure. And Arena just to trap them in their fountain, just adding insult to injury. But yeah, game number 2 will go to Yakult Brothers, and we're gonna have our first game 3 here in these Chinese qualifiers.
Which I'm not too surprised by. I think we saw that clearly Tier Limits has some solid players. I recognize the the irony of saying that after a bit of a beatdown here in game 2. But it does show that the draft is quite important for setting yourself up for a good time. And I think this TA pick did a lot for Yakult Brothers. It essentially shut down the same lane we saw last game. That Centaur Snapfire had a much better time in the previous game. They were able to get a lot more work done. But this time, the TA has a lot of power on her own. She reaches a self-sufficient stage really early. And then your supports were just going around wrecking havoc. Especially in that mid lane to start. That poor Storm Spirit was just getting bullied. And suddenly, your Centaur playmaker having a bad time. Your Storm Spirit having a bad time. Sure, your Faceless Chrono setup's cool, but that guy's going to farm. Faceless Chrono is a very long cooldown, so you just didn't really have the same tools they had last game, which was, let's just run, throw stuns, throw epis. It was really easy for them because they came out of the lanes a lot better.
Yeah, I liked the first pick Mars, honestly. I wasn't, something we were a little bit unsure of at the start, but ends up working out really well. Yeah. And Faceless Void really kind of just falling flat despite the fact that they picked this super late in the draft. I think overall, Yakult Brothers just played a much better game from the lane stage onward, so we'll see what happens in game 3, if it ends up similar to this one, or if it's going to be like game number 1. And Tier Limits will be the one that walks away with the victory. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final game here of the evening. We'll see you in just a sec.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearin about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. had we never loved so kindly.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 27. We are at the last game of the day here. It is your Colt brothers taking on the side of Tearlaments, and currently tied 1-1. So we'll see what happens in Game 3. Zach, any predictions for the draft?
Stuns.
No.
Like
Yeah,
stuns.
okay, that's fair.
Stuns are good. I think that's what I learned from Game 1 and Game 2. The Mars is available if they want to just run it back.
I think they should. It looked great. Yeah. I'd also like to see the Bane as an option as well. Now, last game, the Beastmaster was available. No one went for it.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. It's easy to just like assume it's banned because it's so often banned, but it was available in that last phase, and they decided to go for the Snapfire instead. I don't know, Snapfire is good. I don't know if she has to be your like first pick priority type thing. So, especially versus Mars, it's kind of like a steal pick, but you would get another chance to pick it. For example, coming up, it could be your follow-up to the Beastmaster, and I think that that's a better place for it than the like the response pick. I also think that Storm pick was pretty early and pretty bold, and it got punished kind of hard. I think we'll see that pushed back further in the draft.
Yakuto brothers turn to pick.
Okay. Going back for the Pugna.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think Bane is not looking as tempting. You could still do it, but since the Boars can remove the Nightmare, it's not as good in the lane at least. And as long as you have good micro throughout the game, the Nightmare setup isn't as strong. I think the Warlock is a very strong laner versus the Beastmaster, and okay, they decided to go for it anyways. It just means the Nightmare is not as good, but Fiend's Grip is still very powerful, and
it's gonna be off.
Assuming this is Beastmaster offlane anyways,
10 seconds
then you can put Bane 4 instead of Bane 5. But if you do Bane 5, which I thought, like if you pick Bane and then maybe pick a flex, like you wouldn't really want to run into the Beastmaster. Oh, that's a good response. Ringmaster really dropped off in popularity, but I think with the return of a lot of single target stuns, he started to make a bit of a resurgence. So he's quite good versus the Bane, Nightmare, and Fiend's Grip we were just talking about. You can use your Escape Act. You can also throw your ultimate or your Tame the Beast from pretty far away to interrupt the Bane.
I wonder why they went for the Medusa ban so early. I mean, I guess Medusa is pretty free into a Beastmaster lane, but
I also think you reach this point in the draft where they could pick Medusa at 18 and then ban to protect it.
Ban anti-mage, yeah. In terms of lanes, though, you have the Warlock. You can pair this with the Gyrocopter pretty easily. That's one of the classics. Does lane well into Beastmaster. I think that's realistically where they're going.
Is there a flex pick between mid and carry you can grab here? Shadow Fiend, I guess.
I don't know if I want to play Shadow Fiend into a Mars is the issue. They'll just pick the Ursa. Honestly, if that's the case, do you want to just go Troll Warlord? Ursa hates playing into Bane, dude.
10 seconds remaining.
Troll Warlord doesn't love Pugna. But you do eventually get the, or you can eventually get the Ags, which is very good versus both these supports. So I wouldn't mind if you grab it here.
It's free into Ursa as well. He just like can never like late game his over, like he just doesn't have his overpower stacks. You just keep dispelling them every time he tries to hit them, and then you also just have evasion.
Yakuto brothers turn to ban.
Oh, interesting. Okay, a little bit of a page out of the other team's book. So they go for the Weaver themselves. Start our ban, very essential.
Radiant team banned.
I don't think Weaver is as natural of a builder of Nullifier, though, as Troll Warlord would have been for Ags. So these supports, the Pugna and the Ringmaster, their saves will still be quite strong for most of this game. Like, it's a pretty late item for Weaver if you get the Nullifier.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Our mid hero who can buy a faster Nullifier.
Yakuto brothers turn to ban.
Pango would have been it. Do you think they just ban the Centaur again? Or do they just not worry about the Centaur? Because honestly, I feel like the Mars, the Bane, great answers to the hero.
Yakuto brothers turn to
They will ban it though. Okay. That's a pretty good pick actually for them.
Kill threat with the Nightmare setup. You got some negative armor synergy going.
10 seconds remaining.
There's actually not really any great heroes left against the Shadow Fiend that I think about it.
Yeah, at this point you're kind of like trading in the lane and then try to initiate on him later. Oh.
Whoa. Mid Beastmaster? Yeah, so they're gonna go offlane Night Stalker.
Okay, well, I mean, you were just saying, you know, like, there's not that many great counter picks left. So Beastmaster will go even because you farm, you send the board to go stack, and then you do the stacks. So you'll both get what you need from that mid lane. And the Night Stalker, you did need an answer to this Weaver. So now you can have the AoE silence and just stay on top of Weaver. It's going to force him to build a BKB a little bit earlier than he would like. And it's very good versus the supports as well, who have channeling abilities. Shadow Fiend as well, who wants to like quickly use the ultimate. You can't just walk into a fight and throw that out if there's a Night Stalker there. See a lot of value to it, even though we don't see this hero very often. Yakult Brothers actually should be familiar with it. They changed their offlaner, but previously they were the team playing Night Stalker when no one else was. So they should be pretty familiar with what Night Stalker can do against them.
I like it a lot. I really do. I think the hero has a lot of potential. I'm not entirely sure how well it's going to get through the lane. Like Weaver, pretty good, pretty strong hero in the lane for the most part. But Night Stalker, if he can survive those first few levels and get to like level 5, have his double bracers, I think he'll be able to just sustain and kind of farm it up.
I think you have to do that as well, because if this Night Stalker isn't having a good time, I feel like Weaver is super free. All you have is Roar, which, sure, I mean, if you manage to Roar Weaver, you're probably killing him, but that means you need to get to the Aghanims, and then you need to get to the Blink. So that's a long time, and then you have to only use it on Weaver, which it really limits your ability to kill anybody else.
Prepare for battle.
All right, well, here we go. It is game 3 here. Yakult Brothers versus Tearlaments, and we'll see how these lanes end up going. The mid Beastmaster versus Shadow Fiend, it shouldn't actually be that bad for the Beastmaster, but I think level 3 and level 5 of the Shadow Fiend are pretty massive power spikes. In terms of heroes that can rotate for the power runes, though, I kind of like Tier Limits a little bit better. Oh, that's smoke.
5 on 5. And nothing happens. Rare to see that. I like the idea though. Night Stalker went Night Rain, you know, so he's not very strong here. It does mean these smoke plays are awkward because your smoke breaks and it's daytime, so it's harder to sneak up on people. I think that's why they were trying to get in here to at least block the camps as well, but a good call by Tier Limits already in the area, and now going to go for their own smoke.
The battle begins.
All right, successful invade there. Oh wait, never mind. Fly still got the bounty rune.
Round 3 of body blocking the creeps in the bottom lane. I think Earth's going to try to stop this, but actually Bane is already here. So Equilibrium will be in a good spot for Zeal and Baboka once again.
Oh, that hurts for Emo. Tried to get a Boar last hit, but raised the one that was about to expire.
Did get the other one though, which is 36 gold.
Yeah.
It is quite nice.
Alright, well, in the bottom lane here, we've got the Mars and the Bane up against the Pugna and the Ursa. I think overall, the lanes should go pretty well. Like, you don't have a ton of, like... You don't have, like, a ton of damage out of the Ursa in this lane. Like, you could very easily just, like, Nightmare to sleepwalk someone and then set up a spear, which at level 2, I think you have to be very careful of. But they actually get their level 2 timing first on the side of Tier Limits. They put a lot of damage into Zeal as a result.
Yeah, this is the cost of doing that body block that they've been doing so often. You tend to hit level 2 after your opponents, but because you're under your own tower, it's usually pretty hard to be killed. I feel like they're thinking about it. Like, can you make it in time to spear him back if I Nightmare like this?
They can. It's just you have the... I was like, you have the
Didn't
ward
stop.
there that causes a lot of damage, and with that, ZZQ will grab first blood.
Dude, I can't believe that didn't stun on the tower. Fell just short. Otherwise, you get that kill, and maybe you still die to Ursa, but it would take him longer. The fact that Pugna got another blast and an attack off, they get the kill first.
Yeah, definitely didn't go according to plan there for them. Boba Cut, no mana quite yet for the Nightmare. We'll be able to survive, but Lotus Pool, this one's going to end up going the way of the Tier Limits, so that's a little bit rough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If I can't have you, no one will.
The CS-wise in the top, I feel like Night Stalker usually wants to be winning with Night Rain, but Weaver's a pretty good laner, and then you pair it with the Warlock, so it's actually going even, which they actually kill mid. Got the Impalement Art slow and to tame the beast, and the extra Boar slow as well. All right. I did not expect to see a Shadow Fiend die.
You definitely have better heroes that can rotate mid on the side of Tearlaments than as opposed to on the side of your Cult Bros. Like, Polison's not going to move on the Warlock. Like, unless they get a kill here, maybe he'll rotate when they're respawning or something, like go through the Twin Gate, but he's up here to keep this Weaver alive.
Round 2, Ringmaster's back. Stalker's actually falling behind in this lane. Pretty worrisome because it is about to become daytime in like 25 seconds. And if you're already losing the lane now, it doesn't get any easier. Well, I guess it does get a little easier once you get your Helm of the Iron Will, which is being delivered right now.
That's nice. They're going to turn around here with the silence, but just to make some space here. Dude, Strongman Tonic Night Stalker looks terrifying.
Looks like a very strong man. Oh, Bane TP'd up here preemptively. Sneaky daytime play. Night Stalker's daytime vision is bad, but there is an observer that scouts this out. So they should know to back off.
A really good ward there. Yeah, just wasting a lot of this Bane's time. But they will go for the dive anyway. They get the slow. The Swarm is out. And with the help of the Bane and the Warlock, they will claim the kill. Fly gets the credit.
I don't know. Stuck around too long. I feel like he knew they were all there. He just greeted out for a last hit that he shouldn't have.
Oh, Emo taking some stacks. Okay.
I think it was like a triple stack, so I kind of mentioned, even if you're not having a great time in lane, you just stack and you go farm it all on the Beastmaster. That is a good play. Steal that away. Beastmaster seeing if he can make the same move, but there are no stacks here.
Oh, that is a very nice rune. Regen running on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to use this to clean up the hard camp as well. Have no problem with mana now. Oh man, that is the best rune, dude.
That is some good value. Both teams steal the enemy Wisdom Shrine, so in the end it is even, but it's Shadow Fiend who, on his rotation, not only found kills, but found a bunch of farm, and it's all essentially free thanks to that regen rune.
Yeah, you're gonna lose bottom tower thanks to the Pugna, but you already lost your top tower, so I think overall pretty good trades here for your Cult Brothers. I think mostly it's like Shadow Fiend coming out ahead because he does need to be ahead. Like, this is a hero that does not play well from behind, especially into heroes like the Night Stalker and the Beastmaster. So we'll see if this little stimmy of the triple ancient stack and that hard stack will get him to some good item timings.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think more than anything, it slows down the Beastmaster, which is a very momentum-based hero. Even though the start of your game is usually just farm AFK until you finish your first major item. But that's the thing, right? Like, you're extending that period by stealing his stacks, and now he's just going to continue to AFK farm. Night Stalker didn't have the greatest time in the lane, so it's getting close to nighttime. You might be able to start running at heroes with your Helm of the Dominator, but it's not as strong as having a Beastmaster ready to go.
And you still have Bane, who like
Dire are scanning.
has nighttime advantage as well. So even though nighttime's gonna come up and like that's a great time for the Night Stalker, it's also a great time for the Bane. Like if he just plays away from the Night Stalker, he's trying to get his level 6 by soaking mid right now. We'll just see him try to put that Fiend's Grip on cooldown immediately.
Oh.
Ooh, nice use of the Earth Stalk there just to get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they'll still get Pugna for the efforts, but he's pretty fast.
Spear off the mark.
No.
Wow, they actually just Fiend's Grip this. Okay, well, not quite what I expected, but he did put the ability on cooldown right away.
Yeah, some uncommon misses from Zeal, Grandmaster Mars player. But it happens to the best of us. Does mean you have to commit the Fiend's Grip just to kill the Pugna.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But look at the bottom tower nonetheless.
Dire are scanning.
And they should feel pretty good. 3k gold lead at 10 minutes.
Is under attack.
Especially into a Night Stalker. That's pretty good state of affairs.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, with that bottom tower dead, Fly still able to protect his for now, but with the Beastmaster here, you've also got a level 6 Ringmaster. I think they can get the kill. I mean, with Roar, if it connects, he's definitely dead. Which, there it is. Ringmaster should have the follow-up into the taunt, and that will be a dead Weaver.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Warlock's trying to hang
structures are
around here in case his team wants to defend, but he's just being run down by a Croaker.
top tower is under
Yeah, the Croaker stun missed, but Tame the Beast will not, and that will be a kill. Making him work for it, but Echoes claims it with the Helm of the Dominator.
He actually placed a ward right before he died, but I don't think they noticed.
under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, interesting. Pugna went Soul Ring, and he's gonna get Tranquils.
That's a different idea.
A golden thread.
I am up to
Maybe he
see
just
how this
feels like he
pays
needs to be
off.
faster. Well, he got the mid tower, so that's nice, but he's definitely dead for that one. Third raise to secure the kill there from Emo. I mean, honestly, if you're Pugna and you die for a tower by yourself, it's usually pretty good.
Yeah, the play itself is
Smoke up.
fine. I'm still tripped up on the item
Radiant's
build.
middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Tranquils is different for sure.
Tranquils was the old way to do it when Life Drain could get you mana back.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Now that that's no longer the case, most people go Arcane Boots, especially because Siphoning Ward gives you a bunch of mana. Bugs will help keep track of the Night Stalker, but he's pretty fast. Oh, it's a good micro.
He's
the
taking
Warpine
so
Raiders.
much damage here. Polison cut him off. He cut him off and it drops the golem. Okay, that's a nice find.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, there's some good micro there from the Night Stalker. Used the Warpine War Raider to slow down Zeal from getting close. I think that's why he thought he could get away, but a good movement from Poloson. It does require the Chaotic Offering, which is a little bit costly, but...
Well, Bobaca's going to get caught from the Roar bottom after the Wheel of Wonder, which he did go Helma Dominator again on this Bane.
Nice. I'm all for it. Sometimes you play creative heroes, sometimes you play boring heroes in creative ways.
Dire are scanning.
Weaver
Gucci'd all the
from
way
the
in here.
silence. Yeah, the Arena of the Spear is going to give him the top. No, he dies to the ward. Oh, no. Good old Pugna ward seals the fate of the Weaver. Now, can you get away from the Shadow Fiend? A blink spear out from Zeal, doing a lot of work. They get the kill onto the Pugna. They get the kill onto the Ursa. That is a double for Emo as 7E. Does not have a lot left in the tank, but the Beastmaster's coming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Who's going to find who? A blink, a nice God's Rebuke will find the kill now. Alpha here on this Night Stalker doing a lot of work. Zeal still has one spear left. Trying to save this Shadow Fiend, will not be able to, as now Echoes will clean up big. Triple kill for the Beastmaster. As that Aghanim Scepter timing could not have been better.
No, he got so much value out of that. Gained himself an extra 1,200 gold right away.
12,000 gold!
That'll be insane. Game over at that point. I don't even know
That
what
was
do you
like
buy. You'd buy like Blink. Do you buy Blink
Dude,
BKB?
if I'm Beastmaster and I just get 12,000 gold, I would buy Shiva's Blink.
Oh, that's pretty good. Just kill people nonstop.
It's just, you need the armor as well, right? You're against Bugs and Shadow Fiend,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
but it just would give you so much amp. I don't know, we don't really see the Shiva's build on him. I think realistically the smart build would probably just be BKB Blink, and then you go for like your refresher and stuff, but
Yeah, we don't see it much anymore because the Ags got nerfed.
yeah.
But I do see some value to it this game. There's a lot of healing coming from the Warlock, and the Vision's kind of nice to have versus Mars during Arena. So maybe later you could get it.
Dire's middle tower
For
is
now,
under
they're gonna actually
attack.
steal away the Roche. It's really easy to do when you have the Swarm, plus the negative armor from Shadow Fiend. So pretty straightforward Roche, stolen away from the Ursa and the Aghanim's Beastmaster.
Is actually going to give them a lot of time to play with. Like in this last fight, that Weaver, if he doesn't die on the time-lapse cast there, which the irony is that he could have just walked away and would have lived. Like he was bailed out and saved by his team, but wanted to pop the time-lapse to try and get back in and fight, and just dies to the Death Ward. Or, I'm sorry, the Nether Ward.
I think it's a Death Ward when you get a kill with it.
True. Yeah. It gets upgraded.
Would it be too much of a nerf to Nether Ward if... Technically, you do see it on your buff icon, or I guess debuff icon. It's just hard to keep track of that in the middle of a fight. What if your spells, like, flashed a certain color? Like, they're glowing green when you're under it. Would that be too much of a nerf to it? People would be way more aware of when they were under Nether Ward?
It would probably be too much of a nerf. Like, it's a kind of a weird nerf, right? I feel like the better nerf to Pugna is to just make it so he stops getting so much health and mana back from Nether Ward. But,
they
you know,
should.
maybe
The
glowing
numbers are-
green icons is the nerf that he actually needs.
No, you're right. The numbers are pretty crazy on Siphoning Ward. I think if you cut it down by maybe 10% each, that would be good. I also think if you nerfed Nether Blast, either reduce the damage or reduce the amount it did to towers. That could also be a good approach.
I would rather them not do that, though, because that's like that's what Pugna is. That's like iconic to this hero. It's one of the few things that this hero does really well.
Nether Ward making your life miserable is also pretty iconic to the hero.
Yeah. But it didn't used to make him tanky, which is the hard thing.
That's true. Just did the damage.
It did damage, and it used to just suck your mana away, which was super annoying for a long time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I remember the old days of mid Pugna. They just put the ward on their high ground in mid, and you're just like, okay, I guess I won't play the lane now. Thank you.
even in the side lanes, you would just put it in the really thick tree lines, and it'd be like, okay, cool. It's like, I can't find it, and I will just lose all my mana after you cast it 2 more times. Awesome.
I like how they patched those types of anti-fun mechanics out of the game, but then OD still exists as a hero.
Does he exist as a hero? Unpicked for the last several tournaments.
That's fine. Let's keep it that way.
Let's see if tier
3 really aggressive
pick off
wards
here.
placed up top here.
Yeah, you gotta get a kill with this.
Yeah, that's the Atos reveal. Echo actually cliffs himself with a tumbler toy. We forced the TP on out, but you get the Shadow Fiend. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, makes all your observers worth it. Though I think that should give you an idea that there's vision in that area. Those wards might not last too long.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It does mean they committed a lot of abilities, so don't think they can fight for Tormentor, which is spawning bottom. Kind of forgot about that because of Night Rain in the game. Used to be the big reason I picked the Night Stalker. Yeah, give it to the farming Bane with the Helm of the Dominator Aether Lens.
That's a crazy shard for him this game.
It should mean we see the Ags this game.
Yeah, I agree. He's also just got, like, with that Aether Lens that you mentioned, it's like it allows him to just pretty much guarantee he's going to find at least the Nightmare into, like, a Fiend's Grip on someone, and it's really up to the Night Stalker to shut it down.
Yeah, this is where this hero gets a little ridiculous. The Aether Lens is such a nice quality of life buff, but it sometimes feels like you have to buy other items, which I can't believe he's actually queuing up Glimmer right now. Who are you, Gaboka? Who are you? Buy an Agnes. I know you want to. But you'll be able to throw in Feeble from super far away.
This is a really deep play here. They get on top of Zeal. He gets the arena off, trying to bait all 4 or 5 of them are stuck. Huge fatal bonds as well. Can they find any of these kills? Echoes does manage to get the kill onto the Warlock, but he came in deep for this. One more auto attack. A Nightmare from downtown will walk ZZQ in. How does this happen? A 5-hero arena into Fatal Bonds on your own high ground at 21 minutes.
No, they got too excited to jump the Mars. And weren't able to finish the actual kill. The Fiend's Grip, we do see it. We see the counterplay. Like, it's useful to grip the Beastmaster, but the Ringmaster save is just so easy. You just escape act and back out. That might actually be why he's not buying the Aghanims, because he's like, he'll get it, and then he's like, oh, it's still just countered by escape act. Boka, smarter than me. Gonna get the Glimmer instead.
I mean, he's got a lot of value out of the items he already has. Like, he's just farming jungle with his Troll Summoner top. And last game we did see the Glimmer Cape on the Bane actually have some pretty sick plays where he just Glimmer Capes through the tree lines and Fiend's Grip someone out of Invis. $4,000 gold lead now for your Colt Brothers as...
Ooh, he wanted that roar. I think he misclicked on a creep and then had to re-roar because I saw him stop twice. Oh, better to cancel it and miss than to roar a creep.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they know a fight's coming. They're gonna look for Emo. He gets the blink. That was so close. Has a haste rune as well. They're gonna smoke under their own ward. Just a BKB immediately from this Night Stalker to try and sit on top of these heroes. You've lost the Pugna right away. There's your Fiend's Grip. Waited long enough, and with this, one after another, they're gonna fall as Fly gets a double kill. This Weaver is so strong, and Echoes, he is stuck outside of his base. Dude, if Bane walks even just slightly down, he would get vision of him.
still might.
Oh, blink in, roar, BKBs, but there's gonna be the Golem and of course the defensive Nightmare. Echoes just dies. They're gonna die for the Ursa as well. Your base doesn't belong to you. 5 heroes dead as they don't have a creep wave thanks to Night Stalker.
That is some good micro. I guess he was dead. Is it really micro if it's the only thing you can do? Maybe not, but that literally saves them because they should have lost bottom barracks and then one hero goes mid to like start pushing that one in, and you possibly lose like the tier 3 mid as well. So very heads up play to drag what is this, like 20 creeps around in a circle. This is why the irony of Helm of the Dominator, which used to be a momentum item, is now dragging out games as well.
Oh, he's gonna get pulled pretty far in. Now they do get the silence. Fly with an Hurricane Pike there to get him to safety though. They will lose their last outer towers though. They're gonna lose both of the tier 2 towers in exchange for saving that lane of Rax. Well, actually mid tier 2 is gonna hold.
I think you can keep sitting here and chipping it away. You still have this observer from earlier that they used to win the fight like a minute or two ago that led them to this whole sequence. But Roche is also in that realm of spawning. 45 more seconds. And I think if you stick that on Weaver, yeah, I was thinking like maybe you put on SF, but I think Weaver just makes more sense. Replace the wand. He did end up getting a nullifier. I wasn't sure how soon he would do it, but he has the Deso, Hurricane, nullifier, so the saves from these supports do not matter anymore. Well, actually, I think you can still cancel the Fiend's Grip. Like, I think if you cast Escape Axe, even if they're nullified, I think it's enough to break it. I'm not 100% sure on that. I might have to test that later. I think you know you're going to lose Roche. I feel like this is where you have to go get the Helm Dom creep. You got to go find one with AoE and set it on the enemy's half of the map ahead of time to cut creep waves like he did in that previous fight. Because you know you're going to have to waste 5 minutes of Aegis time here.
Yeah, I mean, the Radiant Scan does connect. There's the Roar. Roshan. Gonna die here pretty quickly. Aegis and Banner into the hands of Occult Brothers. They're now up 12,000 gold. A pretty substantial lead that they've built over the last several minutes. And I think from this, you just need to start getting your lanes out. Oh, gee, Shadow Fiend almost has an Aghanim Scepter. It's pretty huge. All right, he has it. Sold something for it. I'm not really sure what. But yeah, has Lincoln's Aghanim Scepter now, so... Emo, a serious problem to deal with. Beastmaster is cutting your wave. You do have like one creep though.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, actually intercepts a courier. So they know some of them are hiding on the side behind the Beastmaster now because of that.
They just need to go high ground with this one wave that they have. They have a banner.
Yeah, I feel like you either just go with this wave, or I thought Mars was going to keep pushing in mid, so you could go with that one as well, but they are smoked together.
Okay, banner's down. There we go.
Yeah, they're playing it safe. They didn't rush up to clear the wave. Unfortunately, I do think that's going to cost you your barracks.
I mean, they get the Roche banner out of it, so it's not going to be there for the mid push, but yeah, that is the full lane of Rax. Luckily for the Radiant, there is an amplified damage that has not been scouted by the side of your Occult Bros.
I think they're about to go scout it, though. Oh, well.
They're just going to push mid. His top lane already pushed all the way in thanks to the Helm of the Dominator.
Radiant's middle tower is
Fly with this Alpha Wolf aura is going to be doing some serious damage.
under attack.
I like that.
Jump in. Bash. Ooh, spear off the mark, but they're going to try and assassinate the backline, and they do. They manage to get the kill onto the Warlock. Fiend's Grip is there. They do get the Escape Act, and it comes out just in time. The Requiem hits nothing. As the BKB out from Echoes will mean he just TPs to safety. So Ursa goes in, gets the Aegis. All right. This is the best fight we've seen so far. But it did cost them pretty much everything.
Yeah, it was a good wraparound. And I like that Warlock. He realized what was happening when he placed his sentry and he saw how new that observer was. He's like, oh, they're approaching. I got to get out. But it still wasn't far enough away despite that quick reaction. The Beastmaster just jumps him, roars, and without that extra team fight from the Chaotic Offering, the Fatal Bonds, you're also removing the Vlads from the fight, right? That can give a big damage boost to this Shadow Fiend.
Oh
this
my
Weaver
goodness.
Mars. Ooh, Echoes, you gotta be careful here.
He's so dead. There's a Hurricane to send him back if he even needs it. Nullifier is out. Escape Act cannot save you. And a Nightmare coming through. Time lapse from Fly, not knowing where this Ursa is. He got bashed and killed once. Does not want to die again. And with that kill, they might be able to threaten the high ground again. Emo. Blink. Yules. No, don't go for the Requiem.
what
They
a
do
bait.
get the Enrage out of it, though.
That was nice.
Are fortified.
And there's your Amplify damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mars sitting in the back, looking for an opening. Ursa's gonna go in. Does need to be careful. Spear again off the mark, but the BKB gets forced anyway. That'll be a second lane of racks down, looking for the third. But instead, they will back away, try and grab the creep wave, as the Beastmaster will be respawning in a moment.
I think the damage.
All right,
they've
he goes
done
for the
is
Hex on
plenty.
Mars now.
That is one of the ways you could kill the Ursa. We've seen the Enrages and the BKBs coming out, preventing the quick combos, but one Hex will be enough to combo with something like the Requiem. Get a pretty instant kill onto Ursa.
They're gonna go through the Twin Gate, grab the Tormentor. Who will get this one? It goes to Polison. All right. Yeah, they come in. I was gonna say that would be an insane attempt through that Twin Gate. They were smoked all the way up there as 4.
They'll at least remove a couple wards, reclaim some of their own map. But it is certainly a tough battle here. This Weaver is just doing so much damage.
Yeah.
And he kind of harped on it in game 1, but now the tables are reversed. You don't actually have the best crowd control to kill slippery hero like Weaver while also dealing with being able to cancel Fiend's Grip. And, you know, maybe like some channels from the Upheaval. It's all on this Night Stalker with the Crippling Fear. And that's a lot. That's a lot to ask of him. When every time he charges in, he gets Fiend's Grip, and then no one can help him. wonder if they're really going to wait for Roche. I think they're strong enough that they can group up and, you know, poke a little bit, but I suppose this is game 3, you know. If you're going to play it safe, now it's the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really need to be fair. Your team has pretty much everything that they could need. I don't think you approach through top, though. I think you'd be better off like approaching through bottom, looking for a kill, and then trying to go like end the game at that point.
Dude, Baboka is so rich. Okay, after his Helm Dom Aether, he now has a Lincoln Sphere and an Aeon Disc. This guy's printing money out here with his Helm Dom and his free shard he got.
That's pretty hype. All right, looks like they are going to make the approach through top lane. Smoke up. 2 minutes on the Roshan. Zemo will grab one Wisdom Shrine. The Night Stalker will grab the other.
They're just forcing the buildings. Everyone's got to come
I think
back.
You can, right?
Lost your tier 3.
You've got the Lincoln Sphere to protect them. You've got so many heroes.
You got 2 Lincoln Spheres. 2 Lincoln Spheres, Nightmare Save.
Blink, Hex Reveal, into the Blink Requiem. He just gets deleted. BKB forced out of the Night Stalker, and well, they do get an escape back to keep the Ringmaster alive. Echoes is going to go in, try to do what he can here with the Roar, but has to run away as there's too much damage coming in from the Weaver, and that is a really nice Fiend's Grip, buying some time. They do get the kill onto the Mars. And the question remains, can you stop this Weaver from just killing your whole team? He's going to get himself a double kill. Night Stalker on a sliver of HP will survive, but that's going to be the GG. Yakult Brothers will take this one and move on to the upper bracket finals.
Stuns be good. I feel like game 1 and game 3, it was the case of one mobile hero, no stuns to deal with it, and they eventually get out of control. This time it is the Weaver. You can't ignore him. He does so much damage, but you can't actually focus him. Because, yeah, they actually did have some stuff. I know I'm kind of memeing. They did have Roar. They did have some Ringmaster stuffs. But these are not the easiest to chain together, especially when there's a Nightmare Save, especially when there's going to be a counter initiation with Arena, with Golem, with Requiem. So it was very tough. Like, who do you focus? You're losing, like, no matter who you find, unless you manage to catch, like, every single hero together, which is just way too tall of a task.
Yeah, I mean, the game really, it was pretty, like, even in the lane stage, but it really started to kind of go Yakult Brothers' ways, and I think that bottom, like, 5-hero arena with the Fatal Bonds was kind of one of that moment we were like, they're gonna kind of start running away with the game. Like, this Weaver is doing way too much damage. Just the aura from Shadow Fiend and then the Desolator stacking up, doing so much as well.
Yeah, I kind of appreciate what they tried in game 1, but I do like these much more, I don't know, straightforward drafts that they went for game 2 and 3. They were clearly a little easier to execute. You don't need to be as, like, no mistakes, perfect execution. It gives you room to play around it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty nice from them. So they're going to, again, like we said, move on to the upper bracket finals where they'll be playing the winner of either Hongsha, which we saw earlier, or Cloud Rising, which you and I have not seen quite yet. But should be an exciting upper bracket finals, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. I was trying to think if it was either today or tomorrow, because for it's you know, a little bit weird.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that one will be, I think, the last game tomorrow. So, yeah, a lot of fun stuff going on in the qualifiers. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the DreamLeague qualifiers. There's a ton of games happening all over the place right now. So make sure that you're following all the different DreamLeague channels. And we will be back tomorrow with more incredible Dota, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you then.
memories that fill my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. a farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had